But on the whole, we had not less than 60 million Africans being enslaved.
Okay.
With only 12 million successfully crossing the Atlantic.
Now we are going in the Komowine River. And on the Komowine River, there you have the plantations.
Oh, my home, my home. Oh, my home, my home. When shall I see my home? My home, my home. When shall I see my little heart? I shall never forget my.
We are about 2 hours now on boat with the motor. By that time, maybe 5, 6 hours rowing.
Yes.
And then they arrive. And when they arrived, then the work starts. We will go to Allianz. It was a former sugar plantation. Yeah. Now in the front, you can see the manager's house. It is a little bit in a bad shape, but imagine what it was during the time of slavery and after that. And here's the place where he stayed with his family. Nowadays they grow citrus, but in those days it was sugar cane.
So they love sugar and rum, huh?
Well, in Europe for sure.
Yes.
And they could trade it.
Yes.
And with that money, they make huge houses in Europe.
But it was the slaves who worked to produce the sugar and rum.
That's true. I agree with you. They had to work 24 hours a day, for example, when it was harvest time. So there was no need to sleep in a house, just to rest a little bit.
And in such houses like this?
Like this. It was used for the slaves, yes. A lot of them.
In a row, huh?
In a row, yes. A lot of them. With one entrance. But they worked. It was only work and die. This is a tamarind tree. I think it is more than 200 years old. The tree was used also to bind up slaves on it and then punish them. So we see that there was a lot of hard work, hard labor on the plantation. Mistreating, torture, frustration. And then you can understand that on a certain point, there's no return. That they say enough is enough. And
so they have to flee.
That's true. They will leave the plantation and look for their freedom, go to the interior and live there like free men, far away. And then they came back to attack the plantation, to put the factories on fire, to take the women with them, and to look for weapons and so on. We are now at Chori. It's about 200 kilometers from Paramaribo.
The people of Paramaribo were warriors. That blood was in them, fighting. On the boat they were fighting, on the ship they were fighting. For the women, they wouldn't allow themselves to be raped. So they better commit suicide by just jumping overboard. And here, when they came here too, they were fighting. So they carried this across.
Maroons, they used the knowledge of the Amerindian very well to adapt the situation. The Amerindians know how to walk in the interior, how to use the plants, and so on. So they got friends, and they formed a front against the oppressors. When the emancipation came in 1863, they left the farthest way in the jungle to come and live nearby the river. So what you can see that at this moment, we have a lot of Maroon villages along, for example, the Suriname River. So we I don't know that identify.
Identify?
Yeah, it is a Maroon, small Maroon village where you can meet the real Cromanti people of the river. The Cromanti Maroon.
Right.
Sorry, but you can find it.
Yeah, Oscar boy.
This now.
Okay.
I go.
Monsieur,
Atumo bama.
come on, daddy. Chikombo,
Mama.
Beshani, Onyolele. Boto nani ota?
Gone.
Agan,
Gone.
C'est
Gone.
gone.
Gone. Gone.
gan,
Gone.
gan,
Gone.
bata, tobete, sokonidi,
Boko.
zakadado.
Yes, I've come back.
Satoto,
Yes. I am Kosa
bidiam mubai,
from Mumbai.
tatarele twanu,
Katero Sekawa.
sakalade ro didida.
Hey.
Besano?
Ah.
Rokombi.
One brand new Dawson.
Wow, biko didi.
Okay.
Tabadada.
Mantina.
Tovio hanta. Nawe.
Rebempe Bia Mantina.
Nasaka
Na
no.
Martina.
Oda nawe.
Martina.
Tata gitar. So, usakro benan. Na.
Martina.
Oh nawe. Dewo. Tiwa.
We still can communicate. You know.
Okay.
That is wonderful.
Kao.
Mama
Okay, hey guys, what's up? What's up? So today I wanted to talk about the Caribbean and West African relations and not like personal relations because I don't think those are really solidified yet, but like the political relations that West Africa and Caribbean is doing or Caricom. I find it to be very interesting. I believe it was last year, there was the Africa Summit in Caricom, and a lot of people were excited over that. I don't think it was that big of a deal, to be honest, because it was too broad. But now I got some information from Pi and I got some information from some other Caribbeans that there's actually a West African, specifically ECOWAS and CARICOM deal. And I think that makes more sense because that's where the Caribbeans came from. So to centralize it more makes sense, you know what I mean? Like, yes, Caribbeans could connect with other parts of Africa, but I mean, I've always asked this, like, what is the responsibility of other African countries that have nothing to do with transatlantic slavery, to reach out to the Caribbean? It's not really, I don't think that's really that important. I think West and Central Africa should be at the forefront of of organizing Caribbean relations. And um, one thing I'll say, right, is there were some Caribbeans that were like, "Oh, it's our responsibility to come out and reach to the motherland and blah blah blah." I'm like, nah. Actually, it's the continent's responsibility to reach out to the diaspora. That's how I honestly feel. Um, I think it would just be more genuine if the continent reaches out to diaspora. I'm not saying that the Caribbean or Latin America, which I don't really count, a lot of people with Latin America have African ancestry, but I'll be honest with you. I don't really care about Latin America. I care about the Caribbean. Um yeah, so I definitely think more African West and Central African countries, mostly West African because I noticed with Central Africa a lot of them are French speaking. So well, they could reach out to this French speaking Caribbean countries, but I think that the people that are going to have more clout are the anglophone speaking countries in West Africa specifically. So they should be the ones that are like at the forefront of these relations. Now, I wanted to quickly show um, there's a document that was sent with Caricom and ECOWAS. And at first, I thought it was all like, oh, and shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. At first, I thought that it was all talk, like I really did. But I mean, if you look at what's going on with air peace, if you look at what's going on with the Bayesian president, if you look at what's going on with Ghana and Trinidad, you look at what's going on with the Ghanaian and or Bayesian nurses, you look at what's going on with Sierra Leone and them reaching out to diaspora. Um, and even doing this research, I actually did not know that there were some deals that Ghana specifically had with some Caribbean nations, like some agricultural deals, material processing deals. I had no idea that that even existed. That's not really advertised. So, I mean, even though I am critical of those deals and I think that they could do a much better job, at least they're starting from somewhere. And yeah, I think that's really important. Another thing that I think Ghana was reaching out to some Caribbean nations is, you know how Ghana wants to do more tourism, like Ghana wants to like open up the country. They wanted to get some ideas from the Caribbean on how they can actually do that because obviously a lot of Caribbean nations are advanced in that sector. So anyways, Caricom and ECOWAS, Caribbean and West African economics, um, Barbados standards of living. So Barbados is the Caribbean's most Pan-African country, and that's true because I'll show a couple clips. Some people are critical of her. What's her name? I only know her last name. I don't remember her first name. But a lot of people are critical of her. They're saying that she's just doing this for show. But I do believe that she actually is Pan-African. Now, my only pushback for her is there's nothing wrong with reaching out to Ghana and reaching out with other African countries, but is the Caribbean like reaching out to the Caribbean? Because Barbados seems to be in a very good position. Bahamas seems to be in a good position too. Antigua is not doing bad. Some of these countries are doing very, very well in terms of development, in terms of uh, being medical centers or whatever. I forgot what Caribbean country it is. I'll have to Google it again. But there's a couple of Caribbean countries that people, even from America, go there for medical school. That's a big deal. So it's like, is Caricom thinking of how they can make other Caribbean countries? Are they supporting each other and coming together? That's what I want to know. Specifically with the country like Haiti, like what is the Caricom doing to help Haiti? Because we've had people go like, why is Africa not reaching out to Haiti? I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. Haiti has been blacklisted for a long time in the international sphere. So a lot of people have really bad conceptions of Haiti. They think that Haiti as a nation doesn't have anything to offer. They think that Haiti is cursed. Let me tell you, I hate to admit this, but if you ask a lot of people in my country what their opinions of Haitians specifically are, they'll say, oh, those voodoo people, I mean, that's why their country is cursed. Like, that's honestly what they think about Haitians. So yeah, Haiti doesn't have really good publicity or good PR. Where does that come from? And is Caricom doing anything to address that? Because to me, that would be a more immediate issue than it would be to reaching outside of the continent. Again, not against West African and Caribbean relations, but is Caricom getting along to the point where it can make sense? Because I'll be honest with you, ECOWAS has some issues, okay? ECOWAS, we have some issues, okay? The Anglophone countries, and people are going to say I'm biased because I'm from an Anglophone country, but the Anglophone countries have been trying to do this one currency for the whole region, okay? So we want to make a currency for the whole region of West Africa. We've wanted to do that for years, but who seems to be getting in the way? It's Senegal mostly, Ivory Coast. It's the Francophone West African countries that have these horrible deals with France that is making it very difficult for us to actually make deals together. So yeah, like we really need to work on that. Um And in regards to all of this, I feel like that's the reason why, if we're doing ECOWAS and CARICOM relations, it's going to be mostly with the Anglophone countries that are going to come together. Because I don't know what it is. Like, Francophone countries just have a different culture, they have a different way of doing things. It's just really annoying. I don't know. I have no idea. So that's kind of the difficulties that we've personally have faced. But anyways, okay, so there's offshore banking and tourism. That makes sense. Human Development Index. Yeah, the Caribbean has a way better human development index than a lot of these specific Central and West African countries. So that's something that we can definitely work on. Like, we could definitely work on learning and extracting that information from the Caribbean. Economic Okay, Economic Freedom Index, 28th out of 177th, high income economy. So the Caribbean seems to be doing pretty well. Corruption Perception Index, with the exception of, I guess, Jamaica. Um, with the exception of Jamaica, I guess some of these countries are doing really, really well. GDP. Now, I used to think that, okay, well, the Caribbean, because I looked at a couple of these Caribbean countries' GDP, and I was shocked to see that they were actually lower than what I thought. But then I had to really put things into perspective. Like, these are islands, number one. Number two, the population of these islands are very, very small on average. So putting that into context, a lot of these Caribbean countries are actually doing, I'm not going to say they're performing very well, but they're doing relatively better than a lot of West and Central African countries. Okay. Let me give you guys a perfect example. And I'm going to add Pi to the stream because I think he'd be able to make more sense of this document than I am, to be honest. But let me give you guys a perfect example, right? Because I used to think, okay, um, I used to think like a country like Antigua and Antigua, um, because we have Sour Island Soursop, and we have a couple of other people from Antigua that are on this channel, right? And they would always talk about how their country is so good, like how their country is relatively doing well, how finding work in their country is not that hard, it's not that bad as compared to, let's say, Jamaicans. And I was thinking, wait, Antigua, why have I never heard of this place before? Well, it's pretty small. I mean, that's the projected population. 97,000. So, I mean, I guess they don't they wouldn't have as many problems as some of these other more populated Caribbean areas. Um, I'm not too sure about Antigua, but it seems like there isn't really too much violence there. I've heard that the real estate there is pretty nice. The internet is stable. Education system is pretty good. Um, I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the fact that the population is so low. But yeah, like I heard that that's actually a really good place to invest and to really chill and have a good time. It's not as it's not as crime infested as some other parts of the Caribbean. But it is in the Caribbean, so you get the island life and you get these other benefits. There's actually a lot of immigrants that are in Antigua from the last time I heard, and that makes a lot of sense. So I'm gonna go ahead and add uh Pi to the stream if he has anything to add. And also if you are Caribbean or Caribbean descent, whatever, like if you have anything to add to the topic, we'll be obviously watching more clips and reading more documents. But if anyone wants to say anything, welcome. Oh, and I wanted to preface this by saying, um, if you are East North African, um, okay, let me just say it like this. Like, I appreciate you guys having your opinions on some of these things, but I'm not really gonna take your guys' opinions seriously because this has nothing to do with you. You know what I mean? Like it really doesn't. I got really upset last time when I saw a Tanzanian, talking about diaspora, diaspora, diaspora. I'm like, wait, why are you not reaching out to diaspora in Saudi Arabia? Like, why are you not reaching out to diaspora in the Middle East that you sold? Like, why are you here talking about, oh, we want the American diaspora? Like, you're from Tanzania, chill out. Like, just you can comment on this, but don't be the face of this. Like, don't speak on behalf of other people on this. It's kind of annoying. Like, whenever something happens with Tanzania, East Africa, like I watch, but I don't really comment that much. So it's like gets very annoying when people think that this whole diaspora thing has to do with all of Africa. It doesn't. Okay. This whole diaspora thing does not have to do with all of Africa. All right. Ethiopia is an exception. Okay. Ethiopia, Haile Selassie is an exception. But most of like Horn, East Africa, I don't really know what conversation they need to be really having with the diaspora, like just to be honest. Unless it's their own diaspora that left the country, I don't really know what conversation they really need to be having with the diaspora like that. Like I don't really understand that. If anyone wants to explain that, they can go ahead and explain that in the comment section. But anyways, hi Zabe. Yes, Suriname. I was actually very shocked. Oh, and hi, African Caribbean. Long time no see, but nice to see you again. Yeah, I was really shocked when people were telling me that Suriname has like a high Akan population. I always knew that a lot of Jamaicans were of Ghanaian descent, but I had no idea that Suriname had a connection to the Akan. So I found that to be very, very interesting, and that's something that I'm definitely going to be doing more digging into in the future. Hi Fitari Fitness. Hi Dua the here. African Caribbean Diaspora Talks is saying Africa doesn't owe us anything. Um, okay, let me say it like this. I feel like because most Caribbeans that I've spoken to personally identify as their country first. Like they might say that they have African descent, but they identify as whatever country they come from first. Like, I have a very close friend, and she's from St. Lucia, and she identifies as St. Lucian. I have another friend that comes from Grenada. He identifies as Grenadian. Do they make references to Africa? Sometimes they listen to African music, but are they here saying that they're African? No, they're not. right? I think there's an exception of the diaspora that actually wants to connect to the continent and go back and live there. That's a very minority, especially when it comes to the Caribbean, because a lot of these Caribbean people, like, they have their own country, they have their own flag, they have their own morphed culture. So I'll say for the ones that want to actually, be more involved in Africa, since they are a minority, I do believe that the West and Central African countries should make it easier for them to do that. So, for instance, Sierra Leone, shout outs to them. They're giving citizenship. So is Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau, if you have Guinea-Bissau ancestry in your uh, African ancestry DNA test, they will give you citizenship as well, like free citizenship to that country. Ghana's not doing something like that, but we do have a right to abode that you can live in Ghana for 7 years. You won't be kicked out, like nothing will really happen. You can live there for 7 years and then figure out what you want to do. There have been talks that Gambia wants to they want to change their citizenship rules and laws to make it easier for the diaspora to come back. There are a couple African countries that have given land to some diaspora. Nigeria is doing the air piece that makes it easier for traveling from Nigeria to a lot of West Indies and Caribbean countries. So, yeah, I feel like in areas where Africa, or Central and West Africa, to be more specific, can make it easy to have the diaspora who are interested in coming back and living or investing or even knowing about their culture, I feel like they should have benefits. So, for instance, in the case of Almina Castle, for instance, right, I do agree that they should lower the cost of entry to the diaspora. I do agree that they should lower the costs, because why not have the Oyimbos, right? Why not have the Obronis pay like 3 times and then have like the diaspora not pay as much? Okay. Now some people say, oh, it should be free. Listen, Ghana's economy is not possible for it to be free. It's not. But yes, I think that the cost should be lowered for the diaspora. That should be like a sign of respect. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, African Caribbean, welcome again. I'm critical of Mia Motley. She is a scammer. You think so? Okay, let's hear what Mia Motley, because she is the face of she's literally the face of Pan-Africanism in the Caribbean. I don't think anyone else is talking like her. Like Holness, Andrew Holness gets me upset.
Welcome to Candid.
I really don't like that guy. But Mia Motley, she seems to be I don't know why, but she seems to be. Is she a Garveyite? Because she's really in this Pan-African thing. Like, I don't think there's any other president in the Caribbean that's as vocal as her. Okay, here it is.
Did Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Barbados, and I at this moment happen to be the Prime Minister, has lead responsibility for reparations in Caricom. I'm not surprised, because we were that country where the modern expression of racism took form, regrettably, in the 17th century and in the 18th century.
Because Barbados was the first British slave society.
And a lot of the laws and a lot of the iniquitous practices came out of in here. And that's why you've heard me say that while our parliament has had unbroken service, that we have both seen it as an instrument of oppression, but it is now a tool of empowerment in the last 80 or so years. So we start from that perspective. Reparations for us is a development issue, and it is one we believe whose time has come. 20 years ago, when we first started having this discussion, people would laugh us out of the room. When emancipation came, there was a compensation of slave owners of 20 million pounds. We ask ourselves today, when these countries became independent, what was the development compact given to us? We got no development compact to help us with housing or education or health, but all of the wealth that was extracted from these countries for centuries were used to build the monumental edifices that we see all across Europe and North America.
When the British were asked for compensation, like the slave owners were, they were told, your freedom is your compensation.
And that once again is an offhand comment that causes us to feel that you think we're pawns and not human beings. And we say simply, look, we're not seeking to do anything that is unusual, but we believe that our people have a right to development. And therefore, we feel that there is need for a conversation, particularly for the developing countries of the world who were made victims for centuries of the extraction of wealth on a continuous basis.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. And if you want more candid speeches,
Okay, so she's been like really vocal about this. Again, I don't know too much about Caricom, like the inter politics of Caricom, but just from what I can see from the outside, she's the one who seems to be very serious about these type of things, and the other Caribbean heads of states, I won't even say presidents, but heads of states don't seem to be on the same accord. Specifically Jamaica. And the reason why I'm giving so much pushback to Jamaica is because Haiti has more, it has a higher population, but Jamaica has more clout. Jamaica has more social relevance. Jamaica just has more attention that's placed towards it. So I would think that Jamaica would be like the undisputed type of leader of CARICOM, just how like Nigeria is the leader of ECOWAS. But I don't really see how Jamaica specifically is leading CARICOM. So I just wanted to like talk about that. Like for a country that boasts and again, Jamaica does have bragging rights. They have the whole dance hall, jerk chicken, reggae, the Jamaican bobsledders. Like they do have a lot of clout and relevance. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. For a country of 2.9 million, you would think that they're way more. But really, how come Jamaica gets to not pull its weight into these deals, into these organizations, and everyone just excuses Jamaica? But if it was a different country, I think they would be more critical of it, right? So again, I'm going to play one last quick example and I wanted to just say that Ghana seems to be having a really good relationship with Barbados, which is very interesting. I think it's because the Bayesian president is more on the Pan-African side, so it makes it easier for Barbados and Ghana to have these connections. So I just find that to be very interesting because I didn't know about that in the past, but now it seems to be, because I would have thought that the way that that Ghana and Barbados are trying to get along would be the way that Jamaica and Ghana would be trying to get along. So I just find that to be very interesting. But I mean, shout outs to Barbados. So let me go ahead and play Mia Motley again. I remember her name.
since our President, His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, proclaimed 2019 as the year of return, there have been a series of activities, including Pan-Africanism, emancipation, which brought us here to Assimilation. But today's ceremony is quite significant because it marks another key milestone.
And I would like to note that I do understand that the year of return has been heavily scrutinized. And, like I will admit, yes, Ghanaians are more on the sensitive side. So when people do uh, give criticisms toward year of return, it really hurts our feelings a lot because it's like we're trying, unlike some other nations who shall not be named. Um, but yeah, one thing I do agree with what a lot of the diaspora were saying in regards to the year of return movement is that most of the enslaved Africans went to the Caribbean and Latin America, in specifically Ghana and I think Gambia. A lot of them went to the Caribbean and Latin America. A lot of Ghanaians are not in America, like they were not transported to America. So the year of return basically being the face of African American diaspora, I can see how problematic that is. I really can see how problematic that is because they don't even come from Ghana like that. Like they don't. You know what I mean? Jamaicans come from Ghana, Surinamese come from Ghana, Haitians come from Ghana. There's probably a couple of other nations, but those are the most popular ones that I know that definitely have strong Akan lineage. So why was there so much of a focus on getting African Americans? Well, we know it's because of the money. We know it's because of the cultural significance of African American, because if you put it behind an African American, like we put it behind African American artists, right? And entertainers like Boris Cujo. I can't think of any. Well, Cardi B doesn't really count, but um there were a couple of Ludacris. Yeah, there were a couple of like African American entertainers that went back to Ghana during this whole year of return thing, and they were doing a lot of publicity. So I guess that's the part that makes sense. But if we're really being actual and factual about this, it's Ghana should have reached out more to the Caribbean. They did reach out to Trinidad, but I think that was it. I don't think they reached out to other Caribbean nations during the year of return.
So, in our discourse with the global African family, today we have coming all the way from Barbados, remains of an unknown enslaved African. When I say unknown, it's because a lot of our people who went out there went without their real names. The burial we're here to do today will represent the millions who passed away in the Middle Passage and the millions who didn't have the opportunity to come back home to the motherland.
Today is a good day, and it is also a sad day. I say it is a sad day because we recollect the painful experiences of our forefathers as they were taken away from their homeland to a land unknown to suffer indignity. But they were resilient.
Okay, so one criticism I do have of these like chiefs and people talking about the enslaved and things that happen is, one, we were not there. We really don't know what happened. So when some of these chiefs and like political leaders come and say, "Oh, we didn't mean to do it. We didn't know what we were doing." It's like, you don't have to. If you want to apologize, make it quick and simple. You don't have to go into detail because it was not you. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to go into detail, say, "Oh, we were tricked. Oh, we didn't know what we were doing." Like, it just make it short and sweet. Like, you don't have to go into the details, into the background. You don't have to do all of that. So I don't like it when some of these chiefs try to be so kissy with the whole like enslavement thing that happened. Like, it happened, it is what it is, but you don't have to like overcompensate now by like sending billions of apologies. Like, nah, you don't really have to do that. Like last time I asked Caribbeans, I was like, do you guys want to hear apologies from African countries and their role in this slave trade? And they're like, apologies are nice, but I mean, what's an apology gonna do? We need action. You know, we need legislation. We need things that show that you're moving forward and that you're changing and that you want to integrate. We don't just want to hear a whole bunch of apologies and events of you guys saying that we're sorry. So to me, I would assume that actions, legislation, um, partnerships, deals are, I'm not saying apologies aren't important, but just apologies on its own, I don't think is enough. So, like, what are we actually doing in the background to make sure that our relations are being solidified and that they're actually progressing, so to speak?
And today we welcome their children back home to the motherland. We want all our brothers and sisters of African descent in the diaspora to join us back home to enjoy the bright future of Africa.
The remains, the soil which we bring here today is symbolic of all who have gone before. By the burial which we have here today, we are not burying the past, but we are celebrating the resilience of our people. Many of our citizens in Barbados come from the Gold Coast. Many of our citizens in Barbados would have endured the centuries, buttressed by the courage and resilience of those from as early as the late 17th century in the failed rebellions of Cuffy, and thereafter in our most famous rebellion of 1816, led by Bussa. It is no coincidence. Want to close the circle, and we want to build the Atlantic Bridge. But before we can do that, we have to pay homage and to give thanks. Thanks for centuries of resilience.
Okay, so you guys get the point. So I do find it very interesting how there how there are these talks between certain Caribbeans and mostly West Africans. I'll say I don't really know what's going on in Central Africa, but I do find it interesting how a lot of these political members are going to each other's countries, they're speaking to each other. That is something that is a big deal. I don't want to undermine it. I think that is progress. Now, when we're talking about cultural exchanges, I think that gets a bit tricky because, like I mentioned, I feel like a lot of Caribbeans, they're content in like their new identity. I see them as new I see them as modern Africans, basically. I don't see them as what their ancestors were, you know, and some Caribbeans get mad at me when I say that, but it's like, how are you telling me that you're a straight Akan or you're a straight Yoruba or you're a straight Fang or you're a straight Balemike when you literally have other cultural influences from other African nations, other religions, and other ethnicities? Like, you're a new creation. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. Like, if you want to connect to Africa, cool. But I mean, does that mean that you have to change your culture? Because you already have a beautiful culture. So that's just something that I don't know. I guess it hurts some people's feelings when I say that, but I don't. I mean, if I was Haitian, I would be proud to be Haitian. You know what I mean? Like, that's a very good history. Like you're known as somebody who rebelled, like you're known as somebody who actually took revenge, regardless of the state of your country right now. Like you have a very good history. Like why do you have to downplay it and say, "Oh no, I'm not Haitian. I'm actually Nigerian." Like anyway, let me quickly play this and I'll play like 2 more clips before I add people to the panel.
Today, especially the American economy. And my understanding would be that if this connection, if this awareness is there, there's a lot that can come from that end for this process of our mutual development. And for me, this is one of the main outcomes looking at how we can join the bridge across the Atlantic, how we can forge it in such a way that trade and investment and commerce come both sides of the Atlantic together.
How do you also see changing or working to change people's view, what's really between their ears? So for instance,
Okay. Yes, I'll try to clip some of these clips in the comment section if you guys want to watch it in your own time. But yeah, just having these actual conversations of people saying that they want to make a bridge between the Atlantic and Central and West Africa. That's very, very interesting. I haven't really heard about this in the past. So to hear about this now, I just find it to be very commendable. Like I'm gonna not be so critical. Yeah.
Today, 2 million shareholders own the majority of the shares of Republic Bank in Ghana, now one of the leading banks in our country. Trinidadian investors are in the process of establishing in Ghana a petrochemical plant in fulfillment of their long-held aspirations, among other investments being considered in the country. On the other hand, Ghanaian companies like Niche Chocolate have started operations in this country, with other commercial operations such as the export of Ghanaian wax prints and shea butter into this country taking place. I'm thus here this afternoon to deepen the relations and strengthen the bonds of friendship and cooperation that exist between our two countries for the mutual benefit of our two peoples. I'm here also.
Oh, and by the way, the reason why, some people will be like, why are you playing this video? It's insignificant. The reason why I'm actually shocked about this video is I had no idea that Ghana was doing relations with Trinidad. I literally had this is not news. Like people don't put this on the news. So I had no idea that Ghana was in talks with Trinidad. So when I figured this out, I was like, oh, Trini? Okay. That's interesting.
Another mission, ladies and gentlemen. My visit to your country follows the business paid in the last 2 days to Guyana and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So as I'm sure you must have heard by now.
Okay, that's news to me too. I did not know that he went to Guyana or St. Vincent. I haven't heard too much about him in Guyana and St. Vincent, but if he said that he went, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Like, yeah.
We in Ghana have declared this year, 2019, as the year of return. Right from the day when Ghana got her freedom and independence from British colonial rule on 6 March 1957, the first sub-Saharan state to do so, we have always seen ourselves as owing a special responsibility to Africans in the diaspora. As on that historic occasion, our first leader and first president, Kwame Nkrumah, pledged our country to the total liberation of the African continent and to the realization of the Pan-African project, commitments that continue to guide Ghanaian public policy. I'd like to pay a special tribute to Africans in the diaspora, both as individuals and as states. The African Union recognizes the importance of the diaspora, and that
Okay, so that's enough for that for right now. But lastly, the last thing I wanted to show was that I had no idea, but during shortly after slavery. Let me see if I can find it. Um, there actually were some troops from Trinidad and I believe some other West Indian countries that were sent to some parts of Africa. I had no idea about that. No, I literally had no clue whatsoever. Well, back in the days, back in the early formation of Ghana, there were some sour relations between some countries, specifically Jamaica and Ghana. Not not organic like disputes, but the British were basically trying to put some of these colonies against each other. So we did have quite a few Caribbean troops that were sent to certain African countries by the Brits. So that was kind of weird. That was really very awkward. But in any case, I'm gonna go ahead and add Pi, and we're gonna continue this conversation. How do you guys feel about West African and Caribbean relations? Do you guys think that it's going in the right direction? How do you guys actually feel about this? Do you guys think that it's important? Do you guys think that it's not important? Specifically from the diaspora and West and Central Africans, how do you feel about this? I know that there are some other Africans from other regions saying that this is not really that important. Why can't they stay in their own countries? Like, I don't really know why you have to speak on it. Like, it has nothing to do with you. Uh, I don't know why you have such negative opinions on something that has absolutely nothing to do with you. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Like, if I was from Kenya, why would I have such strong opinions about West Africans and Caribbeans getting along? Like, what does that have to do with me? Like, I'm just saying. But anyway, let me go ahead and add him. What's up? How you doing?
I'm all right. Yeah, a little bit tired because of the
Yeah,
last stream.
yeah, same here. So Jug Season is saying, I agree, Africa doesn't owe us nothing, but it's like, I don't know, I feel a bit differently about that. I do think that Africa does owe the Caribbean um certain things. Like, yeah, no, I anyway, I'll get a little bit more into that a bit later, but yeah, what are your thoughts on this and what are your thoughts as a Caribbean on this?
Well, it's a really big topic. As far as the owing us stuff, I don't know. To be honest, one of the reasons that maybe someone socially might go back to West Africa is you guys maintain your traditional culture. Like, really, one of the really big problems is that because of all the modernization and globalization, and us being in all these different regions, like the divorce rate is extremely high, and people lose their culture really easily. So if someone they want to be in a culture where like it's more like family oriented, like you know your neighbors, stuff like that, those kind of people would probably want to go back. But as far as I'm, other people might think differently, but I'm not big on this whole reparations thing. I believe more in like the symbolic thing of what like Ghana did when they apologized for the slave trade. That was a good thing. But I believe more in like economic and political integration. For example, like there are a lot of, at least when I lived in the U.S. when I was younger, a lot of people they like go to from these three groups. Like a lot of Black Americans, they'll go to a West African restaurant, or Caribbean Islander will go to a West African restaurant, and like vice versa. Like if there were like Black American banks in West Africa, or if there are any kind of businesses in West Africa that comes from the diaspora, it would be more likely for that money, like that economics, to stay in that community instead of going to other communities. Like that's more what I'm focused on.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
but it's a really big topic, so you have to steer the direction because yeah. Sorry about that. but
question for you. Controversial but true, saying trauma bonding has to stop at some point. How do you feel about that?
what do you mean by trauma bonding?
Mm, okay. I well, controversial or true, but you can clarify. But what I think he means is, you know how you have some diasporans that are like slavery, like they keep going back to that period, and it's like what has to, like, as you were mentioning, like what has to be done about slavery, what's the responsibility, reparations, like. And even in some of these chat sections, you literally have some diaspora be like, well, you guys sold us, so whatever's happening in the continent, it's your fault. Like, how do you feel?
I can tell you where that comes from. It's because in all honesty, in the West, I mean, there's a lot of different types of Black people in the USA and Canada. When you're from like a little kid all the way up until I'd say like 16, 17, they always teach in the textbooks that Africans sold people without any context. They don't tell people that there were some that fought in wars. There were some people that were stolen from other groups of people, like the Europeans. That there are specific tribes. Not every single tribe sold Africans. They just make a blank statements in the textbooks that Africans sold them, which is it's so stupid. Literally, I didn't know anything about Africa until I was like 17 years old, and
Really?
like I was yeah, like when I was an English tutor, so I met a lot of and I was multilingual, so I knew a lot of the international kids there. But yeah, I didn't know anything about West Africans until I was exposed to that kind of environment. Yeah. So as
So
far
I
as
guess you wouldn't be one. Then now, some Caribbeans, you have to take this L, right? You wouldn't be one of the Caribbeans that are like, oh, I don't know where I came from and all that nonsense, right?
no, not really.
From your experience, are people in St. Vincent, are they like that? I'm pretty sure they're just like cool with who they are and their ancestry and their new identity. Did you have like Rastafarians or crazy people that were saying that they need to know where they come from or something like that?
Rastafarians in St. Vincent are the most chill people on earth. One of my uncle before he died was one. That's a Rastafarians talk about Rastafarians in other islands.
Oh yeah, okay.
They're really, they're really chill, at least where I was. But what about Rastafarians though, like specifically?
What do you mean?
Like what question did you ask me? I forgot what you asked me.
Oh, okay. So the Rastafarians, like people who are saying that they feel lost and they want to know more about their other identity or their African side, like their actual, yeah, like native African side. Like, have you contacted people that were really curious about that?
Have I contacted people? No, I haven't really contacted people that were like that. Most of the people that I came across that were like that were on the internet. But that's because I've never been to Jamaica. But maybe one of the reasons why they would want to go back is literally the same thing I told you earlier, like to be exposed to an environment where they're I'd say it's more social than economic and political, where because in the media, like basically one of the weapons that they use against the Caribbean community is the music industry. So most
Yeah.
of the music nowadays in Jamaica is about like prostitution, like say like hold on, like what else? Yeah, like prostitution. Like it's a lot of like type of like rave kind of music, like party type of music, and that kind of music it has an effect on how people actually behave. I'd say more when Bob Marley was alive, when they talk about more, or basically not just Bob Marley. There's a lot of other artists where when that was more of a big thing, like the consciousness of that country was a lot better. In fact, there was a time when the Jamaican dollar was almost as powerful as the US dollar, but it's
Yeah.
not like that now. So it's just like they want a place where they could be at home, where they're not influenced by the West. That's more like Rastafarianism. I'm not a Rastafarian, but it's just some place where they could live freely, they could live naturally, like not 'cause like they're really big into eating naturally, like instead of eating like genetically modified foods, like fattening stuff, like food that's not from their original culture. What else? Yeah, just stuff like that. Just to live a more natural life, like a more isolated life, a more tribal life. That would be someone that's more Rastafarian. But me, I'm not one. But they've done a lot of good for the community in the Caribbean. It's just that I feel like they would have to, in my opinion, they would have to learn more about how the continent is before moving back, because it's just like reverse colonization. If you have all these ideas of what Selassie, because the Pan-Africanism that was exported to the Caribbean by Selassie, Haile Selassie, as well as along with the Ethiopian Orthodox religion, but it's really small now. But yeah, they would have to learn more about the continent in order to move back, in my opinion.
Oh, right. Okay. So I do have a question for you and some of the Caribbeans in the chat. Before I do that, we have a comment from Z Man, Haitian, and I love Haitians. You guys are some of my favorite people. Don't tell the Jamaicans this, but I don't really like Jamaican. Okay. Anyway, so well, most Jamaicans I met, I've actually had really bad experiences with them. But anyways, let me just. Fatari Fitness, I'm Haitian, and there's no narrative of they sold us in our culture. They even have the homie kings that are still venerated in voodoo. The slave trade was complicated. And yeah, I will say that most Haitians, you guys literally look African. The nation of
Haitians are African. I don't think
yeah,
they're as mixing as the rest of the
yeah,
island.
no, they're not because and even looking at videos of there's this one woman I follow. She's from Haiti. I think it's Life with Marie in Haiti. I love watching her channel. Like a lot of the culture that they have in Haiti, geez, Haiti reminds me of certain African cultures. So yeah, like there definitely is a connection between West and Central Africa and Haiti. But again, politically, I don't see the connection, but culturally, there definitely is a connection there. And I also wanted to ask you guys again, like the Caribbean specifically. A lot of you guys are Christian, aren't you?
Yeah, there's pretty much Christian civilization. Most of the same. Even if you look at some of the political parties, they're literally Christian political parties. That's how big it is in the Caribbean.
Eddie, and I'll come back to that comment. Eddie A says Ghana does not invite African Americans the way people make it seem. It's the history of Pan-Africanism that Ghana has had with African Americans that make African Americans visit Ghana. That's a good point. Because a lot of people don't know that there were diaspora from Brazil, specifically that went to a lot of Nigerian nations and Ghanaian nations. A lot of I even have people that I know, like this mixed race, multi generational Brazilian and Ghanaian. That's in Ghana, but he's Ghanaian now. But his grandparents came from Brazil, so there is a huge, or well, not a huge, but there was a movement, and even the Rastafarian movement. There were movements of diaspora prior to the year of return, but it just wasn't as publicized as it is right now, or marketed as it is right now. So that's a really good point. Now, African Caribbean is saying it's true, but I think we should filter out European colonial influence. It holds us back in more ways than one. So, African Caribbean, again, time back to the whole English, uh, Christian type of thing. How does that affect the Caribbean? Because I know that has deeply affected Ghana. The Christianity in Ghana is a serious problem. I think it is. And the way that they view the British system is extremely problematic. So how do we go about that? Like how do we go about claiming our own identities again, because I think the Caribbean has a bigger excuse because they were more integrated. They're in a new part of the land, like they're in the Americas now. So for them to not be as culturally, I guess, African is a good excuse, but why is it that African countries are also heading in that direction? Like that should be really addressed. Like, so who should be the leader in this then? If we're talking about um getting back to more of our African roots, should it not be the African nations that are the head of that? Shouldn't they be reaching out to the Caribbean to be the head of that? How do you feel about that?
The head of African spirituality? I don't think it's as well. I think it's big in Haiti.
Yeah.
But most of the type of, besides maybe Haiti, because they practice voodoo, it's not all negative. It's positive and negative. I'd say in the other islands, even on like shows or TV shows or like entertainment, it's always perceived as a bad thing, to be honest. So I don't think they should be the leaders of that at all.
Yeah, with the exception of maybe Benin, Togo. Yeah, voodoo is not really seen as a good thing. Even just African spirituality that's not voodoo, it's seen as very taboo. And that's why when some of these diaspora come in talking about, oh, I want to go back and know my culture, it's like you're gonna have to learn it in secret because Ghana is a Christian nation. So I don't know how you're gonna be a famous African spiritualist back in Ghana. Like I don't see how that's gonna happen. Just saying.
I can tell you the positives and negatives of Christianity, though. I'd say maybe some of the positives in the Caribbean is that at least when I was growing up, I would always be around people that are from the Caribbean, but we didn't have this. There's no, at least maybe on the surface, and when you're like out in public, if you're going to certain events, there's no racial violence like that. At least from what I heard on the panels from people that actually live in there right now, there is political violence, but the racial violence, at least the people that are around, like people that are Guyanese, like that are Hindus, that were in the Caribbean, like people that are from Trinidad, St. Vincent, Jamaica. I've never had like any bad racial incidents with anyone from the Caribbean, to be honest. So I think that's one of the positives. Maybe some of the negatives of Christianity is a lot of the teachings that's even in the Bible is not the kind of Christianity that was brought through slavery. In certain part, I'd say in certain islands, it caused like like for example, if you read the Bible like just as like a secular person, just do this about, you'll see that it said not to put up idols. But literally, you'll see idols of Caesar Borgia, which he was like a Catholic, like a Catholic. He was son of some, like he was son of some. I think, I don't know. I think it's like king or something. I don't know. But his father was like a debaucherous or whatever, and he was part of like he was like some Catholic aristocrat. So that picture that you see of Jesus is what is naturally like posted now like everywhere. So I think one of the reasons why like it said that, at least in a religious text, is like if you see that images all the time, like it's supposed to be like the Quran, like not to put up images everywhere, but if you see that images all the time, like you'll see like other races as superior to yourself. So I'd say that's maybe the negatives, just to be balanced, even as a Christian myself. But yeah, go ahead.
Now I wanted to ask you this because I don't really know too much about Caricom. Do you want to give like a brief overview of what that is and what their actual mission statement is? Because if you go on their website, it's very general. Like, what is the point of Caricom really? Like, what's the end goal of Caricom?
To be honest, I don't have a lot of first-hand information right now. I was gonna talk to like a Caricom officer. Like I was gonna go to the embassy, like in Taiwan, where I am now, to get more information. But I think it's more just to negotiate for stuff regionally, as a group, politically and economically. Like I know there's a
Okay.
lot of like, for example, like, there's a lot of neocolonialism on ECOWAS, right? And not everyone
Yeah.
agrees, but that's everywhere. Everyone has their certain degree of corruption. But literally, I was surprised. I saw this news story of how there was supposed to be this summit of America led by the USA, this political summit where they would go there and discuss political policy. But Caricom, they decided not to go. Right? They didn't want to go to whatever to hear whatever the U.S. was saying. So I think that's more what it's about. In like some countries, they might have more like agriculture. Others, they might be more into like international business. Like if I don't have a lot of agriculture in my lands, like farm, like arable lands, having the Caricom that's making it easier to export and import those kind of goods. I think that's one of the benefits. Or if there's a volcano, because volcanoes like they erupt like constantly, and they cause a lot of natural disasters. So if you need relief, right, if this Caricom system, I think it makes it easier for that particular island that's most affected by like volcanic ash and like houses being burned down, stuff like that. It will make it easier for them to like get some sort of aid in that way. So I think that's one of the positives of it.
Okay. All right. Got it. I see. And from your understanding, not to be shady, but do you think that there are some leaders of CARICOM? Because some of these nations that I see over here, like St. Kitts, don't really hear too much about St. Kitts or Dominica or Belize. Like, would you say that CARICOM has more of a political standing with certain Caribbean nations?
I'd say pretty much CARICOM is Bahamas and Barbados. That's it, to be honest.
Okay.
As far as the
Right. Yeah, no, that
I
makes
won't
sense.
hold back.
The exact same thing as ECOWAS.
Because Bahamas, they have visa access. So if I remember correctly, China, Russia, and the U.S. Right?
Yeah.
And Barbados, they have a lot of career politicians there. So I think they're pretty much the leaders of it.
Interesting. Okay. Well, Stephen, thanks for calling in. Did you have anything to add to the topic?
Hi, African Millennial. How you doing? It's been a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've just been working a lot of time where I don't really have time. Sometimes I just be on the comment section just because I'm just coming late from work or I'm just doing schoolwork. But the conversation with Africans and Caribbeans, I feel that over the years, I feel that African and Caribbean relationships have gotten better. In my case, it has really gotten better because we've seen the constant flow, and with the rise of social media, it has kind of like trajected a lot of mindset within the islands and maybe folks from South America. And also with the rapid urbanization and industrialization, even though it's not really as fast as people want it to be on the African continent, but they can see that the African continent, despite its states, still has a lot of future for itself. So I think that for in the minds of Caribbeans, so far that the African continent is still majority Black, they don't, they still see the African continent as having a bright future.
Right. Now, I wanted to ask you, how because Nigeria has been criticized as not reaching out to the diaspora, but I don't think that's true. I just think that
we've done that in the past. I think we've done that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying Nigeria has reached out to diaspora, but I don't think they use the media as much to reach out. But I don't think people are aware of that.
I think it's more quiet.
Yeah.
I mean, Nigerians are more of like the behind the scenes kind of folks, so we don't like to say that. I mean, the work they do, work is there, I mean, there was one that I think Nigeria and Jamaica and some other nations have some political discussions and so whatnot. Then with Jomo Kenyatta, with Kenya, I believe. I might be wrong. If anybody on the comment section knows about it, please correct me, please, on the comment section. So I think, Nigeria has done its own fair share. But I think a lot of diasporans don't really see Nigeria as this Pan-African nation, unfortunately, which is not. Nigeria is more of a business
Nigeria is
oriented
not Pan-African, but Nigeria is the military like frontier. Like Nigeria has done a lot of help to ECOWAS
yeah.
in the
So
region.
that kind of thing. So Nigeria is not, it doesn't really have that Pan-Africanist mindset because a lot of kingdoms and empires, even though they may not be as how it is today, they still function in their traditional ways till this day. So when you still have political structures of the pre-colonial time still in existence, it's kind of hard to bring this one unity, one black unity kind of thing, you know. And most Nigerians see their country as a business oriented kind of country. So that's how Nigeria rolls. As they say, no, what did they say? How do they say? Yeah. So yeah, that's just what I had to say.
Yeah, another thing I will say about Nigeria is Ghanaians specifically in the 60s did have an issue with Nigeria not wanting to be Pan-African. We really wanted you guys to help us with the Pan-African movement, but you guys did not care. So some
Back in the 60s,
bitter over
back
that.
in the 60s, we had African millennial. Back in the 60s and early 70s, we were going through a civil war. So I don't think Nigerians had that time to be Pan-African when things were going down in the streets. So I don't think you should fault Nigerians for that because we had our own internal issues going down.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. So we're gonna yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, oh yeah, that's what I had to say. Nigeria is that kind of business country. Money talks, bullshit works. That's how Nigerians operate. So yeah. And also, I don't know where you guys are familiar about this, but I was watching Dinah's channel some time ago, and they were talking about this bill that the United States wants to punish quote unquote African nations for being complacent or taking sides with Russia. I don't know if you guys were, yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, I just say that's just sign of weakness. It's just you being a coward. I just say the United States just being a coward. I mean, you can't punish a continent that had absolutely nothing to do with a European war. You are not passing bills to China or India or other nations who have stayed neutral to Russia. But for some reason, you are picking on the Africans because for some reason, I don't know why, but I just see it as a cowardly move. I hope the shit backfires because I hope it will. So yeah.
There is a question for anyone on the panel who wants to take it. It's from Controversial But True. Is if the Caribbean's islands sank tomorrow, would Africa be able to take them in? They'll probably end up in England, Canada, USA, Central South America, to be honest.
Well, that's kind of true. I mean, let's not pretend as if there are some Caribbeans that, not all of them, but wouldn't really want to move to Africa like that. So they'll rather take that chance.
Caribbeans want to move to Africa, like
exactly. They'll respect it. Yeah, they'll respect it and sure and all like that. But to just live there and visit there, even I myself won't even tell them to even do so. Even me personally, I'll just say.
In my opinion, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I would just say, like, even me myself, I won't even say that's not really a good idea. I see if he's visiting, sure, but even them trying to move there, I don't really see that coming either. So I would even be mad if they didn't even want to. I would even be mad if they even want to.
I'll be honest, the state of Caribbean countries, except maybe Jamaica, and I'm only saying Jamaica because of the crime, they seem to have a better quality of life than a lot of African countries anyways. I'm just being honest here. So
no, it's true. It's true.
Like, why would you want to digress? Like, you're already living a pretty good life in the Caribbean. You want to deal with light out? I don't think you want to deal with light out. Okay.
In all honesty, though, I think it should be the other way around, because if all the African population growth, a lot of countries are going to be going through rapid urbanization, and it's going to be overcrowded. I think it should be the other way around. If someone wanted to go because Caribbean is really peaceful, except for the violent crime that happens like for like politics or stuff like that. Because a lot of the countries, they don't have like a real military or police force. So like any country can just do whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, Caribbean is peaceful. Caribbean's nice. Like, you guys take the island thing really seriously.
Seriously. Yeah. Y'all take the islands. I mean, that's and rightfully so. I mean, that's where they made their home at. So of course they'll take the island this thing seriously. So whatever good stereotype that benefits the island benefits everybody. So
True.
yeah.
All right, so we're gonna let Pan-African go ahead. Thanks for calling in.
You guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wanted to speak about Caricom that you were kind of asking what's its role. So Caricom, I think they really started it for Caribbean integration. At least that's what they wanted. It's so like free movement of people. So like say, I live in Jamaica and I want to work in Barbados. I can just do that without having to go through any like visa process or any stuff like that. So it's easy to travel, easy to trade. So if I want to sell something to another country, I don't have to be going through all these rules and tariffs and paying all these other stuff. I can just trade freely. It's mainly that. And then it's like they try to integrate the political process and their courts and stuff like that. So it's like almost like creating one country from all the countries, almost putting them on equal footing. But it's kind of working, but not all parts of it are working. So that's what CARICOM is really for. Something like what the EU is.
Yeah, peace.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, CARICOM. I don't know if people know this, but when the Caribbean got independence, they were supposed to create a federation of states, which would be like one country, but each state, you know, like how America is or how Nigeria is. It was supposed to be like a federal government, but that was the original purpose of CARICOM, but that fell apart because Jamaica and Trinidad couldn't agree, and they had certain forces that didn't want that to happen anyway. You know what I mean? But like, for example, the Indians in Trinidad didn't want, and Guyana didn't want to become such a minority, you know, so they were against that, you know. I mean, same thing with the in Jamaica too. So that was the purpose of CARICOM. But now it's like it functions more like how ECOWAS functions in West Africa, which is it's more like a trade agreement type thing, or a passport agreement too, because you could travel once you have a CARICOM passport, you could travel without visa, you know. So that's how it works today.
I have a question about the federation though. Wasn't the federation wasn't in the federation the Queen supposed to be the head of state? Because
who was supposed to be the head of state?
Complained about CARICOM in the comment section. Go ahead.
What you said?
In the West Indies Federation, wasn't that a British like creation? Weren't they trying to make the Queen the head of state?
Well, all that was part of the disagreement, because, for example, Trinidad became a republic very, very early after independence. Trinidad got rid of the Queen as the head of state, while some other countries kept the Queen as head of state. Because Jamaica is still the Queen is the head of state. Barbados just became a republic recently, you know. So all that was part of the agreement. I mean, a part of the disagreement, you know, whether they were to become republican states to have their own head of state or maintain the Commonwealth Queen as in, you know.
I've heard previously that the West Indies Federation concept kind of came from England because they didn't want to deal with each Caribbean country as one entity. They kind of wanted to deal with them as like a group. So that's why the West Indies Federation was created, to deal with them as a group, with the Queen as the head of state.
So and I would say that as far as the thing about it in the Caribbean, the political aspect of things and the people on the ground is it's like two different it's two different things. You know what I mean? Because in the Caribbean, most people have, you know, how they live. They're not as dependent on government as some other places in the world. So they don't care too much about you. They do care, you know what I mean? They're involved, but it's not it doesn't affect people as much which government changes and that sort of thing. You know what I mean? So what's going on the political level, you know, it's a whole different world from what's going on the ground level, the grassroots level. You know what I mean? Like if the government change or the government make a deal, you know, most of the people on the ground don't get it affected. You know, like it's different.
How strong is the barter system in 2022? Because I remember when I used to visit when I was a kid, like if you're living in the village and one person doesn't have someone else can give it to you, does that still exist nowadays?
It says what the barter system?
Right, like if I have like bananas and my neighbor they have mangoes and I don't want to go to down the town and buy them, is that still like a thing?
Yeah, that still happens. It's not.
Why not just use money though? Why you need a barter system?
No, not like barter like officially. I'm saying like if you want something like and you don't have it and you don't want to go like down the town and buy it, like you can give it. Like if one person that has something, someone else gives it to you, like your neighbors, like they're just trading around amongst your neighbors.
I think that probably depends on the relationship of that specific community. I wouldn't say that happens everywhere, but depending on the community, that may happen. I think if it's a more residential space that people kind of stay in their homes, that wouldn't happen. But if it's like out in the rural areas, that's probably most likely going to happen, at least from what I've seen.
And I would say, like before, the panel mentioned Nigeria, and you know, like people don't usually look at Nigeria as a Pan-African state, you know, for good reason too. But like for example, in Trinidad here, there's a strong Yoruba community or Ifa community, even in different places in the Caribbean too and South America, where people regularly travel to study in Nigeria. You know what I mean? There's that connection there, but it's not something that it's not on the political level. That's more like a cultural, have to do with culture and spirituality. Then you know what I mean? Where people travel. I know people since I'm a youth. I know people traveling to Nigeria from Trinidad. You know what I mean? They like that's one of the people bring cola nuts to Trinidad. You know what I mean? Like Nigerian cola nuts is a among the Orisha community or the Yoruba community. It's something that people want. You know what I mean? I know Nigerians live in Trinidad, married to Trinidadians. You know what I mean? So that's something that happened, but it's not something you hear about. You know, Obasanjo came to Trinidad for you know, visited Trinidad for emancipation celebration. You know, so there's that connection there, but you know, it's not the same way, and that happened so much years before Akufo-Addo came. You know, but people don't seem to know about this. You know.
Yeah, we don't know.
People don't know about it. But if if you look up Trinidad and the Orisha community or Ifa community, it's a fairly big deal. I think throughout the Caribbean, as far as African spirituality being practiced, Trinidad is probably the most open place. You know what I mean? It's not that it's less. It's Christian because Trinidad there's a big what you call Shango Baptist, which is like a Christian, a syncretic type religion with mixes the African spirituality and the Christianity. So it's more open, you know, like it's more open. There's a Yoruba village down here, you know, it people know about it, you know what I mean? Like people could identify Shango, Ogun. You know, it's like a regular thing. I mean, there's people still against it same way, but it's not, you know, you like people having African names. That's like a regular thing in Trinidad. It's nothing strange.
So you think Trinidad is past Haiti in terms of that? Because I think Haiti probably would be ahead, in my
If
opinion.
it's what? If it's what?
You said you think Trinidad is the closest to retaining that kind of culture, but I'm saying I think Haiti is probably ahead.
No, well, yeah, Haiti. Well, I mean Haiti in terms of retaining that, but I mean I'd say Trinidad is more open. Like Trinidad, nobody would bat an eye if they say they practice Orisha. You know what I mean? That's not like people will be like in other places in the Caribbean. People will be like, oh, that's Obia. You know what I mean? It has a certain people react to it in a certain way, but in Trinidad, it's not. It's nothing that is. You know, they have people in government that practice Ifa. You know what I mean? They have people who's like cultural icons. There's singers. There's like people. It's an open thing. It's not like a secret. But the thing is, it's funny because in the Caribbean, people believe in the power of Obia. You know what I mean? Because Obia is like a catch-all phrase for African spirituality in most of the Caribbean, except Haiti, where they say voodoo, but everywhere else they say Obia. And the thing is, it exists still today because people believe in it and people practice it. So even some people who are overtly Christian and, you know, preach one thing behind closed doors or in secret, they still, you know what I mean? They still visit a Obia man, so to speak, you know?
Mm. That's actually good information. I didn't even know that, to be honest with you. And there's also ignorance on the African side because I think some Africans will even tell you that they don't really even know much about Caribbean nations until they left the African continent.
Yeah, we actually didn't.
Because to be honest, when I tell my Jamaican, Caribbeans, Haitians, all Trinidadians here in Canada, they all look at me all surprised. They'll be like, "What do you mean you don't know? Like, how do you mean that? Don't you guys learn about anything about slavery?" And I'm like, "No, I knew about shadow slavery when I first moved to Canada." To be honest, I have no reason to lie about it. I mean, a lot of Africans will tell you there's something similar, the same thing. So it's just like, thank God for the internet that we're able to connect through the internet. And the internet has given us like a place that we can also research and just learn more about things about each other. So that's why I think that Caribbeans and Africans get along way better than ADOS or FBA.
Yeah, what I would say also is that the culture is closer. Like for me, for example, I was born in New York, and my parents from Trinidad and Grenada, and I've been to Trinidad, Grenada, I've been to Barbados, and I've been to Ghana, and when I got there, it's like it's like in being in any Caribbean city or Caribbean town, you know what I mean? It's so similar, except for the language. It's basically how people's expressions, how the market is set up, you know, it is very similar. How the food is prepared, they have a lot of similar stuff. You know, some things is being phased out, you know, like for me, my grandmother used to pound yam, you know, with the mortar and the pestle, you know, but that's something that doesn't really exist anymore. It's culturally, it's not like if you go to a museum or something, you'll see it, you know, but it's not something people do it anymore. But I remember it, my grandmother doing it. But when I went to Ghana, it's like everybody's doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, those ones, they don't really trust the electric so-called pounder, so they'll just stick to the traditional way.
I understand why it's phased out. It's hard work. I did it before.
All right, so we're gonna have it is. We're gonna have Mike go ahead. Thanks for having me.
They really need to automate the process of making fufu because it's real work for real.
But without
No,
the pounding, you won't get the flavor, man. Like that's you have to understand that. Like traditionally, it's better that way. You gotta pound that shit very well. Ain't nobody using no goddamn electronic pounder. Like, jeez, come on, man.
Blender.
You have to pound that thing very well. That tradition is not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, Mike.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, how are you, man? Hey, so yeah, I just want to correct the point you made earlier. Said like the Nigerian in the '60s were all joining Ghana in the Pan-Africanism movement in the '60s. Actually, that was incorrect, man, because in the First Republic after the independence, the president of Nigeria, Dr. Azikwe, was a very strong Pan-Africanist, and he was a close friend to Malcolm X, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Actually, that first government after independence, the Ghanaian and Nigerian government, they were very Pan-Africanist and they were working together on towards future of Pan-Africanism, and they were having plans for even the conversation we're having today is a conversation that we're having as far as including the Caribbean countries and just uniting the whole Black diaspora with the continents. That was their movement back then, and unfortunately, the two governments were overthrown, by the imperialists in 1966, and since that overthrew, every government we've had, somehow the imperialists have always make sure they don't put anything Pan-Africanist in a discussion, and we all know the plan of the CIA and all these people now. They just to make sure the Black wars just don't unite because that's always a big threat to them, So they've always kind of put that political move to make sure the African governments, since that era of the whole Nkrumah era, the '60s, where they were pushing this whole Black unity thing, they always make sure they don't allow them to do those things. I mean, you can't argue that until this current president of Ghana. I mean, the previous presidents you guys have had since Kwame Nkrumah were never this Pan-Africanists. You can also agree on that. We all can agree with that. They were kind of quiet about whole Pan-Africanism until this present Ghanaian government came. And Nigerian, since Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, of course, every government we had until dates, they're having quiet on that too, except the private institution and traditional institutions. Like that brother mentioned, we have there's that strong connection on the lower level. For example, the Yoruba people, the Oni of Ife, our kingdom, Oyo Empire and the Ife kingdom, there's always that strong connection with the diaspora spirituality community. Like those the Brazil, the Trinidad Tobago, the Africa, I mean, like just the Orisha community, society in the diaspora, they've always have that strong tie to Nigeria, where they come and increase their knowledge and their practice, and so that connection is there. It's not talked about and it's not known. And the ultimate point is that '60s, that early days, the First Republic, there was a great plan for the Black war, but that was sabotaged by the imperialists. And those things is what we are not taught. We don't know, and many of us they are confused. Like, okay, why is this Black war so divided and not connecting? Don't reach out to each other, but we don't know some things in the background is going on. So that's just one two piece I want to put in shot.
Okay, thank you. And Alian, are you from Trinidad? And African Caribbeans is saying that our cultures are dying. I believe she means the cultures in some Caribbean countries. As some people mentioned, you guys used to pound food, but that's not really happening anymore. Pi mentioned earlier that in certain Caribbean countries, the family structure is changing. It's becoming more westernized. Is that a concern for Caribbeans, though? I don't think it is.
Let me say something though. The part about like you talk about pounded yams and those things. To me, it's modernization. It's like I don't see anything wrong with that. Let me use an example. I know, like when I used to go by my grandmother when I was very young, cause she lived in like rural Jamaica, would like get the coconuts and then we'd like crush them and squeeze them to get coconut milk. But it's like you can just buy that in a can. Why would we go back to? I understand that it's part of culture, but it's like, do you know how long that takes and how much work you have to do? Like, I don't want to go back to doing that. So I don't see that something bad. Actually, yeah, you understand that this is where we came from, but we don't need to go back to that. I don't see it as culture dying. I just see it as modernization.
See, let me say something about the westernization you mentioned. You see, we have to be very careful. You see, this whole pushing of westernizing black people. See, the goal of these imperialist people is just to get the minds of black people to be so Europeanized. You know, they want us to be very European minded and be very Europeanized people, so that way we can lose our true nature of being black, being Africans. Because a fully African minded African man is like a complete man. He's a very powerful man. You understand? It's a very powerful human being, and the Europeans know that. And throughout, I mean, many of us have. The closer you are to your studying your African roots, the more you understand how it is important that you, being a complete black person, you're very powerful. You understand? See, when like the brother mentioned, the brother talk about the Caribbeans that practice African things, you know, Shango. See, when Europeans come to these black countries, the only people they're really afraid of and fear are those Africans that practice their African spirituality. Europeans are very afraid of those people because they know these people are powerful. They're very metaphysical. Their metaphysical knowledge is very strong, and so that's why they tend to be pushing this westernization in the minds of the Africans to just don't being African and become English and French and all these things, so they can be weak. You know, the more European you are as a man, the more they can control you. The weaker you are, and the more they can control you. You know, and this is something they've been pushing since era of slavery. You know, since era of because if you go to these countries, Brazil, Cuba, Caribbeans, you find out that during the slavery time, it was when the Africans were coming from West Africa, from Yoruba land, all this area, bringing the African spirituality to those places, was when slavery ended, because the white men were afraid of these things, you know. So today they're trying to westernize our mind. These people, they use media programming, TV, and all these things, just to brainwash us to believe that European culture, European ways is just a superior ways, and being African is it's a poor way, it's a backward way to be. How can being yourself be backward, you know? Who would name a society that advance without being themselves? You know, look at the Chinese. Did they start being European before they advance? Or did the Europeans try to, well, we can say we're trying to be like others, but where they didn't abandon who they are to advance, you know?
Well,
But
I have a question for you, Nafasa. Don't you think that it's Africa primarily responsibility to hold on to its Africanness then?
it is our responsibility. Unfortunately, we don't have. Go ahead, finish it.
Oh no, I mean, and be like an example and be like a leader in that.
Well, what I would say is about the modernization and mechanization is something that's inevitable. Now, for example, the fufu, right, what we call pounded yams, is something they used to eat in the Caribbean. But because, as the Jamaican brother mentioned, that so much labor is behind it, that people stop doing it. Now, the issue I see is that people don't eat it anymore. You understand? It's not that if they found a way to mechanize the process, you know, where you can still have it. Now people don't eat it. For example, the coconut. We used to grate coconut on a grater and then put water and then squeeze it out. But now you can just throw the coconut in the blender, or you know, you can buy the canned coconut milk. So because they have a mechanized process behind it, but you can still eat coconut. You can still eat foods with that ingredient. But now something like fufu, it doesn't exist anymore because people don't do the process. You know what I mean? People find the process is too labor intensive. So that's what happened. Like some aspects of the culture, because we didn't modernize and mechanize it, it doesn't exist anymore. We just stopped doing it. We just stopped we do something else. It's like rice. Like my grandfather used to grow rice, the African rice, the red rice, and you know it's labor intensive too. You got to plant a lot of it to get you know, and to compete with imported rice, you don't have the mechanization so the process is very expensive. So most people don't um don't grow rice anymore. You know what I mean? People don't.
I got I got a question for the Jamaican brother. Do the Chinese have a culture?
The Chinese Jamaicans.
No. I'm talking about the Chinese people. I'm asking you guys. Do they have like the Chinese people? Do you guys see them with culture or not?
Yeah. The Chinese have the Asian culture, the Asian tradition, the Asian spirituality, and that's what they practice. In fact, in China, they ban any foreign religion or foreign things. Until recently, where they
Wait,
just came parliament.
can I interject on that
That's
one?
wrong. That's wrong. The
In
Chinese
China,
have,
they ban Islam and Christianity. Until recently, that they just kind of started accepting.
wait.
Okay, you can come practice it, but it's something that was banned for a long time.
The
Yeah, go ahead.
Chinese, Mao Zedong literally banned the ancient Chinese culture, and these people are culture washed more than the white man. The white men have more culture than the Chinese. These people have great history, and Mao Zedong didn't want that. He wanted the communist China. He banned any kind of culture. I don't
Andre,
get.
Can I ask a question to
Are you
Mike?
serious?
Hold on. What part of China are you talking about? Because
No,
you're
I'm
talking
not.
about
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about the Tibetan. I'm not talking about the Turks. You know, the Turks, Chinese Turks. I'm not talking about them.
But
I'm talking about the
it's
Han
true.
Chinese. I'm talking about
It's
that.
true. They did have what they call a cultural revolution, where they tried to wipe out all the ancient culture that seemed to clash with the communist ideals. But then they had another revolution where they actually re-embraced all these ancient culture to form a new nationalist spirit. You know what I mean? So both points is true. Before
Brother.
with Mao tried to wipe out the Shaolin Temple and all that, and then afterwards they actually embraced it, and the new Chinese they form a new nationality, a Chinese nationality after the fall of the Soviets.
Yeah, but like you ban a culture from the biggest ethnic group, and like you say, build not like don't build the Europeans, build the building like a Chinese, like build it with the culture. Like you can't say that because you already went against the culture. You know what I mean? This guy is saying build the buildings with the Chinese style. You know what I mean? You can't do that because you already went against the culture long time ago.
Andre,
Can I ask Mike a
in
question?
mainland, go ahead, Stephen. I've been here a long
Yeah.
time. Go ahead.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. Speaking of modernization and westernization, how do you feel about comparing Africa to Japan? Because I say Japan because I understand that Japan is a country of its own. But if you look at from the 1850s downward, where Captain Matthew Perry threatened Japan to open its borders for global trade, they had to industrialize and even adapt some Western education within their society in order to become the country that they are today. And also, Japan is also the most Western Asian nation and is also the most developed Asian nation on the planet. So, how do you feel about comparing Japan's situation to Africa's situation in terms of modernization?
Okay, so the word modernization and the word westernization are two different things. You agree with me, right? Now, Japan modernized. They embraced modernization. However, they never westernized. If you go to Japan today, it's still the indigenous spirituality that they practice. It's the indigenous culture, the indigenous way that they do.
Absolutely.
Now, when you mention, the one thing we mistake is when we say education, we always say call education Western education. It's no such thing as if you say Western education, maybe Western culture, Western indigenous way of things, if that's what you embrace, and then that you're embracing Western education. But to me, education is education. Education is acquisition of knowledge. If I come around you, come to your house, maybe the way you make food or make food is different from the way I do it, and I find out that the method that you use is more, you make the food more delicious than mine, and I learn from you.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I've thrown away. It doesn't mean I've become you. You understand? So when we say when we are saying Africans should not throw away their roots, you understand,
Yeah.
and be themselves and not throw away who they are just because they see something being looking better from another world. You can learn, get educated. Life is about learning. You understand? But it doesn't mean you
Right.
throw away yourself just because. It doesn't mean you become somebody else simply because you want to learn from them. You understand?
No,
And
absolutely not. I'm just saying that we can have like a marriage between modernization and within the African custom. I think that's
okay.
possible. I'm just saying it that if there's a possibility of that could happen, that's what I'm just trying to
Yeah,
ask.
yeah, and
Yeah.
and and and,
Stephen,
and let, let me
when
let me
you
just make this one last statement. And if you go Europeans, if you go and study their history, you find out that everything that they learned, they actually went to places like Africa. If you look at the earliest European philosophers that the Europeans worship, they call the fathers of philosophy. You
Yeah.
understand? That they brought the idea of the education that Europeans have today. People like Socrates, they will tell you that their teachers were the Africans. You understand? So they actually the concept of education actually began from the continent. Europeans came to learn from us, and they advanced in their ways. And today we're looking at them and to see that, oh wow, because they advanced technologically means we have to become them and dump who we are and just dump our own way, dump everything. Now you have to understand, there's a proverb in Africa. They say a river that forgets its roots is eventually going to dry up, right? So because you want to move in a direction and you want to move in a direction where someone else is going, doesn't mean you have to take that other person's roots. You have to hold on to your roots and walk whatever direction you need to go to. Your roots is very important. But unfortunately, where we Africans ideologically have been messed up for the past 100 years is the fact that we just abandon our roots and we want to move somewhere. And unfortunately, we're not really moving anywhere. We're just tagging along with Europeans. They're taking us where they want to take us. We don't have a
Literally.
direction. You understand?
Yeah.
Because an average African person is just a Frenchman in a black skin or an Englishman in a black skin. And you think you can get somewhere like that? You can't get nowhere like that, you know?
Mike,
That's part of it.
do you mean like turning everywhere into like a coast to coast shopping mall? Because even in the Caribbean, we really don't have these high skyrise type of buildings. You know what I mean? I mean there is some sort of modernization, but they don't really like cut down all the trees and then just build all these big buildings and get rid of natural environment like what's going on in some African countries right now.
I think I know why.
Like, what's
though.
your opinion on that?
I think I know why though, because think about the populations of the Caribbean. Two of those sky rises, the entire country would be in them because it's like the population is so small. It's like there's no real need for that. For me, like for example, it's like you're building an apartment like in Kingston. How much people are you really going to get into that? Because it's like there's not that much people within the countries themselves, to me at least. So it's like you're not going to see that much sky rises. Not like New York, that's like millions of people there. Some of the Caribbean countries, it's like the population is like 60,000, 50,000, 100,000. It's not that much people.
But I've seen some even small countries that have adopted that way of thinking. Like they build a lot of these big buildings. It looks like a westernized country, even though it's really small. You know what I mean?
I don't think it have to do with westernized, and it has to do with like how we live nowadays. It's not we don't do the stuff we used to do. We save space by building tall buildings. I think that's very useful in cities because you're gonna have more people.
But Andre, a lot of these, as you said before, a lot of these Caribbean countries are small though, and they're not as, you know what I mean? They're not that big.
Yeah, but a lot of them
I
have
think
less than a
you
million.
need buildings for any country. It makes a lot of sense to have, like, if you're gonna have an office for a big company, they're probably gonna build a tall building.
But you know why some of the big companies don't come there? It's because the population is so small. It's like, say for example, like I moved my headquarters to somewhere like Monster. It's 5,000 people. How many people will I be servicing like that? It's like I don't need that big of a building. It's 5,000 people. So that's the problem. It's like the populations are small, so they won't be coming with these major skyscrapers here. Even like apartments. Like I see them building a lot of apartments in Kingston. it's like how many people will you really be getting to live in those apartments like that? Like that much people is not going to be moving in. There's not that much people that's going to be having a change in their like salaries that's going to be moving in. So I think even most of those apartments, they'll be empty. They'll just be pretty buildings without people in them. There's not that much people to go around.
And you have to think about geography too, Andre. A lot of these countries, like if you even close to the town, it's very mountainous. Like you're not just it's very mountain. You're not gonna just build a bunch of skyscrapers everywhere on a mountainous region where a lot of the houses are close together. You know what I mean?
Well, what do you guys consider tall? Like, I don't know what are you guys talking about. Like, do you guys consider like 100 meters? Like, not 100. Wait,
What?
I want to know, what do you guys consider tall building? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how I know, like the islands, they're very connected to nature. I know that they're like they live with nature. I get that, but
Yeah,
it's
well, one of the reasons why cities invest in these tall buildings that house a lot of people is to keep the workforce close to where the businesses are, close to where the companies are. But like in the Caribbean, it's so small that you can travel the entire island in less than a day. You can be living in a rural area and travel to town back and forth every day. And you know what I mean? It's not a problem. Like you don't have to live right. You know what I mean? It's not like the place is that big where you have to live in the city. You know what I mean? In other places where it's just big, where you have to travel miles to work, it will make more sense to move into the city closer to where you work. So that's why cities have these tall apartments, but that doesn't make sense in a place where you can try you just 30 minutes an hour for the most away from your job. You know what I mean?
you're right. You're right. But I see a lot. You know, in Seal Shark, like it's a little island in Africa. They have like
Yes.
buildings. Some are like store, and like they have that, but not many. They of course they have like 10 of them, but you have
Andre, how
to.
many people of African descent are in seashells though? Aren't they more westernized?
No. They're mixed people. The land doesn't have native people. The land is like
Okay.
conquered by the white man, and he bring a lot of people from the India, from all these places. They make a lot of money of tourists. Like they make a lot of money actually.
Right. But I think I I think
Guys,
more.
I think you guys mean like westernized, like when people have like you guys once people have like better quality of life, you guys can be like that's westernized for sure.
Andre,
That
what do you
doesn't.
mean by quality of life?
I
If
don't
you check out
understand.
most of the Western countries, I mean not the Western countries, the Caribbean countries, they have a high human development index. So what do you mean
Yeah,
by
it's
way of
true.
life?
It's true. Because like Barbados has the lowest suicide rate in the world.
Yeah. I'm just saying a country can be successful. Don't like it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be a copycat of any country.
Right.
The way they do stuff.
I think that the brother mentioned it before. Like modernization and westernization is not the it's not the same thing. Like you can modernize and keep your culture and maintain your culture, and you can be scientific, you can industrialize, but still keep your culture. You don't have to
Yeah.
erase your culture. But the thing is though, most of the technology in the world is is monopolized by certain countries. So when you try to modernize, you are under the influence of some of these countries. For example, if you're doing a project, a building project, it's probably you have to employ the Chinese because they're the main ones that can build at affordable cost for a developing country. So in some degree, you have to import their culture. But I think me personally, I think the
You mean
Chinese
their
leave.
knowledge,
Yeah, their knowledge, but I'm
but
saying
not their
I'm
culture.
saying that the Chinese leave less of a impact in my view than the Western nations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. See, okay. See, you notice like in Africa when we talk like anything positive, we like to say, oh, it's westernized. You know, it's a westernized thing. We like to attribute anything like progress to westernization. So now I'm glad you brought up the Chinese kind of advancement and things like that. So do we call that westernized too, westernization too? Or I mean, do we have a different term? Or maybe because Chinese is just new and the same. That's why we haven't come up with a term for that.
No.
But
They communized. They follow communists. They don't have like they can't say like the government controls everything.
no, what I mean is quality. Whenever people quality of life is improving, we like to say, "Oh, okay, over there they are more westernized, or they are more." You know, we started to say, "Oh, it's westernization." You know, let's say quality of life is improving in one area in a country in Africa, in Nigeria, or maybe in the Caribbean. See, they're more westernized. That's why they're progressing. You know, so there they need to adopt everything West. So the credit goes to the West rather than just saying, okay, maybe it's because the people decide to step up and build something around themselves and fix the environment. That's why the quality of life improved, not because they were being westernized. You know, it's almost like when you do anything good, they say, oh, you copying, you're doing the white man's way, or you're being a
Well,
white man. That's why your life is improving. Why do
I
we have to
don't get
say progressing is
don't
great?
get why you guys say like westernized is a bad way. You already like have
It's
countries from
modernized is the
our
word that
uh
we should be using, not western.
yeah
Westernized means
like
you're being West, you're being Western people, you're being the Western man. The West is we don't know
we
where the
have
West are,
their
right?
system like democracy. We import a lot of stuff like I don't know. You guys, I think you guys are confusing development with the westernized.
Yeah, that's what people. That's what I'm saying. That's what people do. That's the mentality we tend to have. Like it's like when we like let's say acquiring knowledge or we are doing something progressive. We see it as it's something that we're being like a Western man. We're being Western rather than just simply saying you're being modern or you progressing yourself or you improving yourself. You shouldn't have to attribute someone's improvement to Western.
Yeah, I agree. There is a difference between modernization and westernization, and we have to be really careful about that.
Yeah, since like that, that's why we tend to worship the Europeans too much because we just believe anything progress has to do with them. Like the one that taught the world what progress is. So you know, like you can be an African and progress. You have to dump who you are and become a white man to become a progressive person. And we need to dump that mentality, you know. And that's why our people tend to that's what we grew up learning. That's why our people in maybe rural Africa, they believe where they are there, they can't improve unless they go and acquire white man's education first. But whereas you don't have to go to a white man's not anything to start to think within yourself and start to do research and just advance within yourself. Nobody can tell me that someone have to learn English to start to do scientific research, or someone have to learn French. You just have to tap into your brain and your look for the genius among you and begin to do something within yourself and just advance. I mean, that's unfortunately in Africa, that mentality is killing us. Like we just believe we can't do anything unless we go and get something from the Western man, you know. It's unfortunate.
Actually, some parents have that mindset. Like, if my boy doesn't learn his native language, if he learns English, he might be smarter. We have this mindset. We need to lose that because that makes no sense.
In Africa, they
Absolutely,
measure
I
in
actually agree.
Nigeria, for example, in many parts of Nigeria, they measure who's more intelligent, but who speak better English, and it's not true.
Absolutely.
It's not
It's just
true.
how the mentality is just basically if you grew up like let's say I'm from Lagos, right? But I'm an Igbo dude. Growing up, that's how if you grew up around the island area, many of the kids over there, the more you speak or the way you've traveled, because a lot of people measure your success through your wealth. And let's say you attend the best schools, you speak the best English, you're able to assimilate into certain areas. And people actually look down. I remember growing up that if you spoke pidgin, people will see you as less than.
As less
It wasn't
intelligent.
put Yeah, you are the most intelligent people and our homies from the streets. But you know,
Exactly. You know, and if you take the time to do the conduct analysis and measure the actually interact with the people, you will find out that some people they're actually more knowledgeable in life and more experienced and more intelligent.
exactly,
Are people that don't even speak English at all. Like most of those kids
exactly.
that speak English, they don't know too much. Or they just in
You
a
have
jebo.
street. You have all these mushy or ajegule kids that will run circle there, and kids that who grew up in Lagos Island and all these. They will
Yeah,
run
those rich
circles
kids, they
about.
don't know anything. You know, and we just see them as they get the job first because they can speak the better English first, and they don't know how to do it. They don't know, they don't have life experience. Only because they speak very good English, we just put them first.
And
You
also,
know?
don't forget, and Mike, don't forget that a lot of Nigerian parents that who are like elite, upper middle class, or even middle class, shield their children because, okay, for various reasons, you know, you are trying to give your child a better life and all that kind of stuff. But at the very same time, teach your kids not to look down on other kids just because that they're able to have a car, they have a driver, or they have somebody cooking the meals 24/7. That shit ain't cool. You
See,
know?
what happened is, let me tell you what happened. You see, when the British, when the Europeans, the colonial were there, you know, they were the elites, right? And the moment they left, some people had to fill that space, right? And when they fill that space, what they decided to start doing is to start behaving like the colonialists that left that space and just imitate them, kind of like emulate whatever the way they were behaving and the way they were doing things, where they have to distance themselves from the locals, they look down on the locals and look down on the general population. So you have these elites of Africans. That's what I mentioned earlier. These are a bunch of Englishmen in the black skin. You understand?
Absolutely.
So the Englishmen left. You see our African leaders, right? When they say governor is coming, they'll start beating people, pushing people out of the way. That a president or a governor is coming, so the everyone have to clear the way. No one can be around there. You know, those kind of things. Where did they get that mentality from? It was when the Europeans were there, when the colonialists are coming, the local, the blacks have to get out of the way, kind of like in South Africa apartheid, right? The blacks cannot be around the whites, you know. So when our leaders occupy the space of the colonialists, they adopt that same mentality. The ordinary person cannot be around them. You have to. They don't relate to the people. They don't come close to the people, and that's why they can't solve the people's problem because they don't have connection with the people. They don't get around the people. They have that mentality of the colonial master that hey, the locals, the blacks have to be away from me. They can't be close to the governor's building or the governor is coming around. They have to push people away from there. You know, so those things is what we need to critically like analyze and understand that those are fundamental problems of Africa. That's why we're not advancing. We are not being ourselves at all.
Mike, I agree and I disagree with what you're saying. So from this basis at least. So I used to think the same way that you're thinking that because Jamaicans cannot do the same thing, even though most people don't know. They say Patois as like the lesser language and English as like at least some people, not everybody. I can't say it's everybody that does that. But for me at least, I believe that it's good learning English because one, you can speak to other people that speaks English. So interacting with Americans, Nigerians, Ghanaians, we wouldn't be able to do that if we didn't speak English.
No,
So
the argument is
I
not
got a
that
question.
learning English is bad.
I got a question. Do you think a parent should say, no, my kid should not learn my native language because he's not going to sound smart. He must learn English. Do you agree with that?
No, I think it's foolish if you're saying they should not learn the native language. But I think it's okay if you say you want them to learn English to be able to speak to other people in English, but to say that you don't want them to learn the native language because it's not going to sound smart to me is foolish.
Do you know that in Africa, in Nigeria, I don't know if they still do it. When I was growing up, if you go to school and you speak your native language or you speak any language other than English, you get punished because they don't want you to speak any other language. They say it's a vernacular.
Wait, in West Africa? I didn't know that was in West
Yeah.
Africa.
In schools, you are forbidden for speaking your native language. You have to speak only English. Like they were, and literally there's some parents in Africa, they
For
literally beat their
the
children for speaking local language. That you have to speak English. You know?
yeah, I noticed that about Nigerians because I would ask Nigerians how many languages you speak, and they usually speak English and their tribal language. But Ghanaians, on the other hand, they speak English and they speak they speak their tribal language and they speak like a few other languages. I always find that interesting that Ghanaians on like at least the ones I interact with speak like 2, 3 native languages. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And then
almost every
English,
African
and
speak at
then
least 2-3 languages. Everyone, at least everyone.
Yeah.
You know, but
So, but
that you
I always find it interesting that Ghanaians, they speak like almost, because they speak Twi most. They speak their native their tribal language, and then they speak like what's they a lot of them speak Ga also, like, you know, from, you know, I always find that interesting. They speak a lot of languages.
Yeah, it's the same for all African actually. But what the point? Well, if you go up, the people we're specifically talking about are the elites. Those that the elite group of people that want to be
Well, you
Western.
know, in the Caribbean, a similar thing happened. Like, for example, in like my grandparents are from Grenada, and they spoke um they spoke what they call it patois, which is a creole, which is similar to what the Haitians speak,
Yeah,
right? And
similar
that's
to
a
pidgin English as well that we speak in West Africa and
yeah.
Nigeria.
Well, no, but this is a French creole, so
Oh, the one in 80. Oh, yeah, the one in
right.
80.
So
Yeah.
so it's similar to what Haitians speak, but today I don't even think there's probably a few people still speak it in in Grenada, you know what I mean? And almost no one speaks it in Trinidad anymore, you know? But it was
Really,
something, it was
I
something
think that
that they was like, you know, they don't want you to speak it. From my parents' generation, my grandparents spoke it, but my parents' generation was like, you know, you're going to learn English now. You have to speak it a certain way. They used to make fun of you if you pronounce words in a certain way, you know?
But why though? I can still speak patois. It's not in English. It's not. It's not. It's not a. It's not a. It
Yeah,
doesn't make
but
me
that
any
was the
more intelligent.
mentality. That was unfortunately that was, you know, they thought that for you to speak, because you know when you speak two languages, sometimes you pronounce some words with the accent of the your foundation language.
the
You
foundation
know,
language.
unless you train otherwise, unless you know you practice. But their mentality was like, if you speak patois also, you wouldn't be able to speak good English. So it's better
And
you
that's not
don't.
true, you know.
Yeah, so it's better you don't speak it at all. You know, that was the mentality.
There's a lot of classism within language itself. So it's like the English is like the language of the upper class, and then patois is the language of the lower class. So
Right,
there's a
right,
lot of classism in language.
right.
And to me, the ultimate point is not really that learning a language is bad or learning English is bad. In fact, learning English is very important because it's almost like the most spoken language in the world. For you to communicate in most places you go, you have to know English. It's good. But to the point I'm making is to be measuring intelligence based on how well someone speaks English. To say that this person is more intelligent than the other person because he speaks English better. That's just wrong.
So
that's where my issue is.
I agree with what you're saying, but all right, at least this is how I look at it too. For you to be able to speak English better means that you would have, at least in Jamaica, means that you would have been in school a longer time. So somebody that went through high school, went to university, is most likely going to be able in Jamaica to speak English than somebody that didn't go to high school or stopped halfway in high school and didn't go to university. So there's some truth to it in a sense, for me at least. Even though you may have people that probably, you know, will be able to speak English properly, but most of the people, if you're supposed to statistically put it out there, most of the people that speak English better, they went through high school and they went to university. So there is some truth to it.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, of course. I mean, in that's what yeah, you can always assume that okay, this person, I mean, that speaks English must have gone through the education system and things like that, you know. But not everyone that speaks good English actually went through education. You understand? It could be something you start speaking as a child, right? And you never, like for example, if you come to America, there are people like in America dropped out of school and things like that. Well, English is their first language. They speak English, but it doesn't mean they have the education. You understand? So
Actually, it's not popular to see African in the West with his native language, like speaking perfect, but they speak the other language way much better. Like I don't know why, like why the parents
they
have to
don't
be
even. Do you know that we
no,
are the only people in the West that don't that our children don't speak their native language? You almost like you
yeah.
go around Indians, go around Asian,
The
any
Arabs,
Chinese,
the
all of
Arabs,
them,
the France,
their
and
children,
the Chinese, they
Chinese,
always like,
Hispanics,
yeah.
all of them, they know their language, they speak it, they can say it. But it's only the African children that would tell you they can't speak. That once they don't grow up in Africa, they will tell you I understand it, but I can't speak it. They're not even
Even the ones
interested
that
in
who
it.
grew up in Africa, some of them don't even speak their own languages
It
either,
was
and
yeah.
it's because their parents don't want them because of like you said, that's assimilation between Western society of looking down on your own traditional culture. And I think somebody also made a good point. Why is it that when Africans go to the West, right, and they have their children within one generation, that culture is already wiped out? He is already no different from any white or black American within American society or any Western society with
African is
them.
not
But when
proud
it
of
goes to I'm sorry?
Yeah, but like the
Africans are not
Africans,
proud of their
the
culture.
sub-Saharan Africans I see in the West, they can't put three words together in their native language. Why is
It's
that?
because their parents don't really teach them, even though even the languages are being most spoken. It's just part of the conditioning of looking down on the culture and seeing English as the the language that they should, if they could speak English, they have a better chance of accessing this in life. Look at the educational standards in most African homes. Like in most African homes, they tell their children they have to be either a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, or whatnot. It's not because that they want their children to start saving lives and all that kind of stuff. Basically, these occupations were just made for them to have safe spaces to enter white spaces because they think so. That's why, because with these professionals, they can have a higher chance of having access to white folks.
You know, one of the reasons why I like this whole ADOS movement is that discriminating, letting you know that hey, whether you're born here or that, you're not one of us. It give this first generation, second generation African children a wake up call. Like, listen,
yeah, it's necessary. It's necessary.
I think it's good and it's bad. There's benefits, but there's also negatives to it.
There's always
Okay,
positive out of every
explain.
situation.
No. Let him explain. I want to hear what he has to say. Explain the positive and the negative.
So the positive in terms of embracing the culture, because I feel like, in a way, if they don't embrace the culture, they probably wouldn't be motivated to kind of, do better and like see themselves as somebody. So I think there's positives into the part of like giving them pride in themselves. I see that as the positive. But the negative aspect is like all the diaspora wars that's going on. That to me is like we're fighting against each other in a sense. So there's positives to them as African Americans, yes. But in terms of for the diaspora overall, I think it's negative.
So yeah, that's just part of this thing, because I wish, even me myself, I was even surprised, like with the Nigerians that who were born and raised in Canada. I met one that who could understand Yoruba, but from the rest, not even a lick of anything. And I'm not saying it's their fault, because I'll be looking at the parents like, why didn't they just at least manage to speak Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa within the household? But I guess everybody's parents had different priorities, I guess. And teaching their language maybe not be one of them.
It's not. I've asked many parents, and they said that they want their children to assimilate into the culture.
Mm-hmm.
So the language is not really a big deal for them. And even some African parents are like, well, if these kids are not going back to Africa, why do they need to know their language?
And unfortunately, it's like they're already designing the future of their children. How do you know that your children in the future will not want to go there? So
they may never even want to.
The parents the parents can ruin children's destiny, because the moment you start, you see, there is a deal, man. You and I, those of us that grew up in Africa, cannot argue that in the African language itself, it's a lot of education in it.
Yeah.
Especially in Nigerian language, like in Nigeria, right? We have this thing called the parable. Like I don't know, the Yoruba people say like when they meaning the proverb parable is a vehicle that take the words to quicker understanding and things like that. So learning Nigerian language alone, it's so much education in it, because a lot of parables, they use a lot of philosophy, those things. So I have younger siblings and also cousins that grew up in America. And whenever we're all talking, we're all interacting, I could measure the level of intelligence among those of us that actually grew up there, understand native language. Because whenever we're trying to explain things, it's just that we don't get. It's just one parable away from getting their full understanding of it. And whenever one person, maybe our elder, our parents, we're trying to get understanding of something, and they just throw that parable. And those of us who understand the Yoruba language, we arrive at the understanding quicker. And those ones that don't know the language, you're like, okay, what does that mean? Explain it, break it down. And we have to try to find an English word to explain what they just said, And some words in African language don't even exist in the English language.
Yep,
so
that's true.
I'm like, yeah. So it's so much knowledge, so much information, so much juice in the African language because it's so whole, it's so ancient. There are many of us that grew up in Africa don't understand. That's why we tend to advance when we go to the Western world, even beyond, especially Nigeria, the Yorubas, the Igbos, and all those people, those from the southern Nigeria, because the northern Nigeria, they've lost their own Asian things to the Arabs,
No, they
But
never really had any, because most of them, for what I do know, were predominantly Muslim. Their ancestors were Muslim with a large Christian minority with very little indigenous traditional beliefs. So the Hausa zone, they've been Muslim since for thousands of years. So their zone is a different case.
Exactly. Well, those of us with
South
Asians,
Igbos and
language, Asian
Yoruba,
tradition.
those, yeah.
Yeah, if you see that, we tend to advance more than them. You tend to advance quicker in life, and even
Okay. Yeah,
yeah.
so I have a question for some people on the panel. Just tying it back to present day. What were your experiences with Africans or Caribbeans in the diaspora or in your own country? Like, what were your personal experiences? Because from what I'm hearing, back in the days, it was pretty negative. I don't know about today, but back in the day, like even from personal experience, it was pretty negative. So I think that's one of the reasons why it took me long to want to connect with the Caribbean diaspora, because I just had bad personal experiences with some of them. Not all of them, but it made me think of most of them a certain way, to be quite honest.
Because you guys are soft, that's why. You guys are a bit soft. No, I'm serious. Like, I feel like as Africans, you guys are a bit soft. And that's
We're
why
not
it's like,
soft. It's not. I don't think we're soft. It's just that we're just different. Our parents just raised us to be docile. Some African parents raised us to be docile.
And that, I think, is a problem in a sense. I think that's why that's why most Africans may have a problem with Caribbeans, because like some of the things you say may not be nice, but it's kind of done jokingly. But because I think you guys are, as you say, soft or docile, you guys kind of take.
I think a lot of Western diasporas, like the Caribbeans and the Black Americans, they tend to mistake being calculative to being docile.
Yeah.
Like, like I said, I just give one example about in our language. There's so many parables, proverbs that give you a lot of wisdom about life. So the African guy, the person brought up in the African tradition, African culture, is been taught to be very calculative, to really apply wisdom before his action. So a lot of times, I've been around Black Americans. Many of them, even when I first came to America, like I grew up in Nigeria in very violent environments in Lagos. Like I know violence, you understand? But when I came, a lot of the kids thought I was soft because I always calculate my work, my actions before I carry it out. But a lot of them don't calculate it. The Black American kids, they just act out real quick. Like when it's time for fight, they don't think twice. Like, okay, should I fight now? Should I just think about the situation, calculate it? But they'll just act real quick, like don't fight and just go to prison right away and just get in trouble and things like that. And now they think because me, I don't just do it the way they do it. They think I was actually a soft guy. And a lot of them, I look at them as you haven't seen violence, man. A lot of you guys grew up in your mama's house. You just want to be tough. Well, I've seen life. I went through torture during Sani Abacha's regime when the DSS arrested me at the age of 14, me and a guy. And they took us to, that I was in Abuja, and they tortured me. So I've seen a lot of shit growing up in Africa. I'm talking about violence. But because I have wisdom, because I understand violence doesn't mean I have to be violent. There's time for violence. You understand? But we Africans are very calculative in our ways of behaving.
I
I
agree with what you're saying. But I feel like if you're supposed to use the three, Black Americans, Caribbeans, and Africans, I feel like if there's another race that's supposed to do us wrong, you guys would be the ones not to fight back. You would be the ones to like just let it go. I feel like Black Americans and Caribbeans would kind of get at it and like stand up. I feel like you guys would just like, all right, we'll deal with it, which I don't like.
I agree.
No. Here's the deal. Like I said, here's the deal. See, I see a lot of Black Americans will say, we're fighting. And a lot of, when I analyze the way they're fighting sometimes, it's like they're fighting backward, You understand? There, a lot of fight they clearly are fighting. It's actually not fighting. It's just it's something else.
There's
You
something
understand?
else.
It's something else. It's not fighting. We are taking an action that's actually not helping you. It's even hurting you. That's not fighting. You understand? Sometimes, if you read the Heart of War, they say sometimes you can win a war without shooting a bullet, without firing a bullet. You know, sometimes. So and they'll say, "Oh, what?" Some people, their definition of fights is just they don't get it. They just think fighting is just the kinetic aggression or just action. But sometimes warfare is just sometimes psychological. Sometimes it's just yeah,
Right. But
it's
you
not always
still
kinetic.
you
You know.
didn't really answer the question. I mean, you did tie it to Black Americans, but I was actually specifically talking about Caribbeans. Was
Oh,
that
Oh,
the exact same experience?
oh,
oh,
me,
experience.
I never really had any bad experience with Caribbeans, to be
Yeah, me
honest.
too.
I never really had any.
The way I can do. Let me give you my own experience. My own experience. Like I came to America like as a teenager. You know, I came like in the '90s, and I will speak about my own American experience. When I came, actually everybody used to see Africans as just these backward people, backward place. To be honest, everybody saw it. They thought it was just nobody really wanted to see it. No one saw Africa as cool or Africans as cool, but the Caribbeans never like hated you for it. They never like when I get around Caribbean people, they were just okay. They don't have problem with you being around them. Though they can look down on you, that oh okay, he's from Africa, but whatever. But they were okay as long as you're respectful. You get around there, they don't push you away or just attack you because you're an African. I never had that experience. I never had that experience. But the Black Americans, oh man, some of them, the educated one among them, were very just kind of like the Caribbean, smart, very gentle, and they even the smart one may not want to associate with you, but they don't come disrespect you. But the ignorant ones, they'll put you through hell, man.
I'm
Like
So
telling
I
you,
guess
bro.
that only
they'll-
happens in America because
I
But
don't
yeah,
think
made
I
in
had the
America, yeah.
opposite experience.
I don't
man, the Black Americans put me through hell, man. Like, oh my God, it's those late '90s, 2000. Oh man, but now there is different. I think the millennial generation is different. It's more exposed, but the generation that are now in the 40s and 50s, when they were younger, like in those '90s, late '90s, 2000. Wow, those guys, they just ate it like. And that's the reason why a lot today the millennials, unfortunately, they're like being they inheriting the situation that was created by the previous generation, because that
Yeah.
previous generation they treated the African immigrants so bad that the African immigrant developed this mindset of separating themselves from them because they were just because I remember at one point I just wasn't trying to associate with Black American because of the disrespect was too much. Like if you get in their midst, when they hear your accent or they hear an African, they will just automatically start insulting you or disrespecting you. So we created a culture of okay, let's just get away from these people so we don't have to deal with their insult and things. But then it's becoming habit for Africans to automatically just kind of shy away or separate themselves from the Black Americans. So now these young ones growing up, these millennial Black Americans, they don't understand that. They wonder why is the Africans always staying away from us? But they don't understand that there's a roots to it. Like there's a
Right.
roots to that mentality.
Right.
So
So I
so
wanted
you
to
see
ask I wanted to ask the Caribbeans, like, what are your experiences with Africans? Like, how has it been?
from I've met them, I've loved them. I've never had any problems with them. As I said, I have a problem with them being a bit docile, but apart from that, I've never had any problem. Even though some of them have this kind of behavior, like they're more
Separationalist?
are they more proper or something like that. Some of them do behave like that, like they're more proper, and it's like, oh, you guys not going anywhere. But that's how they treat some of us sometimes. But apart from that, it's okay. We all go to the same clubs, we're doing the same shit.
I think you're talking about West Africans with right?
Yeah,
Have you?
mostly.
Yeah, I expect that. Yeah.
Yeah, Andre, what's your have you had interaction with Caribbeans?
No, but the one like I'm talking about the diaspora. I met Africans. They always ask one question: "What is your tribe? What is your tribe?" I hate that question.
Okay, and there is a question from Eric G. Thanks for the $5 super chat.
Wait, hold on. There's somebody in the comment
Wait,
section said
Wait,
the
what?
root is you
Oh,
sold us.
huh?
Who sold you? You're a young man. How can somebody sell you? Who sold you?
Can you repeat that?
No, I said somebody on the comments, someone on the comments said the root is you sold us. My question is, how did they sell you? You're a grown ass. How can another grown man sell you?
No.
Gee.
He's talking about that's a slavery. You know, he's saying you sold
That's an
me.
excuse, please.
So-
Jeez, the only group of people that are there. That's just an excuse. Trying to you sold us.
Yeah, so
You're the
so
first
for
people
me,
in history to say slavery. No.
for me, my experience, because I come
Damn, bro, everybody got
from a family
Wi-Fi.
that's political.
Hey,
You
hey,
cut
cause hey,
in.
we didn't hear. It cut off.
We can't hear what you're saying.
I never met a
Are you hearing me
Caribbean,
now?
bro. Never. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
What do you mean? What were you saying before then? You said people always ask you your tribe, but we're talking about in the context of West Africa and the Caribbean.
No. If I ever met the ones I met, like Africans, like majority, they always like, "What is your tribe?" Like instead of saying "Hey" or like trying to get to know me.
Yeah, but that wasn't the question though. That's my point.
The question was, "What is your experience?"
I find it hard to believe that the whole African walk up to people and ask you, what is your tribe? I don't think
Exactly. I don't believe that.
that one is hard for me to believe. Right?
No.
I don't believe it.
The only
I
time
don't
an
think
African
so.
will ask another person, what's your tribe? If they're from the same country. Like let's say Nigerian meet another Nigerian. That's when he wants to know what part of Nigeria he's from. But I'm not going to meet a Ghanaian or another African, someone from Somalia, and say, hey, what is your tribe? I don't care about
Exactly.
tribe.
I don't care. I don't care about what
tribe.
tribe. Just know your country and that's it.
Yeah, I just
Because
know the
your point
country
of
they come
origin
from.
is okay for me. I don't care about what tribe you come from. I just need your nationality is all is what I need. That's it.
I like the way you guys answer this. It should be that way. You know what I mean? I like it.
But that's the way it is, though, man. I mean, no African cares about what tribe another African come from, unless they come from the same country. So that way,
exactly.
Yes, and the reason they
Like
want to, the main reason they will ask.
Mike is Yoruba, I'm Igbo, so we are both Nigerians. So it's.
What is Igbo? I don't know that. I don't know that.
It's an ethnic group, a tribe. Yoruba is an ethnic group, is also a tribe. Hausa is also
ethnic
an
group
ethnic
where we have different languages. So the
I
reason
know Igbo. I know Igbo. Yeah, I know Igbo for sure. I have a friend some is Igbo.
Okay, that's cool. But that's just the thing. Africans in general don't really care from what tribe you come from. If I say, oh, African millennial is Ghanaian, okay, cool. I'm not going to ask her, oh, what tribe? Is it Twi? Is it Ashanti? Is it Fula? I don't care about that.
Actually, that question always comes from the older generation. The new generation don't even give a fuck about anything to do with the tribe.
I mean, that's just
the new generations moving forward, unlike the older generation who sold us out for IMF loans. But in any case, Eric B. Question: AM in Ghana school, why did they cut the girls' hair so short, making them look like boys? And that has to do with colonialism, to be honest.
Yeah. They did the same thing to Native Americans too.
Yeah, they don't want girls to basically maintain their hair. They say that the excuse is, oh, if you let the girl's hair grow, she's gonna do it, like it's gonna take time away from her doing her studies. But the real reason is because that is a passed down colonial rule that women should, schoolgirls should shave their hair. And I will play a video, I guess, later on in the stream when everyone's gone, about a Rastafarian who's in Ghana. And you know how Rastafarians normally grow their dreads, like they actually have their hair, like they grow it really long. He wanted to go to a certain prestigious school in Ghana, Machimwata. And there was a case. He had to go to court to basically allow him to go to the school. Like it was a whole international thing because the headmaster or the principal of the school was like, no, the rules is you can't have your hair this long, blah blah blah. It's a whole mess. It's a huge mess, to be honest. But yeah,
Sorry, but I actually thought the reason they were doing it was for uniformity. They want the kids to be focused and not be into
Yeah, that's
fashion
what I
and
thought.
yeah, that's what I thought they were doing it because they don't want
Still,
one kid to be coming on doing flashy while the other kids are
uh,
looking, like
yeah.
okay, you look better than me, and so they want the kids to be focused. They want them to be in same uniform. Yeah, I've come to the same look and being the same, so that way they can focus on their studies and not be
Clothes,
into.
yeah, that
I
kind
thought
of
that's the
stuff.
reason why they were
And
doing it. To be honest.
a lot of aspirants were now saying that it's the boy's right, that the boy can dress however he wants. I've said, that's not really going to fly. As in African school, you can't bring your afro, you can't bring dreadlocks in because school is not to be like a fashion
A
competition. You're
fashion
here to learn.
community,
You're here
exactly.
to,
Yeah.
you're here
That's
to learn.
dumb.
You're here to be competitive. Who is the
That's
best and all that kind of stuff. So
I
yeah.
think that's low IQ. I think everybody should do whatever they want. It's a
I
free.
agree.
Yeah, you should just dress the way you want.
No, I don't agree with you, man. With
no,
children,
you
trust me,
shouldn't be able to dress the way that
you
you
shouldn't
want.
be able to do that. You distract the other kids. And I
No,
saw it
I'm
when I came
sorry.
to
I'm
America.
sorry. I disagree with you on that one. Sorry. You can't just dress however you like. And you're talking about that it's a free word and anybody can dress however they want to go to school. Homie,
Guys,
calm
guys,
down.
guys, guys! You didn't give me a reason. Like when certain people say that sentence, everybody should not dress. They usually say kids get bullied for dressing a certain way, but you guys haven't said that. But uh, I think you should have any type of hair style you want. Like I don't see the problem.
That's
Like that makes.
adults.
But the people some sitting in the court, they probably have that white thing in their head. Like that's some white thing. You
That's
guys
a
know what I'm
different
talking
topic,
about?
man. We're
Yeah,
talking about the
they
kids.
probably have that colonial stuff in their head. Like they judging a guy for having his hair certain way. That's
No, no,
weird.
no adults. The kids. We're talking about kids here, man.
Yeah,
If you
why?
No, if you're saying in a society where they're telling adults how to dress or how to do this, and I will agree with you that that's wrong. You can't tell a grown man or grown woman how to dress. But we're talking about children. You have to understand the minds of kids, man. You want to do whatever it takes to keep them focused and keep them in line. They're children. They don't know better. And the reason why I'll tell you that I agree with the system in Africa is because when I came to America, when I saw the kids in high school here, some of them, especially black kids, all they do is go to school to show off their Jordans and their tennis shoes and just. It's all about who's the coolest kids. It's about being cool rather than focusing on their studies. And
exactly.
So
wait,
the kids
Mike.
just oppress each other with look at what my mama bought me. I got my
Guys,
designer clothes better than your own.
Materialistic things that don't even make sense in
Materialistic.
life.
Exactly. And
yeah.
children don't know
All
better.
these
So
things that
the
don't
children
even
want to
mean all
copy
this
each other.
superficial stuff.
Yeah,
Mike.
and then the other kids feel so jealous. You go and steal and go and
It's
commit. Try and
I
get
agree. I agree.
buy his own.
Countries should have country,
I
wait. Countries should
disagree.
have the. I disagree with them, but the country should have their own rules. But you should have the hair type you want. Like it should not have a role with that. You
I
guys
think
understand?
so. So I think it goes back to parenting. At the end
Okay,
of the
so you
day,
say children, a child should have whatever he wants or
Wasn't
whatever she
finished.
wants.
yeah, I think it goes back to parenting. If you teach a child that, because look at it from my perspective. If everybody comes with their own goals to school, then they're not going to be worried about what somebody else is doing and stuff like that. If you are so easily distracted that you need everybody to have the same ear type for you to be focused, like you're already losing. Like I think if they have good parenting, they don't need to be telling kids to, oh yeah, you need to all shave your hand so that the other kid doesn't get distracted. You're that
That's
easily distracted by somebody else's ear. Come on.
that's literally the British colonial copycat. Like you guys just copied from them. Like
No, I don't think it has to do with the British, man.
it's not unique of you guys saying
It
that.
has absolutely nothing to do with the British colonial. It's just
You
about
don't
common
think so?
sense.
You don't
No,
think so?
It is
I
because
think
it's the
so.
same thing in the Caribbean. It's the same rules, and it's usually like Catholic schools,
The
like
same
church
rules with
run
here.
schools. Yeah, they
The
have
same
the
rules with
same
here.
rules. Yeah.
Nah, no, not in Jamaica.
No, well,
And
I mean, obviously it would change now, but it wasn't like that all the time. It's like in Trinidad, you know what I mean? Because I could remember when it was a problem. Now it's changed, you know. But at one time, you couldn't have your hair at a certain length. You know what I mean? Like for example, when in the 60s, the Black Power movement, to grow an afro, you know what I mean, while attending one of the prestigious schools, that was a problem. That would have been a major problem. You know what I mean? That was because
so
you
so so
identifying with a subversive movement, basically. You know.
so the white kids in those schools, were they free to just have whatever hairstyle they want as
Well,
well?
well,
Or what?
well, well.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up, because yes, they were. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
really?
They were able to flaunt the rules.
Well, then you are making
Actually,
the
wait,
point.
wait.
That's the case.
Only the UK has those weird roles within school. I think so. I'm not sure how they work, but when I see the schools in there, they always have the same clothes. They look always the certain way. You know what I mean? But
Well,
I think that's a copycat.
yeah, no, Chris raises a good point. I don't know about Nigeria, but in Ghana, if you have a white kid that goes to a Ghanaian school, they're allowed to keep their hair. They don't have to shave their hair. They don't have to go by many of the rules that the native Ghanaians do. So then when people go like,
Right?
oh,
Yeah,
it's for
exactly.
concentration. So how come when the white people come there, the concentration has nothing to do with it?
Because the rules wasn't made for them. The rules was made for Africans. You know, and it's true, because I remember in the white kids in the school in Trinidad, they could grow their hair, but the black kids, you had to keep your hair a certain length.
Guys, I
You
got a
know.
question. Do you guys do you guys like people being free and doing the things they want with their body, like the look? Do you guys let people do
Yes,
that?
yes, but not children. But not children. You understand? Adults should be free to. I mean, and also to me, I don't believe in absolute the whole absolute freedom thing. Like anyone can just do whatever and just we have to have rules to some degree to protect the public. To be honest, because in America here, sometimes I see like women, like some neighborhood you go to, some ladies, they're so I don't know if they're so desperate for sex or something. They will just wear something where their butt cheeks is just showing. I mean, to me, I think that's going too overboard because. I mean, come on. I mean, little children should not be seeing a grown woman's butt cheeks and those kind of things. So I think that there have to be some rules to some degree because not all human beings are so responsible. And that's why I disagree with that brother that said we should leave it up to the parents as far as the kids, whatever they have to do. Not all parents are responsible, so schools should not rely on parents to
Yeah,
to
but you
because
can't
all
still.
it takes is one irresponsible parent
Mike,
to.
that's statement always work.
I say all it takes is one irresponsible parents to corrupt, to destroy a child, and the child to come to school and influence the other kids. You understand? So the school have to take measure to be in control, to have the absolute control of the whole situation, right? Not to leave anything to parents. Because not all parents will be responsible. That's just the facts. And that's the mistake
Yeah.
they're making in America. Because when I came to America, I noticed that most of the disciplines and things like that, they leave it up to parents. The schools don't discipline the children, especially the public schools, the low income schools in America. They leave discipline to parents, and most
It
parents.
should be left to parents.
Actually,
The school, if you're gonna come into my institution, I should be able to, it's children. The school has to enforce the discipline. It's the school that should be enforcing discipline, not parents. Both, in fact, but the school has to enforce the discipline.
Yeah, but I'm just saying some of the disciplinary rules are kind of outrageous. Like, oh yeah, you have to cut here because the other person is going to be distracted. That's stupid.
Actually, all you said was actually the way you live. It goes against all you said, bro. Like you live in America. It's a free country. Any, I'm surprised you're speaking like a British man right now. Like you're speaking like a different man because you live in America. It goes against being free.
But Tyrone, we're
What
not
is
talking
free?
about
What is,
America
to me?
though.
What is free?
This is not America conversation though. What are you talking about?
Yeah. This man lives in America, and he says stuff about people not get to choosing wherever they want.
I say children again, not people. See,
But it should be
children,
on the
children.
parents to decide that, not on you, really. Not all right. To
Yo,
me, all right. To me, if the school has a uniform rule, you're supposed to wear a certain uniform. I understand that, but cutting the hair as part of the uniform to me is over the top.
Here's the deal. If your school make a rules about hair, whatever it is, all you have to do is just go to another school or do homeschooling. You have a choice. But the school has to
what?
make decision for the best interest.
Damn, bro. A hair. Like, we're talking about hair. Like, to maintain
So
your hair, you have to have certain style. You gotta understand that. Like, if you have a long hair, you have to maintain it. You're going against looking good.
well, I mean, it's not looking good. What is it? Listen, we're talking about children here. They're coming to school to learn. The fundamental thing they came there to do is to acquire education, to get the best
I got a question.
education. Not to come and look good.
I got a question.
So
Okay.
you can't look good and learn. You can't look good and still get an education.
You can look good, but the bottom line is this: if studies show maybe the school when you build a school, the first thing you want to do is to make sure that what measure can you put in place that we allow the children to get the best education that they can, right? And
I got a question.
if you realize that, hey, having some kids with sunny air will distract the other kids, and we kind of hinder their ability to acquire the best education. And if I realize that, hey, I just got to put a rule in place. Okay, we have to eliminate that kind of hair or that kind of fashion or whatever it is.
All right.
I would do it. And
Look
if you don't agree, just go to another school.
No,
That's
no.
it.
Look
I
at
got a
it
question.
this way. Wait. Before you go ahead, look at it this way. You see those kids that are easily distracted. Their parents need to figure them out and let them know that when they're going to school, they should be focused
But
on
not
education.
not all parents are smart enough, responsible enough to be able to do that. What if the parents don't do it? So we just
Well, those kids get left behind. Then it's like at the end of the day, we have to be doing something to everybody because you're easily distracted. You don't know to get your life together. Come on.
they are children. You can't give children.
Yeah, but you can't speak for them. You don't know what they want. Like, with their
Children?
hair,
You know
you
nature
don't
of
know.
children.
You don't want. Like, wait. You don't know what hair, like, how they want to maintain their hair. You don't know that. Like,
How
why
a
are
child
you
wants to maintain their hair?
like?
You're contradicting
Wait.
yourself.
Wait. If you have a long hair, you have to do certain style to maintain it. You understand that?
So you're saying the child should make the choice?
Their parents.
The parents should make the
be
choice.
deciding figure, and not the school.
So the parents should be the one to make the choice, not the child. So now you're contradicting yourself because you're saying you should be able to make your choice what you want. So if the child doesn't want the hair that the parent wants, so should the parents?
No, what I'm saying, when I'm saying choice, I'm talking about the school versus the parents. I'm not directly talking about the child because the child is under the parents' supervision. I'm saying I don't feel like the school should force everybody to wear the ear like this or like that. At the end of the day, it should be on the parent how they want their child to go to school. No. Because to me, it's like saying that, all right, if I wear my ear like this, it's going to distract the class. I have to do everything. No, I don't support that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so ultimately, an adult has to make decision for the child, right? So either the parents or the school.
The
so
parents.
An adult, wait. I'm saying an adult at the end of the day will still make the decision for the child. So that adult will either be the parents or the school, right?
Yeah.
So that already killed the argument that, hey, okay, the child doesn't have the freedom to do whatever the child wants to do. So an adult will be the one to make that decision. So now, inside of the school campus, the school are responsible for the school. That's their school. You understand? So now, which adults should have the right to make a decision for their child in that facility? Is it the parent or the owner of the facility?
Yeah, but I'm just saying that rule is kind of outrageous. I understand that it's a rule, but it's an outrageous
that's a whole different argument. Well, anyway,
when you're so young, you're so dependent on your parents to help you. You gotta understand that. Like, when a kid wants certain things done, the parents might disagree or agree.
Okay. So now inside of the school campus, who's the child depending on for whatever the child is there to do to achieve? Is it the parents or the school?
The school.
Okay, so now in the school domain, we should be making the decision for the child inside of the school domain. This
No,
school.
Yeah, but
Oh.
that's just an outrageous. It's like a rule
Come
that's
on.
not setting anything. It's
Yeah,
like it's just
that's
way out
it.
of the norm.
It's the school, but Mike, I don't believe that the reason is really that the hair or hairstyles will distract other children, because I can't see that as a real thing happening, that children will be so distracted by another child's hairstyle, you know what I mean? Because by you know children you're not distracted by these things, you know what I mean? It's not like, for even if the if a child come with the most outrageous hairstyle, it might be a thing for a day or for a week at the most, but after that, it's that's back to normal. So I don't see that being a substantial reason for why, the school will make that rule. You know what I mean? To me, it's just a form of control. You know what I mean? It's form of control. And I think, me personally, I think it sends a subtle message um about your hair. You know what I mean? Your hair is not good enough, or is bad in a certain way. And it's not something that's unique to West Africa either. The same rules was in the Caribbean also, but it's changed now. You know what I mean? But I remember I remember when they didn't want you with having certain kind of hairstyles. You know what I mean?
Oh, really?
You see,
Yes,
you see in the
particularly cornrows, twists, and that's like African type hairstyles. They don't. You know what I mean? Because it is a certain form of rebellion too. These things is associated with subversive movements and stuff. So they didn't want that. You know.
you see in Jamaica, at least the school that I went to, the main problem they have is the dress size in terms of how short the girls' uniform is. Because if it's too short, you maybe can see their stuff. Apart from that, which I do understand. I do understand if they do have a problem with that. But here, I don't see how that is like such a big deal.
Okay, let me give
Right.
you one. Let me give you one example. See, do you know that in the I'll give it in the military, right? They believe that soldiers, they have to, when they're training, right, they go to serious training, they'll make sure that, they do things in a uniform, like they eat at the same time, they get the same hairstyle, they all put everything together where everything is done in uniform. So that way the training can be more effective, and the teamwork and the team performance can be more effective. And also football teams, they do it too, like teams where the teams make sure the players, they wear the same. They say things are more effective. I think where the players all do things in uniform. They all come and eat at the same time. They take a walk together. They wear the same outfit. At the same time, and all those things, right? So the study shows that if people are more effective in the environment when they all do things in uniform. So now that's what these schools are adopting. Like, okay, if we have these children, hey, they all wear the same uniform, they're dreading the same. No one is doing his wearing his own socks in a different manner, or wearing his clothes in a different manner. They all wear the same uniform. They come in same style. They can all focus on the studies and actually work together as students, because students have to really study together and do things together. But we have situations where some kids are coming doing cool stuff and doing this. We have the other kids who maybe shy away from those kids. It'll be difficult for them to say they want to study together or learn together. And it's just the distraction thing that the schools are trying to take away. They want these kids to come in and be able to focus on the studies without anything distracting them. That's what this is all about. It's not about denying them of their
So,
happiness
so
and looking
but
good
the
and
thing
things.
the thing with that argument is that there never was a time where um they allowed it. There never was a time that they allowed it, and then they say, you know what, this is too distracting, so let's stop it. From the very inception of these institutions, they did not allow it. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
and,
but
and you are
study
correct. Wait,
shows.
wait, wait, wait.
Yeah.
You're correct in terms of saying it has to do with uniformity and everything, and to make things run smooth. And that is true, but that is not always to the benefit, you know what I mean? Because like as the military, you gave an example, the military is not a place for critical thinking or challenging authority. It's designed for you to follow orders, to take instructions. You know what I
Don't you
mean?
think
And that
school is the same
and that's how
place?
these huh?
Is school not the same place? You do go
Yeah,
challenge the
yes,
authority of
that's
the
what I'm saying.
school, the teacher.
These schools
You
are
follow the
designed
teacher's
in
instructions, right?
yes, these
No,
schools are
wait,
designed like that, but at the same time, there
wait,
should be
guys.
space
You
for
go
people
to
to
school,
challenge these things.
but you go to school to get educated. You choose to get the knowledge or sit around. It's not. You can't compare that one to military. It's like it's a job. Like you gotta follow rules to be part of it.
You are there in the military to achieve a mission. You are in school also to achieve a mission. You understand? So it's the same thing. It's just different occupation, but it's the same concept. It's the same principle.
Yeah,
It's
but you
supposed to
can't
be.
wait. You can't defend why children should not have a hair. You're just saying you're a colonial ruler. It's like you're just defending him. It just makes no sense.
It's not colonial things. People keep saying something. Uniform is a colonial thing. You know, it's not.
It is. It is. It is.
Listen,
Like
listen.
you go
Okay.
to your court and you see that man with the wig, that white wig.
Well, that's a different argument. Talking about weak, that's different. That's if you're saying the system, the institutions and rule of laws and constitution, those things were copy and paste from the colonial system. Yeah, I agree with you on that. But we're talking about principle of kids going to
So,
school to learn.
Mike, question, Mike. So, if an Indian kid or a Chinese kid or a white kid comes, isn't their hair going to be distracted? Should they have to cut their hair as well, or no? What do you think?
Well, in the case of these Caribbean countries or African countries, where one white kid is the only kid in the school and things like that, I mean, it becomes irrelevant. That we all know, okay, this is just one white kid in the school and things like that. Of course, those kids are distractions, to be honest, too, because every kid wants.
Irrelevant.
Say it again.
Why does it become irrelevant if it's one or two?
Because these are just like it's kind of like the only black kid in a one white country like that. Let's say you're the only black kid.
But then it looks like wait. But then it looks like, okay, we have to follow these rules, but they are above the rule. That's not fair.
Okay, listen. If you take your child to a country like let's say Ukraine or country where it's virtually 99.9% white, right? And they have their traditions there. They have their ways where the white kids they still have to have their hair this way or this thing that way, or they just have it. But you come from Africa, your child come from Africa, being the only black kid in the school. They're gonna say that okay, he's just the only black kid. It's irrelevant to start pushing those rules on him because his hairstyle, his hair texture is different, his skin is different, everything is different. So they're really not gonna pay attention to him, you know. You understand? But when the number begins to grow, maybe the number of the black kids started growing population, and then they will start to consider, like, okay, what rules do we have to impose on these ones to pretty much enforce what we're really trying to, take the purpose that we're trying to, achieve here.
Yeah,
You know,
but
so
whatever you're saying, like it goes against like having that kid there because he's like a distraction because everybody's black and he just comes here with the white skin. But the way everything you're saying, it's kind of like you're saying he's a distraction too because he's white.
So should
yeah,
we
it
get
could
him
be a
out of the
distraction,
school?
but
So
yeah.
should we get him out of the school if he's a distraction, or her?
Well, it's a choice. I mean, if it's not much of a distraction, well, they can get him out of there. But to me, I mean, to be honest, if they do a study, they find out that okay, all the other kids are not going to learn. Their grades and everything will drop if this white kid is there, and they will have to get him out for the best interest of the other kids. You know.
I can't agree with this at all.
Yeah,
that's the same team looking different with their hair, with their hairstyle. Like you said, it's okay for the white kid to be there. Why can the different hair be there too? Like why you don't want that different look?
you just know what I say. I say if it's proven that the white kids present there will cause all the other kids grades to drop and things like that, where they can study to their maximum,
Yeah, but
effects,
you
and
agree. You
then they have
agree
to get rid of the white kids. So that's the best.
the
That's the
white
advice I would give them. Hey, gotta get rid of Johnny, man.
for sure, for sure. The white kid is a distraction. Why is he? Why are you giving him a chance? Because he's a distraction.
I
You don't
just
want
say you take him
distraction.
out of that. Didn't I just say if it's that much of a
No,
distraction, you take him out of that? You know.
yeah, but you're saying that you're just giving him a chance. Like you're giving him a chance to come into the school. You're saying if he's a distraction, yeah, get him out of there. You're giving him a chance. Why can you not give a different hairstyle a chance?
Oh, we can give a different hairstyle a chance, but when it becomes a distraction, then we have to take it out. And
So
obviously,
Mike,
the schools that are doing that, obviously they must have done their studies to know that okay, it's a distraction before they put it in place in the first place, before they agree with it in the first place. It's not like they're just so stupid that they know that this thing is not a distraction, it's not a problem, and let's just put it in place. I don't think so. And it's been
no,
proven
I,
because
I
I
don't
know.
I,
I
I
just
don't
told
think
you.
no studies was done
Bro,
on this
stop.
issue. I think
No,
that was rules that was in place, and it was just rules that was in place. And we're trying to justify it today, but it was just rules that was set in place, and we don't know exactly why. For example, the brother mentioned the wigs in the judicial system in some African and even Caribbean countries where they wear the wigs, right? They wear the wigs like the British part
yeah, that one gotta go, man.
the magistrates wear the wigs. Now this we don't even know the reason for the wigs. It's just something. It's just tradition, and it just continues. And the
No, no,
thing
no,
is,
no, no.
people.
No, no, no.
The white man told them if you have that wig, you look smarter, or
I don't think
But
so.
you
I
have
think
a
but
it's a.
but what
degree.
I'm
I
saying,
think
but what I'm saying is if you say if one of these magistrates was to say I'm not wearing the wig, it will cause an uproar. If they were saying they was just to end that, it will cause an uproar. It will cause a distraction, as you say. You know what I mean? And so people just follow the rules, and it's the same thing with the school. Like these are structures in place, and they 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 have no studies behind them. They have no
no.
critical reason behind them. It's
Let
Yeah,
just
but
let me
it's
help you out. Let me help
tradition.
you
have
out.
It became a tradition.
No, let me help you out. Let me help you out. See, the wig or the whatever uniform lawyer wears is a symbol that distinguish who is who in the courtroom. You understand? It's not only lawyers that come to the courtroom, and they're different between a lawyer, a barrister, what's the other word? There's the different categories of legal practitioners. You understand?
Right.
So
Right.
when you're in the courtroom, what distinguish who from who is what they put on. You understand? So there's symbol to it. It's not like they just put on wig on their head because colonial masters say put a wig on your head. I don't think so. There's a symbol to it. But what I do think is, hey, maybe they don't have to use the same wig. Maybe they can create their own style of whatever they wear to distinguish who is who. That's where I can agree. You understand? But don't say they just wearing the wig because they just want to look like a white man or anything. But it's a symbol that okay, this is this person, this is this person. That's the
Yeah, but Mike, at what point were these schools allowing different hairstyles? At what point did they allow hairstyles and then stop? They didn't
I don't
allow
think
these things at any point.
yeah, they didn't allow it.
Exactly. So it's not
okay,
it's
okay,
not
okay. Let me tell you why I
okay.
speak
So
where I
Mike,
speak.
wait.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question, Mike. Are you against co-ed schools?
And what?
Co-ed schools, like boys and girls going to the same school.
I'm not against that. I'm not necessarily against it.
Cause that's the biggest distraction.
Because I can tell you
That
I can tell you
that
that boys are much more distracted by girls than by hairstyles.
yeah, see, I'll tell you see, let me tell you. I'm not in African schools, right? I went to school in Africa and I finished my high school in America, and I'll tell you the big difference, right? And the reason why I support this argument that I'm presenting today. In the African schools, right? They the uniformity of making sure everybody dress or wear the same hairstyle, being in on that uniformity code, right? And also not allowing girls to just wear certain things that well, let me just say on that uniformity. But when I came to America, right, when I went to high school here, girls will wear whatever they like, dude. Like some girls will wear some shit, man. That, dude, I'm telling you, I was not as focused as I was when I was in Africa in terms of my studies. I just wasn't that focused. And then another point is the uniformity, because in African schools, all the kids, no matter what their status is, they all hang out together. They kick it, because they all hang out together. Whether it's the best looking girl, the least looking girl, or the strongest guy, the weakest guy, they all hang out. They study together. They don't have anything to look about each other, to feel something different about each other. But in American schools, the kids are segregated. There's the cool kids that's wearing the best outfit. They all hang out together, and the kids that can't afford it couldn't fit in with them. He stays on his own. You can see the segregation among the children in America, right? In schools, anyone that went to school in America will confirm that. That if you go to the high schools here, the kids are they're separate. They're segregated. They separate themselves. They hang out with who looks like them. Who I'm telling you, like,
don't compare America to Africa. Why?
No, but I'm giving
can't
you
even
an
do that with
example.
Europe and America. You can't compare America to anything, bro.
But
Stop.
I'm giving you the example. The reason I'm giving you an example of two environment where they do things differently, right? In the African, well, every kid you wear the uniform. In high school, everyone wears the same uniform. They put the rules in place that you have to come in uniform. Everyone be in uniformity and come and study. In America, in high school, you wear whatever you want to wear to school. You wear whatever outfit you want to wear. And some of the girls literally will wear some things that, god damn, man, like, you just can't. There's no way you can focus, man. I'm telling you.
That's your problem, not my problem.
Literally,
I agree.
In Nigeria, I literally wasn't thinking about girls that much, because I just want to go play ball and that's it. I want to go study and go play soccer. In America, I want to take. I want to have sex, dude. Like, literally, these girls.
No, he has a point.
Dude,
He has a point. It's
I'm in
true. It's
classroom.
true.
I'm thinking about sex all day, because the kind of girl, what those girls are wearing in front of me, dude. Like, I literally, dude, I came to America like within 2 weeks, man. I was already getting late, dude, because I couldn't help it.
That's what the Jamaican brethren was mentioning it earlier about the skirt side, because like in the Caribbean, it's almost in between. You know what I mean? It's not as strict as maybe Africa or what you're describing, but but it's not as loose as it is in America, where everybody wear anything. You know what I mean? Like, you have parameters between being uniform and being self-expressive. Like, for example, every you can, like, they have they have certain colors you wear, certain uniform, but you can have your shirt tailored how you want it. Like, some people will wear it in a certain way. They will have it tailored in a certain way, your shirt and your pants. You will have a certain color of shoes to wear, but you can wear any brand you want. You know what I mean? You don't have to wear a specific brand or a specific type of shoes. You know what I mean? So it's type more flexible. But I understand what you're saying about the uniform and the distraction in terms of how people dress. But I think it should have some flexibility, because one other place that demands uniformity, the same, and people be structured in such a way is in prison. In prison, everybody
And
wear the same thing, eat at the same time, get up at the same time. You know what I mean? And so we gotta but I understand the point you're making, though.
I was gonna ask you, do you guys have a boarding school culture in the Caribbean? Do you guys have a boarding school culture, and like a culture of they're not really cleaners or janitors, you have to clean the classroom and things like that?
So I can speak on that a little. So we have private schools and public schools in Jamaica. So boarding schools would be most of the private schools, and the public schools, it's a bit more free. You said something about janitors. I didn't get that part fully. What you said about
like
that.
is it like a culture that you go to class, you clean up, like you basically do a lot of things yourself instead of having the staff do it?
Oh, in public schools they'll do that, but in public primary schools, not in public high schools. In public primary schools they'll probably do something like that. But yeah, in private schools they don't do that. But in public primary schools, not public high schools, I've never seen that in a public high school before.
Right, it's the same thing in Trinidad here. The only school that I would say is a that I would consider like a real boarding school is this school that's run by the military, and it's like, the boys have to go in and stay there, and and it's real strict. But for the high schools in general, they have janitors and stuff. But the primary school, they do have janitors too, but they do have the children sweeping up, cleaning up. And sometimes it even depends on who your teacher is, who your principal and your dean is. You know what I mean? The principal of the school might institute certain rules and be strict about certain things. You know what I mean? When the school administration change, the culture changes also. So some schools do have that kind of attitude towards student involvement in school upkeep.
Yo, we get free food. Do you guys get that too? Or you have to get it yourself?
So in Jamaica at least.
Yeah.
In Jamaica at least. So the only way you get free food is if you're on a social program. So we do have this social feeding program in Jamaica for less fortunate kids. So if your income level, at least your parents' income level fall below a certain level, then you may be able to get free food. It's not really the school. The government pays the school to give those students that their parents' income level is below a certain amount to get those free food. If you're not, then it's your problem. You have to figure it out.
Yeah, same thing in Trinidad. They have a school feeding program. If your parents is on the public assistance, you can sign up to get the free meals.
So how do they know how the parents' earnings? Do you guys do like income tax system over there where you have to present?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
wow! I think you guys are more organized than most of these African countries, man.
Yeah.
They are.
The thing is that from you apply for it, from you apply for it, you have to show all of those stuff. You have to show the proof that you're within that. So all of your work before we working with all of that. How many kids you have, they have to know everything before you can even be. They literally come to your home and those type of stuff too. So yeah.
That shows me you guys are investing in education. That's good.
That's the point of also in education in Africa. So it's just like people are not trying to focus on, we don't really this clique that is mostly common in the United States, like, oh, who is the freshest boy or who is the freshest girl, that kind of like kids hang around kids and just play with one another and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, they just installed the discipline there.
Is those the islands? Are you guys like socialists? Do you guys?
So it depends. It depends on the government at the time, because we have, at least in Jamaica, we have two parties: the PNP, which is the socialist leading party, and the JLP, which is the capitalist leading party. So depending on who's there, the policies will kind of fall in line with that. So when PNP kind of takes over, they kind of make these like
let me guess. Let me guess.
Wait. They
Let me guess. The Americans are against the socialist government, right? And they will support the capitalists.
As always,
exactly.
The other side.
See, that's the root of our problem in Africa and Caribbean countries. Like
when
the Western countries are pushing capitalism on us. They know that that's what it's not what we can do. We have to practice socialism.
Europe is socialist and capitalist.
Thank you. America practice combination of socialism, capitalism, and even communism
together at the same time.
Right. So in Trinidad, we have a mixed economy. You understand? Now, because of the relationship with the US, Trinidad would not overtly say we're a socialist country, but the electric company is nationalized, the water and sewage company is nationalized. Like most of our public utilities, infrastructure, all these companies is nationalized, it's state owned, and the oil company and everything. But at the same time, we have a big public sector. So there always a discussion about public sector and private sector. So it's a mixed economy. It's partly socialist and partly capitalist. There's a big
but the public sector, isn't it owned by the government?
No, the public sector is government owned.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so there's a lot of public sector companies You know what I mean? They and a lot of people, it employs probably the majority of people, because the water and sewage authority, as I was saying, the the telephone company, the electric company, the oil company, all these companies, the road works, everything is, most of these things is socialized. The medical system, what I mean, it's free medicine, and what I mean, but then there's the private sector that also does a big part. So it's a mixed economy, so but the relationship with America, you won't come out and say, oh, we're a socialist country.
Ours is kind of the same. It's private, public. Some ways it's like some roads are public, some roads are private. So that means a specific road may be owned by a private company, and those tolls go to that private company. While some others roads may be public, so those tolls go to the government. It's same within the electric. The government owns some of the electric company, then private companies own some of the rest of it. So most of it in Jamaica is like it's private, public. So there are private companies invested in some of the stuff, and then the government invested in some other stuff. Even housing, like some houses are through government housing because they have what they call NHE. The government builds houses, and people get mortgages for those houses, and then you have private companies that build their houses too, that you can work with those ones. So it's
Right,
private,
right.
public.
It's the same thing here. It's the same thing here. So, in Jamaica, do you have MP gas station in Jamaica?
As in government owned gas stations?
No, NP, the brand.
No, not that
Oh,
I'm
okay.
aware of. I'm not
Okay,
really
okay.
there
No,
that much
because
still.
that's the public gas station here in Trinidad, the
No,
National Petroleum.
I don't
So they have
think we
like the
ever.
gas stations. You will see those. They have the National Petroleum, which is the government, and then they have Unipet, which is the private. And they had, in the past they had other gas stations too. But
Is one cheaper? Is the public
uh,
cheaper than the private?
the no, not really. It's around the same. It's around the same thing. You would think, but I mean, gas and thing is generally cheap here though.
Because you guys make gas and stuff like that. That's why.
Yeah, yeah. So they have but there's a lot that is state owned here. So it's a mixed economy. It's a mixed economy. They're not that, like, they have the telephone companies. We have the private Digicel, and that's Digicel operates throughout the region, and then they have the TSTT, which is the state owned telephone company, B Mobile. I think you have B Mobile in Jamaica.
I know we have Flow, but I don't know if it's the same thing. I think it's Flow and
Flow
Digital.
Flow and Digicel, but in some other islands they have the B Mobile, the green I think they call it Lime or something like that.
Oh yeah, I think that's one. Yeah, Lime. I think that's one as well. Yeah.
Let me ask you guys a question. So, how come, like, okay, Haiti, the island of Haiti is closer to Jamaica than the Trinidad and Tobago, right? Right? But then I noticed, like, people from Trinidad and Tobago have very similar accents to Jamaica. Then Haiti is just completely different accent. Like, Asians, I can tell the
Colonial.
difference between Asians and the rest of the Caribbeans. But the rest of the Caribbean, you guys have similar accents, similar, like, dialect. Talk very similar.
So
So, yeah.
That's true.
But
so
well, the thing about you see, for the outsider, it might sound like that, but for us in the region, like, we can identify, like, this is something different. So I wouldn't even say that Jamaica and Trinidad accent is even close. You know what I mean? But
Wait,
like
you
for
and that
example,
guy, you guys are, one of you is from Jamaica, the other one is from Trinidad, right?
right? Yeah.
Can anybody tell the difference in the accent?
No, but that's what I'm saying. For you who is outside there, you know what I mean. It sounds, it sounds similar. You know what I mean. Like, for me, like, I can hardly tell the Ghanaian from Nigerian, you know what I mean? It's similar to me, and for the outsider, it will be similar. But I can know it's different. Like when I hear a Jamaican speak, I can know, you know, if I hear like to me the Grenadian accent is probably closer to the Jamaican accent. You know what I mean? Even the Tobago accent, because we're two islands, Trinidad and Tobago, and the Tobago accent is even different from the Trinidad accent. You know what I mean? And trust me, it's different. It's different. You know, the Bajan accent is probably one of the most unique ones. You know what I mean? Because it's
The who?
the Bajan accent, the Barbados.
Oh.
They have a very unique accent.
Hmm.
You know, but I think they have, you know, like certain accents I think sound closer. Some accents sound closer to I think the Southern Caribbean have the accent sound a little closer than, you know, Jamaica and the other places. I don't know. But that's how it sounds to me. But Jamaica is unique also.
But the Jamaican accent is the most popular one. Like I don't think
Right.
people...
Yeah.
It's really because of numbers, because they're kind of smaller. There's more of us, so yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's true. And and because of the
because of
music.
music. Yeah.
Because they because even though people say like the Bayesian accent is hard to understand, is because we don't hear it a lot. You don't hear Bayesian speaking a lot. You know what I mean? Because they're so small, their population is small. But because you hear Jamaican accent all the time, it becomes more familiar. Yeah.
I went to school with one guy from Bahamas. Oh my God, man, I couldn't understand him at all, man. Like I could understand his own accent was so deep, man. Like, but I can understand when a Jamaican is speaking English without like not speaking patois at all. I can hear him. I can hear what he's saying. I hear more Trinidad people from Trinidad when they speak pure English. I can hear them very well, very very well. But Bahamians, people from Bahamas, man, it's very hard, man.
Well, the Bahamians and the Bajans is actually closer, I think.
Yeah,
the
they actually
Bahamian
are. It's
accent
very strong.
and they
They
have a
talk very
closer
fast.
accent. Yeah.
You know, for me though, I can't really tell the difference. I just know when it's Jamaican and not Jamaican, and it's like, all right, yeah, they're from the small islands, but it's like I can't tell where. I can't tell
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna let Island Soursop go ahead. Thanks for calling in.
Hi, you can hear me? I'm a little under the weather, so my voice gonna be a little low. But I agree. Like the accents are completely different. Once you live here, you're basically able to figure out who is who because like a Guyanese accent sounds completely different from a Bayesian accent, sounds completely different from a Trinidadian accent, and Jamaican. Like the islands to me that sound close is like Dominican and Saint Lucian. Those accents sound similar because they have a similar history in terms of like being colonized by the French at some point. So they have like a kind of French accent in a sense. So they will say like in their talk you'll hear them say garçon a lot or garçon or passe or whatever. They'll talk like that a lot. But like the Bayesian accent, I mean nobody sounds like a Bayesian accent because I studied in Barbados for like almost 2 years. Like the accent is really different. Same thing with the Trini accent. The Trini accent has this kind of like melodic kind of sound to it, you know, you can't miss it. So I guess to outsiders, all of us sound the same, but internally, at least in my island, because we have a lot of different people from the different islands living in my country, so you could say my country is more of a melting pot when it comes to the Caribbean. Like you find everybody here. Suriname, Haiti, you find every single nationality from the Caribbean here, as well as from all over the world. So
what
you
country
hear
is that?
Antigua.
Oh, okay.
That's the flag at the top with the little sunshine, with the sun and the red, whatever the very top one. Yeah, that's my flag.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. The only thing I'll say about Caribbean is I don't like soca. I prefer reggae or dance hall or anything that's not soca. I don't know why. Just soca annoys me, but that's besides the point.
See, you guys ever look at this way? Like when we talk, we say, "Oh, the world conquered blacks." Well, we blacks, I think we're the one conquering territories. To be honest, because like 500 years ago, or maybe before this whole transatlantic and all these things, like we were not occupying these many spaces in the world. Like, look at the whole Caribbean, even South America. Like, people of African descent just took over, man. Like, the island is like all these islands, all these. Look at all these flags. It's 100% black countries. Like, it looks like the black race has actually conquered land.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that because most of the land in most of these countries are surrounded by white people. So
No, but you guys occupy. See,
yeah,
that's
we
the first state.
occupy, but we don't really own it. So it's like most of the land that people don't live on is really owned by white. Even in Jamaica, like most of those hotels, you think it's Jamaicans that own them now. So
This is what I think. I think nature is favoring us in conquest, but we are the one not making the move because nature already put you in that place to occupy it as the most populous people, right? Well, now the next move is to just take over the leadership and everything, right? So nature is actually favoring the black race, like we conquering lands without even shooting guns, you know. Like to me, the way the island, all these islands, like populated by blacks, I think black conquered. To me, I see it as a conquest somehow. Like, how do you occupy? How do you own this place? How do Europeans allow you to own? Because Europeans everywhere they take over today, they killed the people and took it over. But blacks, you can't say the black in the Caribbeans killed the owners of the land and took over. Well, you guys just happen to take over. You just happen to own the place without fighting a war, you know. So this is how powerful black man is, to be honest. Like, we only people that can conquer territory without fighting a war, without even making it, without even doing it, without even making effort to do it. But nature just put us there. We just took over, you know.
Well, I have a question for the Caribbeans. Actually, okay, so I know Jamaica does have a carnival cult. Doesn't all the Caribbean have a carnival culture still?
yep, started in
No.
Trinidad, by the way.
No, I don't
But this,
think all the islands have, because Jamaica has a carnival, but from what I understand, it's not like a national carnival. Like I
Oh,
think their own is like a group of private individuals and they do a little thing. But Jamaica, like I at least from what I understand, like they don't really have carnival like what we have where it's a national holiday and you have a week of activities building
oh,
up and it's like the entire country and it's a holiday. I don't think they have that. I could be wrong, but yeah.
so I kind of disagree with her, but agree with her. So it's not like a national holiday. So it's like it's between you and your employer if you work on that day. But the thing is that it's like the streets are given to those that are going to carnival. So like the government blocks off those streets throughout Kingston. It's like no cars can drive on these. So they do what they want, but it's like it's not a national holiday. Like, all right, you can get paid for not working. It's like it's between you and your employer. So that's how it is.
well, carnival has been exported out. Especially the diaspora and other countries do carnival parades and things like that. But the question I have is, um, yeah, carnival is celebration or whatever. But do you think it should be more international? Like, do you think that it should be exported and more people should be making money from it, or should it just be like a culture where people celebrate? Like, do you see a point in commercializing carnival even more?
I feel like if anywhere Caribbean people are and they want to do it, like do it. And it's like if they want to bring in other groups, I think it's dependent on that specific group of Caribbeans. I think specific groups have to decide what they want to do with it, really. But in terms of saying just bringing it to like even Asia, where they're not, if there's not a Caribbean group here that's with it, I don't see the need. But I think as long as there's a group and they want to do it, whoever they want to bring in what they want to do, it should be upon them.
Okay, another question I have is Caricom and I guess South America. Like, what's the relations between Caricom and South America? Like, what?
The relationship with Caricom and South America is better than the relationship with Caricom and the US. But
Okay.
it's kind of, Caricom is kind of a feeble. It's not so. You see, like how European Union works as one. Caricom is like, it's like a wannabe European Union. So it's not really working as it should. But it's not that bad. But it's not working as it should.
But isn't Caricom older though than European Union? Because I don't.
But even if it's older, it's not functioning as good. So it's like it's partially functioning. Like even the court, they've argued about having the same court for years. Nothing has come of that.
They're older than the European Union, from what I understand. We have our currency is actually older than the euro, from what I understand.
But what I'm saying is that though it's older, it's not working as efficient. So
well, it's working efficiently. I can literally jump up with my driver's license and fly to any of the OECS countries. I can work freely. I can buy land. I can do everything that a citizen of those different ways. Like when I go to like Montserrat, I get a stamp in my passport that says indefinite. I can stay as long as I want, work, bring my family, do all of that. CARICOM is what OECS. Well, the OECS is what CARICOM wants to be, but can't be. Because, I mean, the OECS is mostly similar. Countries are smaller. We're able to, like, get along better and stuff like that. So, like, the OECS is what CARICOM wishes they were. So, like, because I don't know if you're aware of all these different things that the OECS has. We have our own court, appellate court. We, like, have, like, a lot of our own institutions. Like I said, we have our own currency. And we just recently moved to polymer notes. Like we have a lot of our own institutions. The last stage of the OECS is to move to a political union, which I don't know how that's going to come in because governments don't really want to give up power. That's the last stage of the OECS.
Sometimes I do agree what you're saying, but I think CARICOM, they don't really want to get more integrated than where they're at now. So probably that's the problem. I don't think they really want to get that integrated.
So right. CARICOM is kind of like the AU or something like that, right? So I'm not too sure.
It's like the what?
Like the African Union, kind of, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, but you know, they don't want to give up powers, all these little things. But as far as the South American connection, they have certain for example, Trinidad is very good with Latin America. The other day when they had when Trump was in power and he called the leaders, half of them went to the meeting with Trump, and half of them sided with the Trinidad prime minister, and what were on the Venezuelan side. You know what I mean? Because they were saying, because the U.S. was recognizing I forgot the Juan Guaido as the Venezuelan president. And you know, well, even in the UN they had people who were recognizing Maduro and those who were recognizing Guaido. And in the Caribbean, you know, Trinidad was like, we don't recognize this Guaido. They still basically recognize Maduro, you know, so they had some. So, and Trump called the CARICOM, half of them went, half of them didn't go. But it's
always the case, even in African too. Like half of them go with the West, the other half go with the
because Trinidad have oil, and Trinidad has been a republic for a longer time. They have more autonomy in certain of these political arena, you know what I mean? So in terms of how them deal with Venezuela, how they deal with Cuba, and you know what I mean, they can't be bullied as much as the other places, you know.
I have a question. Trinidad is part of ALBA. Like ALBA. I don't like the Bolivarian Alliance, because I know like my country and like a few of the other, like I think one or two countries like Dominica, I don't remember who all is part of it, but it's an alliance between some of these Caribbean islands, Venezuela, Bolivia, I think Cuba. There's a bunch of people in the alliance, but like part of the alliance is that We get we get gas and I think oil at a concessionary rate
It's
from
Petrocaribe.
Petrocaribe. We get that benefit from them because we're part of the Bolivarian alliance with them. So like in my island, we have a big embassy, a Venezuelan embassy, and you get like, well, I went there, and you get like Spanish lessons. So you get free Spanish classes, and from basic all the way up to advanced thing. Like you get benefits. But yeah, do you have that in Trinidad?
Yeah. So Trinidad have very close ties with Latin America, because it's the southernmost Caribbean island, and it's very close to Venezuela. You could actually see Venezuela from Trinidad, and they have that connection with that Latin American countries. So it's not only in Caribbean, but it's like part of those Latin American organizations also.
But that's dead. It's really dead now. America made sure it died. It's dead. Most of the countries that were getting that free oil, it's done. America was trying to get rid of it for years now. It's done.
And it's because of the regime change. They don't really have anybody. That's why I'm saying these things change based on who's in power too. Because at the time when Patrick Manning was in power in Trinidad, he had a closer relationship with who was the guy in Venezuela?
Chavez,
and at that time, I think Brazil had a socialist leader, and it had a few. You know what I mean? So, but the changes in regimes, everybody kind of go on and do their own thing. You know what I mean?
You see, if you want to really understand who's on whose side in the Americas, so they're going to have the summit of the Americas in somewhere in LA soon, and I think they're trying to exclude Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. And everybody's picking a side. So I think Mexico came out and said, oh, if they're not there, we're not there. Bolivia came out and said, if they're not there, we're not there. So it's like some people are going to pick America's side, some people are going to pick the other side. So you can't say who's on whose side. So not everybody is like, oh, yeah, America. Some people are against it and some people are with it. So like, depending on even how that plays out, you can know who's on which side.
Does Trinidad speak Spanish?
English.
No. I mean, there's some people who speak Spanish. They have like pockets of people who speak Spanish. When I say speak Spanish, there's also a lot of Venezuelan immigrants in Trinidad. But when I say speak Spanish, I mean like local Trinidad Spanish, like from colonial times. There are pockets of places that have those Spanish speakers still, but in general, Trinidad doesn't speak Spanish; they speak English. But a lot of, if you notice, a lot of the place names in Trinidad is Spanish names. So it's so Rio Claro, Sandy Grande, San Fernando, where else? Palo Seco.
Port of Spain is Spanish.
Port of
Spain, that's Spanish.
Well, Port of Spain is English. but Port of Spain, it used to be controlled by the Spanish because Trinidad was colonized by the Spanish. But because there was so much French and French Creole people coming into Trinidad, the British believed that the French would take over the island. So the British basically like bought the island from the Spanish. So that's how it and they went about a program of basically trying to, just eliminate Spanish speaking. Else, because a few generations ago, Trinidad was bilingual. The name Trinidad itself is Spanish. So there's a lot. Most of the place names, Diego Martin. Most of the place names is Spanish and even French too. A lot of the fruits and animals, we call it by the Creole names. Like,
wow, this is super interesting.
Yeah.
So was the island of Trinidad used for the slave I guess plantation and stuff like that, or was it like
did they have Did they have slavery? Yeah.
They did.
Did they have slavery? Yes.
So who was the what? I mean, we understand that Haiti was more like the French that did the plantation there and stuff, and then we know the
The
island of
Spanish,
Jamaica.
the Spanish was in control of Trinidad for most of the history.
Oh, okay. So
The
why?
Spanish.
So how come you guys don't speak Spanish then? I mean, that's what I'm wondering. Why you guys sound like the Jamaicans?
The British thought that the French was going to take over the island because they had so much French immigrants and French Creoles here that the British took the island from the Spanish, and that is how we came to be speaking English.
It's the same with Jamaica.
Most of the place names in the country is still Spanish names.
It's the same with Jamaica too, though, Mike. So,
really?
If you've heard about Spanish Town in Jamaica, Spanish Town was Jamaica's first capital when the Spanish ran Jamaica. When the English took over, that's when it changed to Kingston. But it was Spanish Town at first. So the Spanish had controlled the entire Caribbean because they were the first ones to get there. Columbus was the first, which he was doing on behalf of the Spanish, to get to the Caribbean. So they just said they owned everything. When the English and the French and the Dutch came in and took over the islands from the Spanish, then those islands would change. So like Haiti would change from the Spanish to the French, and Aruba, Curacao would change from the Spanish to the Dutch. So those guys that took those from the Spanish, those islands would take that language, or the new person that colonized it.
Yeah.
So who abolished the slavery in the island? Was it the Spanish or was it the English? I mean,
the British.
I mean, to me, it depends on who was running that specific island at the time. But the British started out first, I think, in the 1800s before the Spanish.
Yeah, 1834 was when the British abolished slavery in its territories.
Oh, okay.
And then, the British ships, the British used that as a pretext to attack Spanish and French ships also. So,
yeah,
because they were still bringing slaves.
And slavery wasn't just a Caribbean thing. So, like in Colombia and
yeah, even Brazil,
they also had slaves as well.
Yeah. So what you get to is, like, for example, while the British abolished the slave trade, the French was still bringing Africans from Dahomey, and what the British would do would intercept these ships, and then they would free the Africans. So that's one of the reasons why they have in certain places a strong culture where people have memory of the African ancestors, and certain strong aspects of the culture remain. Yeah.
I think Island Sarasop had something to say.
Oh, well, I was kind of agreeing with them, but in terms of like my island specifically, the name or my country was named after a church, I think in Spain. So it's like the ancient one or something like that. My Antigua is, I guess, the Spanish name, but we pronounce it Antigua, but it was named after a church in Spain. And then Barbuda, which is a sister island, I think its name means bearded one or something like that, because when the Spanish went over there, then the country, like the island, I guess, had like whatever the forest or the fauna that was over there or stuff like that, the flora, the fauna, it kind of looked like some kind of bearded thing, like something like that, they said. But so like that's why they call Barbuda. But like the sister island was like a slave breeding ground. So like what they would do is take this, like, I guess the strongest looking slaves over to Barbuda and breed them, and then they would like ship them out to the different islands. So like people over in Barbuda are very tall. They're like, a lot of them are 6 feet tall. They're really tall over there. They speak slightly different from Antiguans. So like that's like the history with that island. Like, because my island's a twin island state, just like Trinidad and Tobago is twin islands. So like Antigua Barbuda is a twin island state. Yeah. And one last thing is, like, each island, even though we have like the names that was given by the colonized people, like I think most islands know the original names of the islands that was given by the indigenous people.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so like my own is Waladli, Well, Ladley was the original name of Antigua before, and I forgot what
Island.
the different names, the original names prior to the stuff. Yeah.
Wow, I'm really learning a lot today, man. You know, it's this is really a shame, man. Like all these experiences of different diaspora, like different islands, and it's like they all have unique experiences, and it's so unfortunate that I mean, like these experiences are not documented and being incorporated into curriculums in all these black countries, so we can all learn about
Crazy
ourselves. You
because
know,
it's the
like
most I've learned about the Caribbean
yeah,
War ever. Like I didn't even know. Well, obviously, because of Jamaica, like I'm familiar with that history, but like the other islands, I'm not really. They're different. Like I didn't know that they were actually that different from each other. I thought that they were more or less the same, but
The Caribbean islands are as different from Jamaica as each African country is from the
yeah.
other.
Yeah. It's different because not only the colonizer was different, the places that people came from were different. So the combinations of different people, like for example, Trinidad and Tobago is a twin island, but Tobago was colonized by the British and the Dutch. You know, not even the Spanish. So they have a different culture. They have a different, um, they have a totally different. They have a different. They their things are different. Their culture is different also. Although it's one, but it's different. There's a lot of differences. Like for example, the Africans that came to Trinidad, you have more Yoruba people. You have Mandingos, you have Hausas, um, and Tobago is more Akan people. So Tobago people, if you look at, they even look more like how Jamaicans look or Grenadans. Like they have more of that Akan culture.
hmm.
Yeah.
It's kind of
So
it's really crazy, man. Because see in Africa, see that's why I keep telling people education, like the top education is good, but the top education you receive also determines how quality of a mind you have. Because we learn more about England and European countries than we learn about even Caribbean countries and all. So in Africa, we need to do something about that curriculum rubbish we have there, man. Like people, we say we're going to school, but then you go to school, you learn more about Queen Elizabeth, Queen George. I mean, this information you guys are giving today is more to me. Is more vital to me than you learning about some stupid royalty in England. We learn the history of. Shakespeare and all these rubbish people, like they're not important. I mean, to me, I'd rather have a curriculum in Nigeria where we are learning about all these Caribbean stories, very important stories. Because actually, if we learn all these things, all these experiences, it will actually change the way we even think on ground in Africa because we will less self. Because this experience of our people, like just living the continent, being kidnapped and taken to all these places and having all these experiences, can actually give us reason why we should really want to advance on the continent and really start looking at even these Westerners with side highs. Like I'm talking about the English. It will kind of shape how we relate with the British and French on the continents,
right,
Because on the
yeah.
continents, like we don't know too much of these stories, and that's why a British French person can come to Africa. We have nothing against them. We're cool with them because things we learn about them usually cool stuff like how good they are. How
Let me
I
ask a
just think our
controversial
mentality
question.
needs to change, man. We need
Let
to
me
change.
let me ask a controversial question. What negative views or stereotypes do Africans have of Caribbeans?
We
None.
don't know nothing about you guys, to be honest, except entertainment that we get from Jamaica, and we just get reggae.
Yeah,
We
there's
learn about Jamaica just entertainment wise, but as
yeah,
far as
there's no
detailed information, we don't get nothing, man.
there's no preconceived notions that an African would have of a Caribbean unless if they're going to the West and then they learn about it through the media. That's where that would come from. But like an African back home does not have any negative stereotypes of a Caribbean.
I know the media in the US at least does hate the real bad, but apart from that, they don't really seem to talk about the rest of the Caribbean that much.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they talk about Jamaica. That's it, man. To be honest, as a kid in Nigeria, I just thought, except until I knew, until I was getting close to and that's what I said. Like a person that's more closer to his African roots, we got more connection. Because when I was just growing up as this regular African kid, I only know about Jamaica, Bob Marley, and the reggae, and I thought the whole Caribbean was just Jamaica. It was until I was kind of getting close to the African spirituality, and then I was getting close to the African Ifa community. And so that's when I started learning about the Cubans, the Brazilians, the Trinidadians, because a lot of them were connected to used to come to Nigeria to connect with the Ifa community. That's why I started learning about them, So the only people that will have knowledge of these Caribbean people are those in Nigeria and the Ifa community, the Orisha community. But a regular Nigerian that's Western, there's a Christian, Muslim, they don't know nothing about it. The diaspora.
I think because there's no direct flights between the Caribbean and Africa too. Most of the interaction happens either in the UK or like in America. Most of the interaction between Caribbean people and continental Africans. Most of that interaction happens in the UK or the US.
Oh, the US, yes. Those,
so
yeah.
There's no direct communication really. Although I mean, I meet Nigerians here. My doctor is Ghanaian. This is in Trinidad. You know what I mean? So you do meet people, but it's just a few.
You know what's even funny? Even in Africa, we don't really learn more about other African countries. Like in Nigeria, to be honest, the only country we learn a lot about is Ghana, to be honest. Because Ghana and Nigeria are so close, I know more about Ghana than I know about Togo and Benin next to me. And we like in Nigeria, the only country we really learn a lot about is Ghana. Like as far as the rest of the continents, like we don't even teach ourselves about ourselves, But we learn more. African kid can name the president of the leaders in Europe. Like they can tell you the president of France, they can tell you about England, and they can even tell you about the next African country. Like I don't know, it's something about what we are learning and our indoctrination. It's just wrong. I'm telling you.
You guys don't have African history courses or classes.
They don't, man. Like and the only time you will have maybe a period where we have like a ruler that's a Pan-Africanist ruler, maybe a time where, like I mentioned earlier when I came on the show, when we had like the Pan-African government, they were putting all those things in the curriculums, trying to put those curriculums, education, to make sure it's African based, and we learn about Africa and we learn about Caribbean. But once those leaders are overthrown and we get a puppet leaders by the West, they'll take all those things out of curriculum. They take it out. We have to learn is about Western countries and rubbish, that we don't need, So, and that's the root of our problem. Like the kind of leadership that we put that thing in. So leadership is very important. It's very essential to how the people reason, So when Sankara became a leader in Burkina Faso, we changed the curriculum and make sure, okay, these people start learning about other Africans and learning about Caribbean and Americans experiences. When Kwame Nkrumah was the leader of Ghana, you make sure, okay, the curriculum in Ghana is about them, the people, the children learning about the experience of, Caribbean, America, those things. But once those leaders are overthrown and we get these puppet rubbish idiots, they would just change, like literally we had a leader, they just took history out of our curriculum in Nigeria. Like, why did they do that? Obviously, it was some white man that put a string from England, like, hey, cancel history from the curriculum. So these things are the roots of our problems. You guys get it. Those are the roots of our problems. Some people are just in charge of our direction and how we are thinking and things like that. So these are things we black people need to start looking into and just like, okay, where we're going, who's really controlling our head? Because if you look at the human body analogy, once the head is out, the rest of the body is pretty much useless. So in the African society, in the black world, once our leadership is compromised, everything else is, forget it, man. I don't think that's the direction we're going.
In Jamaica, it's like there's a lot of avenues for you to learn about African history, because the Rastafarians, they're all about Africa. As I said, they love Africa more than they love Jamaica. So So if you go around them, you learn a lot about that. But I also think every 5-year-old Jamaican should know about Africa, because when you're in like even the most basic level, when they start teaching about the heroes and fighting against slavery, they told you that some of them came from Africa. So even from there, from your 5 years old, you're going to know that, all right, yeah, we came from Africa or something like that.
Yeah.
In Jamaica, and in Jamaica they celebrate Emancipation Day, right?
Yeah.
They celebrate it in Antigua also?
Yes, but it's not like a national holiday. It's mostly like around carnival time, like the Rastas would like gather up as well as those persons that are, I guess, how should I say, Pan-Africanist or like I guess Black conscious. They meet at a certain location and they have like a watch night and they have a whole ceremony for it, but it's not like a national holiday.
Well, in Trinidad, it's actually a national holiday.
It's a
Well,
national holiday for us also.
Emancipation, for those who don't know, that was the day that well, Emancipation Day in the British colonies is August 1st. I think in Ghana they celebrate it also, right?
Yep.
Or
Yeah.
Independence Day celebration.
No, not Independence Day. It's separate from Emancipation Day. Was the day that slavery ended. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's a holiday to basically celebrate African culture.
So we have
You know?
both. So on August 1st is Emancipation, and on August 6th is Independence Day. So we have both holidays.
Oh, close together. Okay. Well,
You see,
like,
you see,
and Trinidad is the 1st and the 31st.
you see, one key thing that I believe can probably unite like the I guess the black world is kind of like if we like create days to create a memory of like all these experiences, like you guys say Emancipation Day, slavery, Emancipation Days, all those things, and it becomes a national holiday in every African countries, black sub-Saharan African countries, and Caribbean countries at the same day, right? The same day. That will kind of create a shared knowledge among all of us that okay, whoa, our race had this experience. You guys understand, right?
Right.
And it will put something in our consciousness, like, oh wow, on that day, of course, if it's a holiday all over the diaspora and in Africa, everybody can have conversation that day about, okay, what's this day about? Oh, this day was about this thing that happened at this time, this and that. And it can spark something in your head to say, wow, damn, So it will create a memory of the past. And once we have this memory in our mind that, okay, we experienced this one of the worst Holocaust in human history, it will make us have a reason to want to advance or even do better or not even want to like have some kind of civil war in Africa or some on behalf of some colonialists and things like that, and even give us reason not to even trust like Europe like the way we trust them in Africa today. So these things are very, very important. Like creating moments like that, days like that, holidays like that.
Yeah. So like yeah.
Self-science, did you have something to say?
Yes. Hello everyone on the panel. Greetings. I have a lot to say, so to unpack. So if you guys wanted to go ahead with something, I can just wait to unpack because I've been listening for a while, and I'm going to go on a rant. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. I feel I will start with Caricom or the Caribbean nations. Me personally, I've always had a good time with our brothers from the Caribbean. From Africa, I love Ijam and Levy. I'm not one of those who really like Bob Marley, but Ijam and Levy and the other guys who were not so known, I love their reggae music. And it was strange to me that when I came to the US, that just continued. And I also noticed something peculiar that the Caribbean, our brothers, they are very important because I've noticed that in certain settings, they understand African Americans more than we do. and then they seem to understand us more, and so they play a very central role in any unity between, at least America. I don't know about British, but the Americans and Africans. And I think that they should come out more and play that role, because they're very important. They seem to understand both sides enough to create a soldering or a coming together. Having said that, I also want to add something to what my Nigerian brother Mike said about the educational system we get in Africa. So, when you come to the West, you realize one thing, that it's not only that the education back home is maybe not up to par, but it's deeply lacking in breadth. And this also points to what you guys are talking about. We do not know enough about each other. I feel one of the reasons for that is that once we have the Nkrumahs, the Pan-Africanists of the 60s, and earlier, once they lost power, or the military came into power, when we lost the Olympians, when we lost the Awolowo, if those people had remained in power, then we might have seen more of this union. But once we had military takeover across the continent, I think that just fell off. And so there is a need, and in our African curriculum, to understand African history first. And as my brother rightly said, I don't want to learn about no Queen of England. I rather, I'm more interested in learning about African Americans, the Black British, and guys in the Caribbean. And it's so interesting because we learn from people that are like us. And there's something strange I also noticed, something peculiar rather, that when I'm in proximity with African Americans and they realize that we are Africans, for some of them there seems to be a natural, I don't know, very kind of mystic exchange of, it's almost like a diffusion of energy, that we are downloading each other's energy. They are learning in subtle ways from us, and we're also learning from them. So I think that, this cross cultural exchange, of each other's experience is very important. Then finally, I want to just, piggyback on what you guys talked about, the issue of hair and uniform, although I didn't get, to hear all of that. But I feel that uniformity in terms of the clothes, having a standard for clothes, that children wear does a lot, especially if you have, you come from places where there is a disparity between, between parents, the rich and poor. Once you have uniforms, people, students who are poorer, that the uniform kind of, covers a lot for them, and they can just go ahead and mix with the other guys. And then those other guys too, and what something else is that education, the reason, whatever kind of education, it kind of, for young people, it's kind of creating a kind of mold for them so that they are more alike and they can work together in the future. And so for Nigeria, in Nigeria specifically, we can have a Yoruba guy, an Igbo guy, a Delta guy, people from different tribes, who then, because they have gone through a system that kind of creates a a unified way of acting and addressing each other and functioning, when they go into society, they are more likely to to gel with each other, to reason with each other at a certain level. So that uniformity is kind of important. I do, have a caveat though, that should be exchanged with African education instead of the colonial system. But for the hair, I feel that people should be allowed to wear the hair. African hair is very powerful, but if you go into the deeper, if we want to go deeper, hair is very important. To have people cut their hair low is not good for everybody. And when I was in Nigeria, I could point out some people who their parents would go to the school, right? and say for certain reasons my son has to keep their dreads, and the school will allow for certain, like, you know, they'll say if this kid cuts his hair, he might always fall sick or die or something. And so the school on those, you know, for those set of kids will allow those stuff. So yeah, that's just basically what I wanted to put out there, and you know, that's it.
Okay, question for you. How do you think that, or what's one of the ways you think that Africa, specifically West and Central Africa, can connect better to the Caribbean?
I hinted one way. I think that African Caribbean should, in any capacity, the Caribbean brothers should join these platforms and, you know, let themselves be known. I feel, you know, they are the Americans, of course. Our African American brothers, they are very vocal, very loud. We have, you know, the East African community. I go to, I tune into the French West Africa. I listen to them, and so I learn a lot of from. But I've never really seen, you know, a Caribbean channel or that's really delving into these issues. I feel on it, you know, on a personal level, they can do that. But I also hope that, you know, as we see more of Caricom and Africa coming together, specifically, like, you know, recently there's been this move for East Africa to join forces with the Caricom. I feel that eventually there will be cultural exchange, and we need to do more of that in West Africa too as well. Yeah, those are the two things I feel from right on the top of my head.
I think a direct flight would if they start having direct flights from West Africa to the Caribbean, it will make a big difference in terms of people interacting, you know, because because a lot of people from the Caribbean is because of the expense to get to Africa, because you will either have to go to New York or go to England, or I think at in certain times you can go from Puerto Rico to Sierra Leone, and you still need to get an American visa, you know what I mean, plus the visa of the country that you travel into in order to get there. So that, like, you know, direct flights, I think that's something I personally look forward to.
Yeah, to touch on that, I think before that can happen, there has to be a strong diplomatic relationship between the Caribbean governments and the, I guess, West African governments. You know, which I don't see
I
that
don't
that's
think it's
something that hasn't been there.
diplomatic. I don't think it's a diplomatic. I don't think it's a diplomatic problem. So the thing is that, so like Ghana and Jamaica is what you call that, no visa restriction. So I can just go to Ghana whenever, and they can go to Jamaica whenever. The problem is the people are not moving across as much, because this is the thing, you know, it's not the airplane companies that don't want to do it, you know, but they're not going to be flying a plane with 10 people on it from one
Yeah,
side,
the
5 on
demand.
the other way.
Yeah, there has to
The
be a
plane,
demand. You know.
yeah, the planes have to be filled. So you see, when they see that, okay, people are really moving across, they'll do that. But until that happens, it's not going to happen. And it's like, for me, I do understand why Jamaicans come to the US, because most of us just come here for economic reasons. All right, we can make more money in the US to come here. So it's like, unless we see something like that in Africa, I mean, some people will go just for the connection and stuff like that. But unless we really see something like that in Africa, I don't see this large amount of Jamaicans just going there like that.
I think another way is this. I think a lot of African elites, they go on vacation somehow. Foolishly, they just like to go to, like, Dubai and all these rubbish places, you know, like, because that's what's being promoted, you know. And I noticed, like, when I came to America is when I started seeing Jamaica being advertised on TV. Like, hey, visit Jamaica, it's a lot, you know. But I didn't see it in Africa. Like, I think the Jamaican tourist industry, they need to take that advertisement to the African countries as well. Maybe they're thinking that, oh, they have this mentality that the Africans are poor, they don't have money to come over here. But one thing they need to know is that Nigerians, there are a lot of millionaire, wealthy people in Nigeria. They go on vacations and they spend money, like literally, like these people go to Dubai, London, and they spend money.
Right.
Yeah, I think the Jamaican or the Caribbean tourist industry, they need to take their advertisement more to the African continent as well. So
Yeah.
now,
So
if they do that, and you start having demand of people that want to fly to the Caribbean, and then airlines, because they're looking for markets, they can see that, oh, there's a demand for flights to Caribbean from Nigeria or these African countries, then they will begin to have that direct flights from
right.
those African countries.
Yeah, because we think in terms of people from the Caribbean going back to their roots, going to Africa. But even the Mia Motley mentioned that Barbados has such a small population that it would benefit of people coming from Africa. You know what I mean? So we have to look at it in that way also. People traveling from Africa, and as the brother mentioned, is that the perception of Africans is poor, so you don't market yourself towards African. A few years ago, I was for Carnival. I was surprised, and it's because of my own clouded perception also, to see a whole band section that was Sierra Leoneans, people from Salon. There was a whole section in and this was like one of the top carnival bands, in Trinidad, and they had a whole this group from Sierra Leone. They bought a whole section in the band. And it was amazing to me. So I started talking, and it was like, yeah, we like the music and thing, and so, and that's you wouldn't think that, and it's so strange, like, because you see people from England, you see people from France, you see people from Mexico, but you would never think, oh, people from Sierra Leone, people from Nigeria, people from Ghana would be coming to
To the Caribbean,
to the Caribbean,
because they can afford it.
In when Akufo-Addo, in his speech, he said when he was when he lived in London, he said he came to Trinidad for Carnival when he was doing his schooling also. You know what I mean? So his connection, that's why when he came to Trinidad as the Ghanaian president, he said that's not the first time he was here. He came also as a student. He came, just on vacation for Carnival. So I think the Caribbean marketing to those markets, the African markets, people from Nigeria, and I think that's
I think
a step to
Nigeria.
take.
I think Nigeria is the only country that has a commercial airline that goes to the Caribbean. Air Peace, isn't it? Air Peace.
Yeah, hairpiece. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Where does it go to the Caribbean? Where?
I think it goes to Jamaica. They just started it. They just started it actually.
Okay. Okay. So yeah. So.
But it seems like it's a every 6 months thing.
Yeah, it's not frequent. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the thing, because a flight doesn't want to fly empty, because if you will have to pay, to go and come. You have to pay going and coming as fuel. So they want the flight to be filled when it's leaving and filled when it's coming back. So that communication is needed.
If you guys know the amount of money Nigerian elites spend in Dubai, like just visiting Dubai and all these rubbish places, and even London, Jamaica, if Jamaica can tap that, I'm telling you, all the Caribbean country, man.
Yeah, I see.
Yes. Fita, I was going to ask you a question. Are you Jamaican?
No.
Is there a Jamaican? Where are you from?
Yeah,
Trinidad.
I'm Jamaican.
Okay, Pan-African, Jamaican. I wanted to ask, where do you guys get your raw materials from? Because I used to eat at this Jamaican place, and I noticed that almost everything they had in that place was imported from Jamaica, like up to, like the drinks, even maybe the sauce, everything came. So I was just wondering, and not to cast shade on you, but then I also understand the size of your nation.
So
But
yeah, so it depends on specifically what you're talking about. I think probably like meat products. So Jamaica doesn't produce that much of anything really. So most of the things going to be imported. So like we don't have like this large scale like even beef farming or large scale like pork farming. So most of that will be imported. So the amount that's there, it's normally covered by the local market so quickly. So it's like even people outside of Jamaica could come in and start something like that, and just from selling to the hotels alone, you'd be covered. Like your costs would be covered because most of them do import from outside. Like we do produce some other stuff, but we're not producing enough for just the local market, even just to produce for the hotels. So most of the stuff we do import.
Let me finish so you can, answer me more concisely. So I was wondering if you guys, if the Caricom can form a good link with Africa, how about like you get your resources from Africa and create, production units, outlets there in Jamaica, and then, you import to the US. What do you think about that?
So it's going to depend on price, because think about it this way. If it's cheaper for me to buy beef from the US than from Africa, I'm really not going to just buy because we are black. I'm going to buy which is cheaper. So at the end of the day, if it's cheaper, I think, yes, they'll work. Even if it's the same price, they'll probably work with you guys more than the Americans. But if it's way more expensive, they're going to just go to America because these businesses work. It's profit. It's not about just doing it just because we like you. So it's as long as it's cheap and it's going to be worth it, they'll do it.
Yeah, I see a lot of individual trading and stuff, but on a commercialized level, that's very difficult because the distance from the Caribbean to Africa, that's a lot of freight. That's a lot. You have to use the plane. It's a lot of logistics.
I have a question to Pan-African, because you're saying that Jamaica does not produce a lot of stuff to like export, but then when I look in the supermarket here, I see a lot of products from Jamaica and Trinidad. So I don't know.
I was going to say that too.
Yeah, it's Grace.
Yeah, Grace ketchup, the Grace corned beef, Grace, even the juices, a ton of juices, ton of products. Like Trinidad as well. We have garbage bags from Trinidad. We have the ketchup. We have like a ton of stuff. Like a ton of the snacks are from Jamaica. Ton of the things. So like here in the supermarkets, you find a lot of products made from Trinidad and Jamaica. So yeah.
So my thing is that it goes back to your country being a small country. So it's like, to me, it would be a small amount compared to those larger countries. So it's like, I doubt we could even really supply 3 states in America properly because we're not producing that much. But it's like for your country, as I said, it's like 110,000 people. So it can be easier to like be the main supplier for your country versus the other countries. So just in terms of look at Jamaica, like even producing chicken, we still kind of import chicken. Not that we can't produce it, but we're just not producing enough for the local market plus the people that are visiting. So we still do import it in. So there's a lot of things that we can produce more of.
But which country imports it? Is like Brazil, Venezuela? Like who's importing all the extra for Jamaica at least?
Most of the Caribbean countries. So probably like Haiti and DR and those other Caribbean countries that are close by.
Oh, okay. Who do you think it exports the most of like meat and like vegetables and fruits, that kind of stuff? Is it like Dominica?
I'm not really sure. In the Americas or in the Caribbean.
I tried to find that information on my own, but I couldn't. It didn't really specify.
You mean in the region, in the Caribbean, or in
the entire
in the Caribbean? Like who exports the most like meat, like vegetables, fruits to the other islands when there's like food insecurity? Because I couldn't find it.
I think like beef and pork is probably South America. Most of that stuff comes from.
Yeah, and chicken too, because our chicken comes from Brazil.
Yeah, you know what I mean. But like Trinidad have produced a lot of its own, its own like chicken and stuff. You know what I mean?
Even the corned beef that she was talking about, that beef is really imported from Brazil, but really processed and put in the tin in Jamaica and then sent to Antigua.
Right.
Okay. Okay, I didn't know that. Thanks. But in terms of like my island, we produce eggs like enough to supply the local market. So like how it is now, you're not allowed to import eggs unless it's like I guess some kind of specific egg, maybe like duck or some kind of exotic thing. But like if you try to bring in eggs and the market can supply, the government will off your eggs, take them away and I guess donate them to like charity or something. So we produce eggs, we produce meat for the market, chicken. Like a lot of people are now getting into poultry farming. In terms of like the question about like fruits and vegetables, like we get a lot of our fruits and vegetables from Dominica, not to be mistaken with the Dominican Republic, but the Commonwealth of Dominica. So we get a lot of fruits and vegetables from Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Martinique, and Guadeloupe. That's where a lot of our like bananas, cassava, Edo. Not to say that we don't have local people here that make them, but in terms of like large quantities, like these are the islands that we get them from.
So
Right.
you
Right.
see that egg thing that you talked about, it's partially illegal what your government is doing. Not that it's really illegal, but if I say for example I'm doing eggs in Jamaica and I want to ship it to somebody to a supermarket in Antigua, if the government tries to block it because they want us to buy local eggs, they can be sued because in the Caribbean Free Trade Agreement you should not be blocking produce from another
Yeah, but
country.
I think we're exempted from it though. I think we're on a moratorium in terms of that. I think the government took out a moratorium on it. So like because our islands are small, I think we took out a moratorium on that. So like the eggs, I'm not saying that we don't import eggs at all. Once the market can supply, they do not allow eggs to be imported. And then in terms of like rice, we import rice from Guyana.
Guyana,
Guyana
yeah.
makes rice, and then flour. We get like our flour from St. Vincent, Trinidad, and there's I think Grenada, Trinidad, and thing. So like once you look on the flour, it's made in the Caribbean. The rice, other than like if you want like the fancy rice like basmati and jasmine, okay, those come from somewhere else, probably India or whatever. But like the regular parboiled rice comes from Guyana because Guyana produces a lot of rice.
So rice and sugar come from Guyana. Well, what
Yes,
Trinidad
sugar.
and Trinidad manufacture a lot of like snacks and soft drinks, you know what I mean, and supply the region. So certain soft drinks, is produced here because they have a big factory here. The
And
and
alcohol.
See, it's kind of funny. See, millions of tons of rice that we consume in Nigeria comes from Malaysia. So you guys from the Caribbean could have easily just export, take that market, we hear a lot of rice in Nigeria and we export a lot of it, millions of tons of it. I think the Caribbeans should start looking to trading with Africa. That's the thing. And
yeah.
because I mentioned, I didn't know like Jamaicans even make beer until I came to America and started seeing Jamaican beer and things like that. And we drink a lot of beer in Nigeria. Export your beer to Nigeria. Tap into the market. We have 200 million people. We consume a lot over there. That's a market for you guys. But I
Mike,
don't know. Like
I think
something
part
about
of the reason why is it's an economic thing. It's all this economic manipulation from all these.
Yeah,
Different
it's the logistics of the trading too. As far as I know, the only um country that really trade directly with Africa in the West here is Brazil. Brazil and Angola have like direct trade, but as far as everywhere else, you have to trade through America or in the UK. Because I tell you, in Trinidad here, the people use the cola nut, and you have to get cola nut from New York. You have to get shea butter from New York. You have to get the red oil from New York. People ship that in from New York. You know what I mean? And it comes from Nigeria and Ghana and these places. Like there's no direct link. You know what I mean? You have to buy it from New York and then ship it down here. So the price
wow.
for it gets so ridiculously high. You know what I mean?
imagine
Look
that.
at a simple thing as the plot. It for emancipation. When there's Emancipation Day coming up, for the week of emancipation, all the banks, all the top institution, government institution, including ministers and everybody dressed in African clothing. You know what I mean? For that week. You know what I mean? All the banks, all these institutions are decorated with kente and Ankara and all these things. So and there's no direct trade because we buy it from New York. You know what I mean?
I think you just hit exactly what I was trying to get at, because I didn't really understand. But if you have to go through New York to get resources that you could have gotten from Ghana or Nigeria, I don't think there's no way if you go straight to Ghana and Nigeria, you will get it cheaper. So this is what I was trying to say, that
yeah, but there's no direct they have no logistics in place. There's no infrastructure for direct trade. We have no
There's no
choice.
shipping line directly,
Yeah,
right?
there's no shipping line.
So that's when somebody needs to wake up, and that's an opportunity for somebody then to start their own shipping.
Like the other day I was saying the Dangote expanding the cement operation, and I'm sure that the cement, Nigerian produced cement, is cheaper than what we get in the Caribbean. I can almost see.
So you see what the Mexicans have been doing. I'm not sure if Dangote really can compete that much. So Jamaica cement, Colombian cement, Haitian cement, Trinidad cement is all owned by a Mexico cement company. They really run most of the Americas, the Caribbean and South America. Probably Dangote can compete and get into the market, but the Mexicans really have it under lock.
I have a question about the cement though. Are there any Caricom countries that they're really good at like manufacturing, like something that could be exported to West Africa, or like manufacturing and industrialization?
Yeah,
like companies that's owned strictly by Caribbean countries.
You have to be specific.
That's a whole unexplored market.
Like in terms of what manufacturing, what? Because Trinidad does manufacture. Well, they do manufacture cement. In fact, they put a thing on the foreign cement just recently because it was being produced. The foreign cement was so cheap that it was giving competition to the local manufacturers.
Our problem with cement is that Jamaicans are not producing enough. There's more construction going on than the cement is being produced, so we have to get it from. I think we're buying it from Turkey. I think it's Turkey that we're getting some of our cement from now. But it's like there's more construction going on than the production. So it's like the Jamaicans always producing less than what they actually need. So we always have to be importing.
Right. That's kind of the issue here in Trinidad also. They can't keep up with the thing. So they usually import some stuff because they can't keep up with the pace of the construction. You know, but the government do try to put restrictions on how cheap you can import stuff so that it doesn't crash the local manufacturers. But Trinidad is a country where there's a lot of manufacturing going on here. There's a lot of factories and stuff. It's like in terms of the Caribbean region, Trinidad is among the most industrialized.
I think it probably is, apart from Dominican Republic. I think it's the most.
What about oil? Do they own their own oil companies? Are there any companies that distribute?
Yes, they have a local oil company. Well, they downsized it recently. It was Petroleum, but now it's Heritage. They downsized it. They closed down the refinery because they needed to upgrade, and it was operating. So that's what I'm saying. Look, Trinidad had an oil refinery for years.
Do the Caribbean countries share the same currency, or do you guys have separate currencies?
All different currencies.
Say it again.
All different currencies. A lot of different currencies.
Wow.
The OECS,
only the EC, only the EC the Eastern Caribbean, they have their currency.
Yeah, so we have our own currency, and it's shared amongst like 9 of us in the OECS. Some are full members, some are associate members. So we all have the same currency,
And
but like,
how much is it? 1 US?
so one US is $2.70 EC. Yes.
The power of having a united currency, because that $2 US, that's strong compared, because one Jamaican is how much to 1 US?
Yeah, but wait. Before we start comparing currencies, though, you know that being strong isn't always beneficial. I just have to say that. But I think it's 150. 1 to 150.
Like I think Barbados and Belize have like the strongest currencies, because like Barbados currency is like one US is $1.15 well, sometimes it's two. Sometimes you can get it for $2 Bajan, but I think it's 135. But okay, let's say one US is two Bajan dollars, and I think Belize it's like even stronger than that. Yeah.
Well, in Trinidad is it's like 671 to 1 US.
So somebody in the comment was saying something about locals building their own hotels, and it's easier said than done, because if I had money now, I'd build one, but I'm broke, so I can't. So the thing is that in Jamaica, at least, the locals building their own hotels, but to me it's easier said than done, because if you go in Jamaica, so you see like those smaller motel almost type structures where it's like 20 rooms, 30 rooms. It probably will be owned by a Jamaican, but those hotels with 1,000, 2,000 rooms is probably owned by some white people. Until the money gets into their hand where they can start doing that, it's not going to be done. As I said, if I had the money, no, I'd do something like that. But I think we don't have the wealth to do that.
I think we have wealth. It's just that it's a lot of bad-mindedness, because like
where's the
in
wealth?
my island we have local hotels, right? And they're really nice. But the thing is, it has to, I guess, do with the government concessions. Like I think the government is quicker. They're quicker to give a concession to a foreign company, because they're always talking about foreign direct investment and blah blah blah. They're quicker to give them duty free, allow them all kind of concessions and stuff like that, compared to the local person. The local person has to really find the money, like really come good if they want to do something, because like you don't find that they get the government support. So like because like some of these people that start up the hotels from wherever, some of them don't have no money, some of them like broke pockets, as you wanna, if you want to put it like that, and the government gives them concessions, because like even recently here we were having like a big scandal or whatever, where you had these people, they were saying that they're going to do this $1 billion project or whatever, and they were basically, I guess, using the land as like, so they said they had the money, they didn't really have any money, and they're basically using the land that the government gave them to do the project to like go and, I guess, how should I put it? I don't remember the term, but they're using the land to get money from somewhere else. Like even though they didn't like invest much of anything, and you have a lot of that going on. So all these people don't have no money. They come with these grand ideas like, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to create thousands of jobs and blah, blah, blah. And then the governments get all giddy and excited and stuff like that. And then when you look, nothing ever gets done. So you have a lot of that happening here too.
The thing is, the hotel chains have they are more experienced, and they can build hotels more efficiently. They have an inroad into the industry, so it's easier for like a hotel chain like Sandals or these places to build hotels, and that's one of the reasons I think governments are more lenient with them, because they have more experience in the field. So the chances of them profiting is more. That what I mean.
Okay,
Aside from the embezzlement and corruption, what I mean. I think that's one of the reasons the government.
I was always interested in that, because if you'll hear all these scandals, not even just the Latino, the English, the Anglophone Caribbean countries, like of trillions hiding in the Caribbean, like trillions of dollars. Where is this money? Where is this money at? You know what I mean?
Can I ask you, Caribbean brothers, because once you start seeing a lot of Jamaican products right on the shelves, you start asking yourself, right? Is it quite easy to produce in Jamaica? So what are taxes like for producers? What do you guys think? Like, you know, what are taxes like for producers? You to produce in you know in the Caribbean, what do you think is on the high side or the low side comparing with like 33% of US business owners?
I don't think it's taxes is a problem in Jamaica. I think the tax bracket is around 22-25% there. I think it's competition because if so in the Caribbean mostly Americans still I think outproduce the Caribbean countries because they can export there and we can export to America. But it's like their operations are way larger. They have more money that they can just put in. Like Americans just have way more money that they can put in. So with a larger operation, you can cover a larger space easily.
Yeah.
So I think that's what they're kind of using to beat us out. So it's
And,
not
and
that.
I think some of the manufacturers also prefer to have certain products sold in the foreign market than even the local market because they can mark up the price. You know what I mean?
That's
They
true.
prefer
That's
to
true.
sell it to the diaspora. You know what I mean? They prefer to sell it to Caribbean people who live in New York or Miami or you know what I mean than to even sell it locally here because they get more money. You know what I mean? So when you see these things in the store over there, it's not that it looks the same way in the islands, you know.
Yeah, you know, I know that's true. So I used to live beside this soft drink factory back in Jamaica, and then the factory just went away, and I never saw the soft drink again. And I came to America, and I'm seeing it on every Caribbean shelf, and I'm like, so this is where it went.
It's kind of funny how you guys discuss how products have to come to New York or come to America before it get from Africa before it gets to the Caribbean or vice versa. It does could be taking advantage of that. It could be facilitating that instead of them doing xenophobic and all this dumb shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did have a question though for the Caribbeans in regards to this. Are you guys, because I'm not aware, so I'm just asking, but are you guys like making deals with the African Americans? Like, are you guys having movements for them to come to your country and like work with you or whatever, or like what's going on with that?
When you say, all right, so that's a very hard question to answer. So to me, anybody, if an African American wants to, I'm sure most of them probably do before wants to start something in Jamaica, they can just do that. And I think the Black Caucus, I think they call them, I think they're political elite like Maxine Walters and some of them. They do have relations with some Jamaican politicians, but in terms of an economic aspect to it, and unless there's a certain group. There's a certain Caribbean African American group because you probably do have some across states that they do interact with each other. Apart from that, there's no wider governmental reach. But if they want to do it, there's no real restriction. They just go through the normal route and do what they want to do.
Okay, because I know that African Americans go to the Caribbean and Latin America a lot for vacation. So I was wondering, is there like a different like are they moving there? Like, is there something?
No, I think it's all
They do Brazil instead of Caribbean.
Some move to Jamaica because I know they have this Black American expat community in Jamaica. They always on YouTube doing stuff. So I know that some do move to Jamaica. But the thing with Jamaica, you see, moving to Jamaica to start fresh without having money in your pocket is very hard. You see, if you've already had your money, you build your house and probably have a business, all right, move to Jamaica, you can live the best life. But if you're going there broke, it's kind of going to be a bit harder.
Yeah, we have Black Americans that move here as well. It's not in a large number, but like Pan-African was saying, is that you need to have money when you come in some of these parts because it's not cheap.
I wanted to talk about something that Mike said earlier. Yeah, I agree with the whole I think you're talking about like exporting these kind of like these drinks and foods that are exclusive to the Caribbean, especially to countries like to regions like West Africa. Like when I was in St. Vincent, we have this. I don't know if it exists in other Caribbean countries, but we had this drink called Juicy, It's the best. It's like the best soda I've ever tasted. Like it's way better than Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, I think its assets is total like 89.6 billion. If they were to export this to all these different continents, they would be making so much money off of it, and they could be able to use that money to create an economy where they wouldn't have to leave St. Vincent to go to like US or Canada to have to stay permanently. They could just keep that money and to themselves and develop their country.
But
So I agree with you said earlier.
You see, as I said, no, I do agree with what you guys are saying about. You have to understand that a normal African is not going to say, all right, I'm going to buy this more expensive juice that tastes the same like this one just because it comes from here. They're going to look at it if it's cheaper. So that's why I'm saying it has to also make
not
economic
juice,
sense.
juicy. It's a soda.
Pan-African, I don't think
but even
you
if
don't
it is,
know
it's
how
like,
Nigerians spend. You don't know how
That's what I was
Nigerians
about to say,
spend.
man. You
so
don't
wait,
know.
wait.
If you go to Nigeria,
Okay.
you find any CD
Nigerians,
poured on the
you
ground,
just
like
need, you just need to market it well. It doesn't matter if it's more than the original price. They will buy it just because there's some kind of prestige or something attached to it. They will buy it. It's. I see so many opportunities here just from talking to you guys, but
we consume so many French champagnes. I mean, so many expensive drinks in Nigeria, dude. Like imported. I'm telling you, dude. There's money, man. Nigerians got wealthy people in the millions, dude, and they consume a lot of these. They talk about it. They say when a brand new car is made, like they make the first place you find it is in Nigeria, dude. The first person to buy it. There's a lot of wealthy people there, dude. Like your product will sell. I'm telling you. Forget that they don't have money, cheap. Put your price on it, they'll buy it.
But it's how you're gonna get it to Nigeria though. That's the problem.
If you're really serious about selling something, man, you figure a way to get it there, dude. If everybody else can get their stuff there, they got it there, The French, all of them, they're all bringing their product. Even Indians, they're bringing their stuff to Nigeria to sell. I went to Nigeria. There was one drink I saw. Like last time I went there, it's called Fire. 8 p.m. It's a liquor. Oh my God, man! I don't know what these Indians put in it, man. They put some kind of drug in it. This drink was the best liquor I ever drank in my life. Like I drank it once, and I see everybody just buying it, and the price is it's really high, And it's those of us coming from US. I get that, man. I'm buying it. I don't care if it tastes good. I buy it.
Yeah, and
People are buying it. So
some of those Jamaican products are real good. I've tried it.
yeah, I drank one of their beer here. I forgot the name, man. When I was hanging with my Jamaican buddies, man, this beer, I'm like, whoa, this is good, dude. It was made in Jamaica. It's called Red something. I can't remember.
Yeah. And then it has
True.
most of their stuff has the taste that Africans would like. It's created for African taste buds. I noticed that too.
Okay, I have a question again. So it seems that Caricom is ahead in terms of getting the reparation movement thing started. How is that going with Caricom?
That's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. And here's why I say that. Just you see, I love the reparations conversation about anybody that really believes that Europe is going to take their money and give to us. You're really living in fairy tale land. Like, come on, the thing that most people don't understand is you see most of those, like look at the Germans when they gave quote unquote reparations to the Europeans and the Jews. They lost. They didn't have the power. As long as Europe has the power, or Europe and American white elite has the power, they're never going to do that. We have nothing over them. We're just trying to appeal to their emotions. Like they're never going to do that. I just don't see them doing it. And there's nothing that we can do to make them do it.
Okay.
I think the only way that will happen is if the USD fall. Like for example, like if you had these three groups, right? Black Americans, Africans, and Caribbean Islanders, if we were all using the same currency to trade, like economically and politically, and the USD followed, right, and there was like some kind of balance of power, people struggling to be the next US, that would be the only time where you could demand reparations.
But for that to happen, Black Americans would have to control America. They don't control America.
Yeah.
They kind of really just live in it.
Yeah. Well, as of now, there's still no colonial power that really apologized for slavery and colonialism. that really had, like, like the maybe somebody within the government might, make a statement, but to say an official apology from any colonial government, that has not, we haven't even reached that stage. So reparation is a whole different conversation. Now, what I can say is, as far as the Caribbean goes, right? These governments already paid reparations, but who they paid reparations to were the plantation owners. So when slavery was abolished, the plantation owners who would have lost money from slavery being abolished, they got reparations. So these people are not trying to pay reparations to the slave also, to the descendants of the slave also. That, but what has happened, what has set a precedent recently was that the University of the West Indies got reparations from Glasgow University, and the reparations will only come in targeting institutions. For example, if you can identify an institution like a bank or a school or a church or some institution that was involved in the slave trade, and you could target them, and they would pay reparations in some form. That's the only thing. But in terms of government to government reparations, I don't see that as something gonna happen. Like, you know what I mean? Like Caricom is not gonna make the UK pay reparations.
But
Listen, let me say something real quick. Well, listen, this is one thing I want to make clear, man. Listen, do you guys realize that these people that carry out this act, these colonialists and all these people you're saying, they don't look at themselves and look at their ancestors and say they did something wrong. Many of them believe their ancestors did the right thing because they believe that if their ancestors hadn't done what they did, they won't be where they are. Man, I'm telling you, I'm literally had conversation with white people. I'm telling you, like when they became on, when they want to have honest conversation with me, they will tell me, look me in the eye and say, listen, my ancestors didn't do anything wrong because they had to do it to get me where I am. They don't. So when you guys keep looking to them that they need to apologize to you, they're not gonna apologize because they don't see what the ancestors did or something wrong. I'm telling you, they may fake because they want to be your friend, but deep in their mind, they don't think their ancestors did anything wrong. And do I think they should pay? Yes. But the only way you can make them pay is if you become powerful and you force them to pay. But as far as when we in this weak position and we are looking to them to apologize when they don't see themselves as people that did anything wrong. They see themselves as people that did what they had to do to become successful. So I think we, the black people, need to change the way we approach these things. These things that happen to us. Yes, we are victims to ourselves.
Energy, we waste too much energy in that conversation. To me,
Yes.
that's my honest opinion.
We are running to them to make them feel bad about what they did. When they're enjoying it because they're so rich and they think the reason why they became rich was because they did that to us. And you think they will feel bad about what they did to us when they're enjoying themselves?
Without West Africa, France would be like really, really, really poor. Like,
you said? Exactly. Even France till today, France is still robbing the Francophone countries. And you think these people, if they're still doing it till today, you think they'll feel bad about the one they did in the past? So when I see black people saying, "Oh, white man needs to come apologize to me," I'm like, no, that's not what you should be doing. What you should be doing is figuring out how you can climb and over. That's not what Chinese did. 30 years ago, China was the poorest country in the world, and they know the many Western world were sanctioning them, trying to cripple them, destroy them. They did so many evil to them. The Chinese man, he said, "Let me go to him and go make him apologize to me." No, the Chinese man had to figure out how to build himself and overtake them. Today, China has overtaken all the European countries. China literally almost launched European countries into bankruptcy like 15 years ago when China created a strategy where they lifted 300 million Chinese out of poverty overnight, and it just affected the European economy. And dude, that's how you have to think. You have to think how you can get yourself to where you want to go. These people are not taking you where you want to go. We have to change this idea of following white people to wherever we want to get to. They would fake like they were taking you somewhere, but they would take you to where they want you to be. So let's stop going after these people, man. And
So-
they need to focus on ourselves.
So somebody asked in the comment, they said, if you don't believe that the colonizer government won't pay reparations to the current Caribbean governments, why do the African Americans feel so confident that the US will eventually pay slave reparations? I specifically don't know, but I just don't see anybody getting reparations money. It's just something that they put out there to have a conversation, and then politicians run with it to score political points. But I don't think anybody getting $1. I just don't see it.
I feel reparations will be paid, but that is a function of how much power blacks globally
exactly.
have.
You have to be in a position where you force them to pay it. You have something at stake that they will lose. For example, let's say we become so powerful in Africa, right? And we have a means of denying them from going to that country to take the coltan, the cobalt, all those things, right? Where we have a means of preventing them from taking it, and they know that without us giving them access to take it, they can't take it. That's when we can leverage that to say, okay, before we can allow you to take this, go and pay reparation to these people in the Caribbean and in America, and then we'll let you take it. That's power. That's when you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
And then they will look at themselves and say, oh, wow, okay, this coltan and this cobalt that we need it for our aviation industry, we need it for our manufacturing industry, and this manufacturing industry is trillions of dollars of industry, and we have to make trillions of dollars. So how much is reparation? Just $500 billion? They will put the reparation money down quick.
And this is why it's very important for West Africans to be interested in East Africans prospering. East Africans should be interested in the Caricom prospering. Caricom should be interested in African Americans prospering. And so we just have to, come to that global power where we can. So once we get to a certain point, we would already know that most of these things it's just like, like water running down the hill. But at this point that we are, asking for certain things seems counterproductive. And not only that, on the other side, it also proves to the Europeans like they are still in this pathology. If this in this day and age, this is how they are thinking, then I think we are good for the next 100 years.
Right. So I would say just a point. It's not on the topic per se, but recently I tried to send money to Ghana, right, from Trinidad, and Western Union wouldn't allow me, or MoneyGram wouldn't allow me to send money directly to Ghana. So I had to send money to New York first, and then get someone to send it to Ghana. So just a simple thing like that like, sending money, simple like that, it's difficult to even deal with West Africa in that way. And
actually, people have created apps. Some Africans have created some apps where you can send money. Actually,
right. I know they have new apps, new technology. So that's something. And the person did tell me that to look into this app. So, and but now recently they had the Republic Bank, which is a Caribbean-based bank, did open in Ghana. So I don't know the development. I asked them in the bank here if you could have a joint account, that way you could transfer funds back and forth, and they didn't have that in place as yet, but it's a step forward in my view.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. All right. So if there are no more questions, then I guess we can close the panel. But before we close the panel, I do have a question. In terms of Africa and Caribbean relations, do you guys have any ideas of any countries that you think would be at the forefront of doing this?
I don't think any specific country needs to be at the forefront. Everybody just needs to try to have a better relationship with each other. I don't think one country needs to be there, that if that country is not pushing it, I think the African Union just needs to, have a better relationship with Caricom, figure out ways how they can both improve the other side. If there's people in Africa that see opportunities to make money in the Caribbean, then go on ahead, build some hotels or something else rather than hotels. And if people in the Caribbean see opportunities in Africa, just go there and start that, and we'll both benefit. I don't think there needs to be any specific leader.
Yeah, agreed. I think that individuals need to do these projects first, and then after after the success of the individuals is seen, then that will be an incentive for governments to actually make more of these projects. Because I don't think a government is randomly going to be like, oh, let's invest in the Caribbean. So the people have to do it, and then the government will be interested when they see the returns, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. And I always tell people, like, we need to stop this mind that everything that needs to be done, it has to come from a government, because if you look at all these advanced countries, even the US, the European countries, all the Asian countries, it's really corporations, individuals that come up with the solution to problems, whether it's through technological invention or innovations. It's individuals that actually come up with those solutions, the invention, and then the government just partner with them and use that actual invention to carry out solutions to problems. So we blacks ourselves, we need to start, everyone, individuals, find out what you're good in. If you're good in technology, if you're good in science, if you have the brain, if you think you're a genius, just open a science academy research program, get some fellow brilliant people, genius minded people, and start doing research on how to create things, make things happen. And once you able to design those things, design those technology, innovate those things, and then we can start partnering with the leadership to use, the tool to advance and things like that, But we can't sit around and say, oh, when is the government going to create this, create that, when they don't have the means? A president does not, they don't have the means. They need the population themselves to be productive, to make these things. And to answer the question of a country that should start leading this whole thing, to me, I don't think any country at this point individually can just stand up, because next thing they will do is just like how they did with the ECO when the Nigeria and Ghana say, let's start with a new currency in West Africa. And the French just use the Francophone countries to sabotage the whole thing. So first of all, we have to get to the point where every country is on the same page first, and then one country can stand up and say, okay, let me lead you, let me lead, And to me, as far as on the continent goes, there are 3 countries, or should I say maybe 4. Let's say 3 countries I know that it will be very difficult for Europeans to say they want to sanction or things like that. And one will be South Africa, because that's the economic bloc of that Southern Africa. And then Kenya, which is the South Africa, the economic power of the Southern Africa. Kenya, the economic power of the East Africa. And then Nigeria, the economic power of West Africa. They know they can't sanction these countries, because if you sanction them, you pretty much sanction everybody else in the region. So if those 3 countries, I know they can be the more vocal countries to stand and say, let's, form leadership roles in uniting the continent and things like that. Those countries are important. So African countries have to first all be on the same page. That's the first thing, and which we are not. Especially, it's really even more pathetic with the Francophone countries, because I don't understand those guys. Though recently they've been the ones standing, like Mali and them, but they just need to find something, man. And one thing they need to do is just form one army, one military force, instead of these individual military forces you have in your countries. Because right now, Nigeria right now cannot even crush Boko Haram. But if you imagine if Nigerian army, DJ army, all the armies is one, it's just one battle, But like I said, Africa, man, most of our problems is an easy solution. It's just the fear of the kind of leaders we have are not real Africans. When you have leaders that are Christians, Muslims, when you guys need to start electing the voodoo priest as your president, those guys they know the spiritual magic to do some things, man, to deal with white man and those things. Those are the people that should be running Africa, not this Arab man in the black skin or white man in the black skin, because that's where I see all these Christians and Muslims that you guys have in Africa. A Christian to me is just a white man in a black skin. A Muslim in Africa to me is an Arab man in a black skin, because that's their logic. But when an African man, a real African man, they worship African gods, like me, for example, if a white man says threatening me, I'll go to my African gods and consult them to, let me deal with that person, So that's how we do things, the real African man. When white man comes to Africa, they don't come to us. They're scared of us. They run away from us. they can't deal with you Christians because they can bully you and tell you what to do. You guys are weak, you're not real Africans. So to me, there are problems. We need to start looking internally and reasoning and thinking. Yeah.
I
So that's
think
my.
I think it would be easier. I know all kind of colonialism going on right now. When at least on the eastern side, on the Swahili side, the East African Federation, when they have one currency, because now that Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo is in there, once they figure out how to do the whole refining process of the minerals, every single country is going to want to use that currency as a reverse currency. So you can use that reserve currency to be able to make trade easier in all the regions, including West Africa, especially when you want to do merchant ships or these direct flights from West Africa to the Caribbean. But until then, it's really difficult, especially when I was so surprised when they say that we have independence all this time. And then I see all these countries, most of the currencies is printed in the UK, in France, and in Canada. That is not real independence, because whenever you have a problem with these countries, they just shut down your currency. And then if you can't print your currency, what are you really gonna do? Even if you have a revolution? But yeah, that's just me.
Right.
Well, this December in Sierra Leone, they're having the Afro-Caribbean Festival. So I would suggest everybody on the panel and in the chat look it up. It's the Afro-Caribbean Festival. It's in December in Sierra Leone. And I would say more discussions like this need to be had, and we could find out about each other's skills, because there's things we can do in terms of working together that doesn't involve the infrastructure that's needed at a government level. Like, I mean, like things like shipping lines and direct flights, definitely the government needs to be involved to get these things in place. But in terms of design and editing, and they have different fields that we can communicate and work together in, that we can use technology. You know what I mean? And I think that's something we should look into.
Right. Okay. So with all of that being said, I would like to actually start closing out the panel. It's been 5 hours. It's a good conversation, but we should have more conversations with the Caribbean and African. I learned a lot about the Caribbean, like different countries. I only knew about Jamaica and knew nothing about Trinidad, knew nothing about Antigua, Grenada, whatever. So I really like this. I learned a lot, and definitely got some ideas on how we can interact and do more business relationships, because I think that's more important than the I love you, you're my brother thing. Like, we actually need to financially be there for each other. So we can start closing out. We can start all the way from the top to the bottom. So it's Mike, Science, and then Island Soursop.
Yeah. It's a great discussion. We need more educative interactions like this. I mean, knowledge is power. The more we know, the more we can think of what to do, know what to do. So it's very important. Caribbean people have always been, fantastic people. I mean, my years I've lived in the West. If I have to say, my favorite group of blacks, and even above even my African people, is the Caribbean. They're very simple people, easy. Like somebody said earlier, there's people that understand both sides more. The Caribbeans, they're very African. I've never run into a Caribbean in my life that just denies Africanness. So say I'm not African, I'm Indian or anything like that. So they're very important people as far as the black world goes. So I will, my prayer is that African Caribbean countries become part of the African Union, and they participate. To me, I see Caribbean countries as African countries. I don't even know why they call them North America. I mean, a country where every majority are black is an African country to me. So I want to see them participate in African Cup. Yeah, we're doing African Cup, African Cup of Nations. I want to see Caribbean countries participating in it. So to me, That's the future. I think when I think my Caribbean people should be patient. The next generation of Africans, when we start taking over the government, things are going to change because our way of thinking is completely different from the old generation. So things are going to change very soon. So thank you guys, everyone listening, and thanks, African Millennial.
Yeah,
All right.
no problem.
Yeah.
All right. I'd like to say that I think we as individuals underestimate how much the decisions we make, especially when we get into small groups, affect government policies. I'll give one quick example. Looking at the amount of remittances Nigerians sent home, just the sheer volume of it is affecting policies in Nigeria. Now the government is about to build a whole sector around that, and to housing sectors, mortgage and all that, and how to give loans, and back and forth and back and forth. And even it's also has inspired or prompted the Ethiopian government to come to Nigeria to find out how they can, streamline the diaspora, their diaspora remittances, and use it for development and other packages in the country. Now, having said that, I want to point it back to what we're talking about about individuals between Africa and the Caricom doing what they have to do so that later on they will affect some change in government policies and so. And as to who should start, I feel that Nigerians, and sometimes I wish I had known this, some 10 years back. I think that we have a whole lot of responsibility that we do not understand. Thanks to our government, we're not meant to know what importance and what responsibilities we have for the whole African continent as well as the Black Hole, for one being the most populated. And for that, I feel that we Nigerians should take, as individuals or small group, we need to, be more proactive. And for me personally, the CARICOM country I'll pick because I see many of their products in the stores. I've been influenced by their music and art and so on and so forth, would be Jamaica. And for the fact that also one fact is that one of my favorite person ever, Marcus Garvey, is Jamaican. I would, as an investor, I'll take a trip to Jamaica first and see what it has to offer. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to African Millennial. Hope to be here sometime soon again. I'm out.
Thank you for calling. Okay.
Yeah, I joined the panel real late, but for the bit that I was able to listen to and participate in, I would have to say it was a really good discussion. I think, more discussions like this should be had so that persons are aware of, each other. I think also, as mentioned, we need to have more trade with one another. Like you had stated, everything doesn't have to be all rainbows and lollipops in terms of, unity and things in that nature where, we have these, some of these discussions. But in terms of trade, economics, I think that is something that can be done. And I think it's something that can be accomplished successfully. Shipping line that can be created, whether it be by a private individual or even through some sort of government initiative, so that that we are able to trade freely with one another. I want to be able to bring in shea butter, easily, and rather than having to go through the U.S. to get it, or even the red palm oil. I want to try that out. I've always seen it online, and some of these things, there's a demand, I think, for it in these parts. It's just that some persons just don't know how to go about getting them. And part of the discussion, I was thinking, just to have awareness of one another, probably in the future somebody can create a television kind of station where they highlight the different cultures throughout the Black diaspora as well as the African continent, so persons are aware. Because someone earlier in the panel someone while I was listening said in the panel that I think he was from Nigeria, and he said he only knew about Ghana. And I was kind of a little shocked about that. And I think there should be some kind of medium or media station where persons learn about the different African countries. So They know about East Africa, North Africa, South Africa, Central Africa. Because I mean, I think doing these things will help alleviate a lot of the problems that are happening within the continent, as well as bridge the divides or gaps that might be happening throughout the diaspora. So that person is just aware of one another. So I think these are simple things that can be done. It's just that we need individuals. Everything doesn't have to be like the government. So we just need somebody that has like money to like get these things done. And I think like we're on our way to like, you know, building like stronger economies, you know. And that's all I have to say. Thanks, African Millennial. You know, you always put on some good shows or programs. So yeah, till
No,
next
I
time.
don't, but I'm trying.
Okay,
Thank you
bye.
for calling. I appreciate it.
Bye.
All right, guys. So there you have it. I really enjoyed that panel again. I learned a lot. Um, I got sent some Caricom links, so we're gonna have to do a part two next month on this because there's actually more to this. Um, I'm trying to oversimplify it because I'm like West Africa and Caribbean, but uh, or Caricom. I believe Caricom is 15 countries and West Africa is 15 countries. So that's a total of 30 countries. So I think I need to get more deeper into what each individual country is doing. I think that's what I'll be talking about next time. But yeah, I agree with what a lot of the panelists said. We need to have more um, trade. And how can we do this trade when, um, let's be honest here, like the colonial shipping routes are much more accessible than our own indigenous shipping routes. So that's something that we need to work on. I know that Sierra Leone, like they uh, they farm a lot of rice, a lot of their native rice. That's something that they could probably think about exporting to the Caribbean. Um, I don't know if the Caribbean has a chocolate eating culture, but if they do, I'm pretty sure they have their own chocolate. But I know Togo and Ghana and Ivory Coast can definitely get involved in the chocolate exportation in the Caribbean, shea butter, palm oil, and things like that. So those are some things that we really should start thinking about. And the commercial planes, as Fatari said, is a very good idea as well. Yeah, there's a lot of work that needs to be done when it comes to the Caribbean and Africa. A lot of work. Like we really do not know each other. I never took a course on any Caribbeans. Um, by my education, I knew more about the Black diaspora and specifically North America because that was more easily like televised. But when it came to the Caribbean, except for Jamaica, really had no idea what it was, what their culture is, and I think that's very problematic. So we need to um definitely work on that. We need to work on that. But anyways, guys, that is it for today. I'm gonna end with a quiz on the Caribbean flags. I can't do the map of the Caribbean because I have no idea, but I can try to do the flag. So we're gonna end off with there, and tomorrow we're gonna have a similar conversation. Um, it's gonna be at the regular time that I normally schedule my lives, but this is gonna be about ADOS and FBA. I did get a bit annoyed when some people on the panel kept on talking about America, 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 because I'm like, this is Caribbean and Africa. Like, let's just keep it to Caribbean and Africa. But in any case, we'll have that conversation tomorrow. Um, Let me go ahead and share my screen and do the quiz, and then we can leave. I'm assuming that I'm gonna get a 50%. I think I could do 50. All right, so Antigua and Barbuda, easy. Is this one? Oh no. I don't know. I don't know which one that. Mm, Saint Vincent. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm sorry. I don't know. Oh, okay. This is Saint Vincent. Okay. Haiti, easy. It's this one. Jamaica, easy is this one. Saint Kitts. I think this is Saint Lucia. This is Grenada. Saint Kitts. I have no idea. Okay. Okay, that's Trinidad. Saint Kitts. Okay. Oh, okay. Trinidad is this one. Dominica. Isn't this Dominica? Oh. Okay, this is Grenada. That's, I think, Cuba. Dominica. That's the Bahamas. Okay, Dominica. Is this one right? Okay, Barbados. That was the Bahamas. So this is Barbados. Man, this is embarrassing. Okay, so this is Barbados. St. Lucia's this one. Cuba. Dominican Republic. Grenada. And Bahamas. Ooh, that is kind of rusty, but it's okay. And now I know. So in any case, thanks guys for being here. I think next time, one thing I will say with the Caribbean, I can't say all of Africa, but specifically Ghana. In terms of music, I've been noticing there have been a lot of music collaborations. So that's really good. Ghana has a dance hall scene. Popcorn is really, really influential in the Ghanaian dancehall scene, and we love him. So, I mean, that's nice, but I think we need more actual meaningful. I'm not saying music is not meaningful, and entertainment is not meaningful, but it's like at the end of the day, who owns these labels, right? So I definitely think that the trading is something we need to be worried more about. Tourism, like how can we make tourism between the Caribbean and West and Central Africa easier? How can we do that? I think those are things that we really need to be thinking about. And yeah, it was really great. It's getting kind of late, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks everybody for being here. Really appreciate it, especially the Caribbeans that clicked in, because you guys really spoke a lot about, your countries and things like that. It was very interesting and I loved it. So I'll see you guys next time. Once again, thanks for being here. I'll be here tomorrow. So be here tomorrow.